The motor pool at Stork Barracks smelled like every Army aviation facility Chief Warrant Officer 3 David Evans had ever known. Jet fuel, hydraulic fluid, and the particular metallic tang that came from 100,000 pounds of rotary wing aircraft preparing for flight. The morning sun hadn't crested the Bavarian hills yet, and the pre-dawn cold bit through his Nomex flight suit as he walked the flight line with a cup of coffee that tasted like it had been brewed sometime during the previous administration. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ryan Miller was already at their Apache, conducting his pre-flight inspection with the methodical intensity of a man who knew that a missed defect at 0 dark 30 could mean a catastrophic failure at altitude. Evans watched him from a distance, noting the way the younger pilot's flashlight beam traced every rivet, every panel seam, every potential failure point on their AH-64D Longbow Apache. "You trying to memorize the airframe, Miller?" Miller's head appeared from behind the starboard engine cowling, his grin visible even in the dim light. "Just want to make sure Ghost 16 is ready to embarrass some Bundeswehr tankers today, boss. You know the Germans are talking trash about our last gunnery scores." Evans grunted, taking another sip of terrible coffee. The kid wasn't wrong. Last month's combined exercise had seen a Luftwaffe Tiger crew put up respectable numbers against simulated air threats, and their squadron commander had taken considerable pleasure in reminding the American aviators that German precision wasn't just about engineering. "They can talk all they want," Evans said, setting his coffee on a ground-handling cart. "Actions speak louder. What's the status on our bird?" "Clean as a whistle, boss. Completed the phase inspection yesterday, and Sergeant Martinez signed off on all systems." Miller patted the Apache's nose affectionately. "New software update on the fire control system, too. The targeting computer is supposed to be 15% faster on acquisition. I've been reading the tech manuals, and the improvements to the TAD's thermal resolution are—" "Miller?" "Yeah, boss?" "When did you sleep last?" The younger pilot had the grace to look sheepish. "Got a solid 4 hours, maybe 3.5. "Uh-huh." Evans ran his own inspection of the external weapon systems, checking the Hellfire missile rails with practiced efficiency. All 8 training rounds were properly secured, their blue bands clearly visible in the flashlight beam. The 30mm ammunition bin showed full load, 300 rounds of training ammo that would punch expensive holes in target panels all across Grafenvor training area. "You know that being tired in the cockpit is how people die, right?" "I'm fine, boss. Besides, this is the big one. Battalion commander himself is going to be watching the scores. First place team gets a 3-day pass and bragging rights for the next 6 months." Evans couldn't argue with that. The live fire exercise at Grafenvor was the premier event on the battalion's training calendar. 2 full days of American and German crews going head-to-head in realistic combat scenarios. The German Luftwaffe crews were bringing their best, and rumor had it that a certain Hauptmann Steiner had been talking very specifically about taking down the American hotshots. Welcome to Outpost Paradox, presenting The Winter Ghost. Written by Alex Cross. Prepare for a full-length military thriller of special operations, geopolitical intrigue, and impossible decisions. From the high-tech cockpit of an Apache gunship to the frozen trenches of 1944, this is a story where the fog of war spans generations. If you enjoy this audiobook, please like, subscribe, and share. Now, let's begin. Prologue. "What's our competition looking like?" Miller asked, following Evans around to the port side of the aircraft. "Ghost 13 has been running hot on the ranges. Chief Harper and his gunner put up a 92% hit rate last week." 92? Miller whistled. "That's going to be tough to beat." "That's why we're going to need perfect execution today. The scenario has us hunting OP-4 tanks in terrain that gives them every advantage. Weather's supposed to be clear, but you know how Grafenwar weather can turn on a dime." Evans checked the 30mm gun mount, ensuring the chain gun could traverse freely. "We'll be flying in competition with 4 other crews. Best scores on target engagement, time to kill, and tactical employment get weighted equally." Miller's competitive streak was almost audible through the darkness. "Boss, I've been studying the German tactics. They love to use terrain masking and quick peek-and-shoot ambushes. If we can get elevation and use our standoff range advantage, we can engage them before they even know we're there." "Good analysis, but remember, the enemy gets a vote too," Miller finished, grinning. I know, but boss, our Hellfires can reach out to 5 miles. The Germans will be thinking in terms of visual range, maybe 2 clicks max. We can be on them and gone before they can react." Evans had to admit the kid had a point. The Apache's combination of thermal imaging, laser designation, and fire-and-forget missiles gave them a capability that most ground forces simply couldn't counter. In the right hands, a single Apache could devastate an armored battalion before the enemy even acquired a target. Of course, right hands was the operative phrase. And that's why they spent hundreds of hours training. "Let's get the walk-around finished," Evans said, checking his watch. 4:30 in the morning. Briefing at 0500, first launch at 0630. "I want to go over the flight profile one more time before we head in." They completed the inspection in comfortable silence, each pilot checking his assigned sections with the muscle memory that came from thousands of flight hours. The Apache was a complex machine, a flying weapons platform that required 2 highly trained pilots working in perfect synchronization. Evans had been flying helicopters for 24 years, 14 of those in Apaches, and he still found new wrinkles in the aircraft's capabilities. Miller, on the other hand, was relative new blood. 8 years in the Army, 3 of those in Apaches, but the kid had that natural feel for the aircraft that separated competent pilots from great ones. He flew by instinct, reacting to threats and opportunities with a speed that Evans had to admire, even as he tried to temper the younger pilot's enthusiasm with hard-won experience. "Boss, can I ask you something?" Evans looked up from the tail rotor inspection. "Shoot." "You ever think about how crazy this job is? I mean, we're flying a $64 million aircraft that can kill a tank from 5 miles away, and the Army trusts us to do it right." "The Army doesn't trust us," Evans corrected. "The Army verifies. That's why we do these exercises. That's why we spend more time training than most people spend at their actual jobs." He paused, considering his words. "But yeah, when I was your age, I used to think about it. Now I just focus on not screwing up." "Modest as always, boss." "It's not modesty, it's survival instinct." Evans finished his inspection and headed back toward the operations building. "Come on, briefing's in 20 minutes, and I want to grab something better than this motor pool coffee." The battalion operations center was already humming with activity when they arrived. Pilots and crew chiefs clustered around plotting tables, studying maps of the Grafenvor training area with the intensity of generals planning an invasion. On the walls, classified posters reminded everyone that OPSEC wasn't just a suggestion, and various photographs showed Apaches in action from conflicts dating back to Desert Storm. Major Blackwood, the operations officer, stood at the front of the briefing room with his customary expression of professional irritation. The man had flown Kiowas in Iraq and Apaches in Afghanistan, and he had the reputation of being both extremely good at his job and extremely unforgiving of mistakes. "Gentlemen, take your seats. We're going wheels up in 90 minutes, and I'm not repeating this brief." Evans and Miller found seats near the middle, notebooks out. Around them, 8 other pilots and gunners from the battalion's Alpha Company settled in for what would be a detailed tactical briefing. Blackwood clicked through his PowerPoint with practiced efficiency. "Today's exercise is designated Reforger Echo. Scenario: Russian armored forces have broken through German defensive lines and are advancing toward the Rhine. Our mission is to engage and destroy enemy armor before they can establish bridgehead positions." The next slide showed a topographical map of Grafenvor covered in military symbols. OP4 consists of 2 tank battalions, 48 T-72 analogs played by Bundeswehr Leopard 2s. Yes, I know they're better than T-72s. Yes, the Germans know it too. They will be aggressive, and they will be competent. Miller leaned over to Evans. 48 tanks. That's a target-rich environment. Or a surface-to-air threat, Evans muttered back. Those Leopards mount machine guns, and the crews know how to use them. Blackwood continued. 5 Apache crews will be in the air. Your call signs are Ghost 16, Ghost 13, Ghost 19, Ghost 21, and Ghost 24. Weather forecast shows clear skies, winds from the west at 10 knots, visibility unlimited. Murphy's Law applies. Expect it to change the moment you launch. The briefing covered engagement zones, fire support coordination measures, airspace deconfliction, and approximately 40 other details that could mean the difference between a successful exercise and a mid-air disaster. Evans took notes on the important parts, trusting Miller to absorb the technical details about weapons systems and sensor capabilities. Scoring, Blackwood said, and the room went silent. First place goes to the crew with the highest combined score across 3 categories: engagement effectiveness, tactical employment, and survivability. That means it's not enough to kill tanks. You need to kill them smart and not get killed yourself. What's the prize again, sir? Someone asked from the back. Pride, Blackwood said flatly, and a 3-day pass. And the distinct pleasure of making our German counterparts buy the first round at the O Club. He paused for effect. The Luftwaffe is very interested in demonstrating that their pilots can outperform us. I'd prefer they didn't. After the briefing, Evans and Miller headed to the flight equipment room to suit up. The room smelled like leather and Nomex, rows of flight suits and survival vests hanging like mechanical exoskeletons. Evans pulled on his gear with practiced efficiency. Survival vest with radio, smoke grenades, and medical kit. Helmet with integrated night vision and communications. Flight gloves that had seen better days but fit his hands perfectly. Miller was bouncing on his toes, excess energy showing in every movement. Boss, I've got a good feeling about today. Our bird is in perfect condition, weather's clear, and I've been practicing targeting solutions until I can do them in my sleep. That's great, Evans said, adjusting his vest straps. Now dial it back about 40%. Overconfidence kills more pilots than enemy fire. I'm not overconfident. I'm appropriately confident. Evans had to smile at that. The kid reminded him of himself at that age, eager to prove himself, convinced that skill and preparation could overcome any obstacle. Time and experience had taught Evans that Murphy was always riding co-pilot, waiting for the moment when you thought you had everything figured out. They walked out to the flight line as the sun finally cleared the hills, painting the Bavarian landscape in shades of gold and orange. The Apache waited for them, dark and angular against the morning light. To Evans, the aircraft looked like a predator at rest, all hard angles and barely contained violence. 2 hours from now, we're going to be the best crew in this battalion, Miller said, running his hand along the Apache's fuselage. From your lips to God's ears, Evans replied. Now let's get pre-flight done. I want to be first in the stack for launch. They worked through the pre-flight checklist with the synchronized efficiency of a crew that had flown together for 18 months. Miller handled the external walk-around, while Evans initialized the cockpit systems, watching gauges and indicators come alive as the Apache transformed from inert metal to functional weapon system. External's good, Miller's voice crackled through the intercom from the front seat. All weapons secure, no leaks, aircraft looks ready to hunt. Roger, starting number 1. The familiar whine of the turbine filled the cockpit as the first engine spooled up. Evans felt the Apache wake beneath him, the subtle vibration that meant everything was nominal, the soft hum that said 2,000 shaft horsepower was ready to answer his commands. Number 2 starting. The second engine caught, and now both turbines were synchronized, the Apache fully alive and breathing. Around them, 4 other Apaches were going through the same ritual. Evans could see Chief Harper in Ghost 13, the competition that Miller was so eager to beat. The man was good, probably one of the best gunners in the battalion. This wasn't going to be easy. Boss, Miller said over the intercom, you ready to show these Germans what a real Apache crew can do? Evans smiled, though Miller couldn't see it.
From the front seat. Let's go find out. He keyed the radio. Tower, Ghost 1-6, ready for departure. The familiar routine of radio calls and clearances followed. Weather update, altimeter setting, runway assignment, the mundane details that kept hundreds of aircraft from colliding in controlled airspace. And then they were lifting off, the Apache rising into the Bavarian morning with the smooth authority of an aircraft built to kill. Below them, the base grew smaller, and ahead of them lay the training area where they would prove themselves against the best the Bundeswehr could offer. Miller's voice carried over the intercom, excited but controlled. "Boss, I've got a good feeling about this exercise. Everything's perfect." Evans knew better than to tempt fate with that kind of statement, but he couldn't suppress a small smile. The morning was clear, their aircraft was in perfect condition, and they had the best weapons system in the world at their fingertips. What could possibly go wrong? He checked his instruments one last time, verified their heading toward Grafenvor, and settled into the comfortable rhythm of cruise flight. In 2 hours, they'd be engaging simulated enemies in mock combat. It was a beautiful day for it. The storm that would change everything was still forming somewhere to the west, invisible and impossible, waiting to rewrite reality itself. But for now, on this perfect German morning, Chief Warrant Officer 3, David Evans, and Chief Warrant Officer 2, Ryan Miller, flew toward what they thought would be just another training exercise, unaware that nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 1. The Displacement. The pre-flight checklist was religion to Chief Warrant Officer 3 David Evans, and like most devout men, he practiced it with the methodical precision of a monk reciting morning prayers. From the back seat of the AH-64D Apache, he could feel the airframe settle as Miller completed the external walk-around, each step of the younger pilot's inspection ritual echoing through the landing gear struts. "External's clean," Miller's voice crackled through the intercom from the front cockpit. "No foreign object debris, no fluid leaks, and the Hellfire rails look solid as a rock." Evans keyed his mic, eyes already scanning the checklist mounted on his kneeboard. "Copy. Engine start sequence in 30 seconds. You ready to make these German tankers cry, Miller?" "Born ready, boss." The cockpit shook slightly as Miller settled into the co-pilot gunner seat, the Apache's nose dipping fractionally under his weight. "TADS is coming online now. Jesus, the thermal resolution on this bird still gives me goosebumps." Through his canopy, Evans could see the rolling hills of the Grafenvor training area stretching toward the horizon, morning mist clinging to the valleys like cigarette smoke. The range was alive with movement. M1 Abrams tanks positioning for the live-fire exercise, Bradley fighting vehicles churning through the mud, and somewhere out there, German Leopard 2s waiting to play the role of the opposition force. It was a beautiful morning to hunt. "APU start," Evans announced, flipping the auxiliary power unit switch. The familiar whine filled the cockpit as the turbine spun up, and he felt that old familiar tingle in his chest. The moment when 2 tons of rotor blades, engines, and ordnance transformed from expensive sculpture into apex predator. "APU online, generators showing good power," Miller confirmed. "Boss, I've been thinking about today's scenario. Those German crews think they know the terrain advantages, but they're about to learn what real standoff capability looks like." Evans smiled grimly. Miller was good, better than good, but he still thought like a video game player sometimes. All technical specs and theoretical capabilities. The kid needed to understand that even in an exercise, Murphy's Law was always riding co-pilot. "Don't get cocky, Miller. The Krauts didn't earn their reputation by accident. Besides, half these hills have dead zones where our radar gets sketchy. You start thinking this is easy, that's when..." A sharp vibration cut through his words as the APU reached full power. Evans felt it in his seat, in his bones. The Apache coming alive beneath them. 24 years of flying helicopters, and it still felt like mounting a dragon. "Engine 1, start," he called out, reaching for the throttle. The GE turbine caught with a satisfying whoosh, RPM climbing steadily as fuel met fire. The cockpit filled with a deep, harmonic thrum that every attack helicopter pilot learned to love. The sound of controlled violence waiting to be unleashed. Engine 2, start. The second turbine spooled up, and now the Apache was breathing, both engines synchronizing into the rhythm that would carry them through the next 4 hours of simulated combat. Miller's voice carried an edge of excitement. All systems green, boss. TAD's thermal is crystal clear. 30 Mike loaded with 300 rounds of training ammo, and we've got 8 training Hellfires hanging off the rails. These German tank crews are about to have a very bad day. Don't forget the range safety protocols, Evans cautioned, his fingers dancing across the instrument panel. Live fire exercise doesn't mean we go stupid. Positive target identification before engagement, maintain minimum safe distances, and watch your backdrop. I'd rather lose the exercise than explain to the colonel why we ventilated a range control tower. Roger that, but, boss? Miller's grin was audible through the intercom. I've been studying the German tactics. They rely heavily on terrain masking and short-range ambushes. Problem is, they're thinking in terms of conventional engagement ranges. Our Hellfires can reach out and touch them from 5 miles away. Evans nodded approvingly. The kid did his homework. He'd give him that. Good analysis. But remember, in the real world, the enemy gets a vote too. Never assume they'll cooperate with your plan. He keyed the radio to contact range control. Tower, Ghost 1-6, ready for departure. The response was immediate and professional. Ghost 1-6, Tower. Wind is 070 at 8 knots, altimeter 3008, cleared for takeoff. Contact hammer control on frequency 254.75 once airborne. Copy, Tower. Ghost 1-6, departing to the north. Evans felt the collective come up in his left hand as he twisted the throttles, the Apache rising from the tarmac with mechanical precision. Beneath them, the training area spread out like a tactical map. Roads, forests, hills, and valleys where American and German crews would spend the day trying to kill each other with training rounds and laser designators. Beautiful morning for it, Miller observed, his voice carrying over the rotor wash. Weather's perfect, visibility unlimited, and I can see our first target area already. Those hills about 12 clicks north? Evans glanced at the moving map display, cross-referencing it with the paper chart strapped to his thigh. Old habits. GPS was wonderful until it wasn't, and he'd learned long ago that the pilot who trusted only electrons was a pilot waiting to get killed. Affirm. That's Objective Bravo. Intelligence estimates 2 companies of Leopards in defensive positions. Our job is to find them, fix them, and simulate their destruction before they can engage the Blue Force ground assault. Simulate being the operative word, Miller laughed. I keep forgetting we're shooting. Training rounds instead of honest-to-God Hellfires. Sometimes I wish we could use the real thing, just to see the look on their faces when a 60-pound warhead comes screaming out of nowhere. Evans shook his head. Miller was lethal with the Apache's weapon systems. Probably one of the best gunners in the battalion. But he still had that young pilot's fantasy about combat. The kid had never seen what a real Hellfire did to a real tank crew. Never smelled burning diesel mixed with something worse. Never had to land in a hot LZ and watch medics load body bags. Maybe that was better. Maybe... Boss, you seeing this weather? Evans looked up from his instruments to see a wall of gray-black clouds rolling in from the west, moving faster than anything on the forecast had predicted. The morning's perfect visibility was disappearing behind what looked like a squall line from hell. That came out of nowhere, he muttered, reaching for the radio. Range control, Ghost 1-6. I'm showing rapidly deteriorating weather conditions from the west. What's your updated forecast? Static answered him. He tried again. Range control, Ghost 1-6, radio check. More static. Evans felt the first cold finger of unease trace down his spine. Miller, try raising hammer control. Already on it, boss. Getting nothing but hash on all frequencies. Even the GPS is acting weird. Position shows we're somewhere over the Baltic Sea, which is obviously wrong. Evans glanced at his own GPS display and felt his stomach drop. The screen showed their position as a blinking question mark over blue water, hundreds of miles from their actual location. Electronic warfare exercise, he said, more to convince himself than Miller. Some kind of jamming scenario they didn't brief us on. But even as he said it, Evans knew it was wrong. The 7th Army didn't run surprise electronic warfare drills during live fire exercises. Too much risk of actual friendly fire incidents when everyone's navigation went dark simultaneously. The weather wall hit them like a physical blow. One moment they were flying in clear air. The next, they were inside a gray-black soup that reduced visibility to maybe 50 meters. Rain hammered the canopy with unusual violence, and the Apache bucked and shuddered as wind gusts tried to flip them inverted. "Shit, boss! I'm getting massive electromagnetic interference on all systems." Miller's voice carried the first edge of concern. "TADS is flickering, radar's painting ghosts, and the engine instruments are going crazy." Evans fought the controls as another wind gust tried to slam them into the ground. The Apache's fly-by-wire systems were struggling, warning lights flickering across the instrument panel like a Christmas tree. Whatever was causing this interference was unlike anything he'd experienced in 2 decades of military flying. "I'm going to try to climb above this mess," he grunted, pulling collective and adding power. But the storm seemed to climb with them, an impossibly tall wall of roiling clouds and electromagnetic chaos. Through his headset, Evans could hear Miller cursing quietly as system after system flickered between operational and degraded. The modern Apache, with its digital displays and computer-controlled everything, was not handling the interference well. "Boss, I'm switching to backup instruments. The glass cockpit is useless right now." Good thinking. Evans did the same, his eyes shifting to the older analog gauges that couldn't be fooled by electronic interference. Airspeed, altitude, engine temperatures, the basic information a pilot needed to keep his aircraft flying when all the fancy electronics went dark. The storm seemed to last forever and no time at all. Evans flew by instinct and experience, fighting to keep the Apache stable, while Miller tried unsuccessfully to re-establish communications with anyone, anywhere. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, they burst through into clear air. "Thank Christ," Miller breathed. "I thought we were going to... Boss, look at this." Evans followed Miller's gaze and felt his world tilt sideways. Below them, the landscape was wrong. Gone were the neat, maintained training areas of Grafenvor. Instead, he saw a countryside that looked like something from a history book. Small fields separated by hedgerows, narrow dirt roads, and scattered farmhouses that belonged in a museum. And moving across those fields was an armored column that made no sense at all. "Miller, are you getting this on the TADS?" "Affirm, boss, but I don't know what I'm looking at. These vehicles, they're not in any recognition manual I've ever seen." Evans stared down at the column through his own optics. The vehicles were angular, primitive-looking, painted in a camouflage pattern that seemed vaguely familiar but wrong somehow. The tanks were all hard edges and sharp angles, nothing like the smooth, sloped armor of modern main battle tanks. "Could be some kind of historical demonstration," Evans said slowly. "You know, vintage equipment for the tourists." But even as he said it, he knew it was bullshit. Historical demonstrations didn't move in tactical formation across open countryside, and they sure as hell didn't bristle with what looked like functional weapon systems. "Boss, I'm trying to raise them on guard frequency, international emergency channel." "Good thinking, and keep the TADS on them. I want to see what we're dealing with." Miller's voice was steady and professional as he keyed the radio. "Unknown armored column. Unknown armored column. This is United States Army helicopter Ghost 16 on guard frequency. Please identify yourselves and state your intentions. Over." The response was immediate and violent. A streak of yellow fire erupted from the lead tank, passing so close to the Apache's rotor system that Evans felt the shockwave through the airframe. The round, and it was definitely a live round, not a training simulator, screamed past them and disappeared into the distance. Holy shit! Miller's professional calm evaporated. "Boss, they're shooting at us! Real rounds!" Evans banked hard left, adrenaline flooding his system as training took over. Whoever these people were, they'd just fired a live tank round at a United States Army aircraft. That made them enemy combatants, exercise or no exercise. "Miller, positive ID on that target. What kind of tank is that?" I don't know, boss. The profile doesn't match anything in our database. It's like something out of World War II, but that's impossible." Another yellow streak flashed past them, closer this time. Evans could see the muzzle flash from the tank's main gun, could see the crew frantically reloading for another shot. "They're trying to kill us," he said, the words feeling strange in his mouth. "Miller, this is not a drill. Whoever these people are, they just engaged a United States military aircraft with hostile fire." "Boss, are you authorizing return fire?" Evans hesitated for exactly one heartbeat. His training screamed that this had to be some kind of mistake, some massive communications failure or identification error. But the yellow tracers arcing past their cockpit weren't simulated, and the next one might not miss. "Affirm. Take the shot." Miller's response was immediate and professional. "Target acquired. Engaging with 30 Mike." The Apache's M230 chain gun spoke with its distinctive buzzing roar, spitting 30mm depleted uranium rounds downrange at 625 rounds per minute. Evans watched through his optics as the stream of fire walked across the ground toward the lead tank, then stitched across its hull like a deadly sewing machine. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The tank's armor, whatever it was made of, might as well have been cardboard against the Apache's 30mm rounds. Depleted uranium penetrators punched through steel plating, and Evans watched in sick fascination as the vehicle's internal structure came apart in a shower of sparks and secondary explosions. But it was the human cost that hit him like a physical blow. The tank's crew, 3 men in unfamiliar uniforms, bailed out of the burning wreckage, and Evans could see with crystal clarity that these weren't exercise participants or actors. The man whose leg had been nearly severed by shrapnel was screaming in agony that no actor could fake. The blood spreading across the ground was real blood, bright and red and terrible. "Jesus Christ," Miller whispered. "Boss, those are real people. Evans stared down at the carnage below, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. The burning tank, the wounded crew members, the other vehicles in the column frantically maneuvering for cover. This wasn't a training exercise. This was real combat, with real weapons and real casualties. And somehow, impossibly, they were in the middle of it. "Miller, we need to get on the ground, now. Fuel's getting low and something's seriously wrong here." Through his headset, Evans could hear Miller's breathing, quick and shallow with shock. The kid had just killed his first human beings, and the reality of it was hitting him hard. "Boss, look! American positions, 2 o'clock!" Evans followed Miller's pointing finger and saw foxholes and defensive positions scattered across a hillside, manned by soldiers in what looked like World War II-era equipment. As the Apache approached, he could see the soldiers pointing at them, some raising weapons that looked like M1 Garand rifles. "At least they're Americans," Miller said weakly. "Maybe," Evans replied grimly, "but I'm not taking anything for granted anymore." He brought the Apache in for what military pilots euphemistically called a controlled crash, an auto-rotation landing with just enough power to cushion the impact. The helicopter hit the muddy ground hard, bouncing once before settling with a grinding screech of tortured metal. As the rotors wound down, Evans could see American soldiers emerging from their positions, rifles trained on the smoking helicopter. Their uniforms were wrong. Wool instead of modern battle dress. Equipment that belonged in a museum. And faces that carried the hollow-eyed look of men who had seen too much combat. Evans and Miller climbed out of their cockpits, M4 carbines in hand, and found themselves facing a semicircle of soldiers pointing M1 Garens at their chest. The standoff lasted for several long seconds, neither side quite sure what to make of the other. Finally, a grizzled sergeant with Master Sergeant stripes on his wool uniform stepped forward. His eyes moved from the pilots' unfamiliar digital camouflage uniforms to their strange weapons to the impossible aircraft behind them. When he spoke, his voice carried the flat, practical tone of a man who had stopped being surprised by anything the war could throw at him. "What outfit you boys from? And what the hell kind of bird is that?" Chapter 2. The Winter Ghost. The pre-dawn air cut through their flight suits like broken glass. Evans kept his M4 trained low but ready, watching the semicircle of rifle muzzles that tracked his every movement. The GIs looked like ghosts themselves in the gray light, wool uniforms caked with mud and snow, faces hollow with exhaustion. These weren't the clean-pressed soldiers from the war movies. These were men who had been chewed up by the Ardennes and spat back out. "I asked you a question, boys." The Master Sergeant's voice carried the authority of someone who had stopped asking twice. His eyes never left Evans' digital camouflage uniform. "What outfit? And what kind of experimental bird you flying?" Evans slowly reached for his dog tags, movements deliberate and visible. The metallic clink as he pulled them free seemed to echo in the silence. "Chief Warrant Officer 3 David Evans. Serial number W478-92114, 1st Battalion, 8th Aviation Regiment." The sergeant squinted at the tags, but his rifle didn't waver. "Never heard of no 8th Aviation." 101st Airborne Division, Miller added from behind the Apache's nose. His own weapon remained low, but Evans could hear the tension in his voice. "Screaming Eagles." The sergeant's tone shifted slightly, from hostile to merely suspicious. "You boys sure don't look like no paratroopers I ever seen." Evans caught the opening. 28th Infantry Division. The Bloody Bucket, right? You boys have been holding this line since December 16th. Came up from the Hurtgen Forest after getting mauled at Schmidt. The effect was immediate. Several of the GIs exchanged glances, and more than one rifle muzzle dropped a few degrees. Knowledge like that couldn't be faked, couldn't be extracted under interrogation. It was the kind of bitter truth that only Americans would know about their own defeats. A new voice cut through the standoff. "Stand down, weapons!" Soldiers parted as a figure approached from the tree line. Captain's bars gleamed dully on his collar, but it was his bearing that commanded attention. This was a man who had learned to lead from the front, because all the officers who led from behind were dead. Captain James Russo, Item Company, 110 Infantry. His eyes moved from the pilots to their aircraft with the calculating gaze of someone who had learned to evaluate threats quickly. And you boys just made the loudest entrance in the history of the Ardennes. Evans lowered his weapon completely. "We had an emergency, sir. Mechanical failure forced us down." Mechanical failure. Russo's laugh held no humor. "Son, I've seen P-51s make emergency landings. They don't sound like the world's angriest dragon having a seizure." He stepped closer to the Apache, and Evans could see the aircraft reflected in his combat-weary eyes. "What the hell kind of experimental program you running?" "Classified, sir," Miller said, automatically. "Everything's classified." Russo moved around the Apache's nose, studying the sensor turret with professional interest. "Question is, whether it kills Germans." The sound came before anyone could answer, the deep rumble of diesel engines echoing through the forest. Russo's head snapped up, and his entire demeanor shifted from curiosity to combat alertness. "Contact front!" someone shouted from the perimeter. "Panzers!" The cry came from 3 directions at once. Evans felt the familiar pre-combat surge of adrenaline, but this time it carried an edge of desperation. The Apache's turbines were winding down, and he could hear the distinctive note that meant they were running on fumes. "Lieutenant Holloway!" Russo's voice cut through the growing chaos. "Get your boys on that fuel dump, now!" A young officer with engineer insignia materialized from behind a snow-covered log. His uniform was cleaner than the others, marking him as either very good at his job or very new at it.
Evans hoped for the former. "Sir, what about the perimeter?" "The perimeter's about to get overrun by Tiger tanks," Russo snapped. "Unless this flying contraption can do something about it, we're all going to be speaking German by breakfast." Evans made the decision that would define everything that followed. "We can engage, but we need fuel. JP-8 jet fuel, if you have it." Holloway shook his head. "Nothing but diesel and avgas." The diesel engines were getting louder, accompanied now by the distinctive squeal of tank treads on frozen ground. Through the forest, Evans could see the first muzzle flash of a tank gun, followed 2 seconds later by the whistle of an incoming round. "Diesel might work," Evans said, hating himself for the words. Running diesel through a turboshaft engine designed for JP-8 was like feeding a Formula One car moonshine. It would run, but not for long. "We'll need about 100 gallons. "You heard him!" Holloway was already moving, shouting orders to his engineers. "Sanchez, get every jerry can from the fuel dump. Morrison, find me some tarps and rope." The improvised refueling system that followed would have horrified any Army maintenance manual. GIs formed a bucket brigade from the fuel dump, passing 5-gallon containers hand to hand, while Holloway's engineers rigged canvas tarps into makeshift funnels. The smell of diesel fuel cut through the morning air like a physical presence. Evans climbed into his cockpit as Miller started the fuel transfer, manually opening the fuel port and guiding the improvised funnel into place. The Apache's fuel system had been designed for pressurized refueling from proper military equipment, not for canvas funnels and jerry cans handled by soldiers who thought television was cutting-edge technology. "This is insane," Miller said over the intercom as diesel fuel sloshed into their tanks. "Insane is letting Tigers overrun our position," Evans replied, running through his pre-flight checks. The fuel gauges climbed slowly. 50 gallons, 75, 90. Each gallon brought them closer to flight time and closer to destroying their engines. The first Tiger emerged from the tree line 500 meters away, its massive gun tube swiveling toward the American positions. Even at distance, the tank looked like a mechanical predator, all angles and armor plate. Behind it, Evans could see the dark shapes of at least 2 more Panzers and what looked like a half-track loaded with infantry. "Jesus," one of the GIs whispered. "Look at the size of that bastard." Lieutenant Hans Kruger's voice crackled over the German radio net, with the confidence of a man who had never seen his armor fail him. "Achtung, all Tiger elements. Infantry positions, direct front. Panzers advance in line, maximum speed." Through his vision blocks, Kruger could see the American foxholes scattered through the forest. These were exhausted, demoralized troops who had been retreating since the offensive began. His Tiger I weighed 60 tons and mounted an 88mm gun that could punch through any Allied tank at this range. The Americans had nothing that could threaten him. Behind him, his platoon of 3 Tigers formed up for the assault, engines roaring with Teutonic precision. The half-track carrying a squad of Panzer Grenadiers followed in their wake, its crew eager to finish off any Americans who survived the tank guns. Kruger never saw the helicopter rising from the forest floor. Evans brought the Apache up slowly, letting the rotor disc bite into the cold air. The diesel fuel burned differently than JP-8, creating a rougher combustion that he could feel through the airframe.
The engines ran hotter, the power response was sluggish, and he could almost hear the turbine blades crying in protest. But they flew. "Contact! 3 Tigers, 1 half-track," Miller called out as his sensors painted the German armor. "Range, 400 meters.
Roger. Target the lead tank." The fog hung low over the forest, a gray blanket that reduced visibility to less than 50 meters for the ground forces. But thermal imaging didn't care about fog. Through his TADS display, Miller could see the German vehicles as bright white shapes against the cold background. Their engine heat, their exhaust, even the warm spots where crew members sat inside the armor. The Apache climbed above the fog layer and hovered, invisible to the German tankers below. Evans held the aircraft steady at 50 feet, feeling the familiar rhythm of rotor and engine that meant they had achieved the perfect balance between man and machine. "Hellfire up," Miller announced. "Hellfire armed," Evans confirmed. Through the fog, Kruger's Tiger continued its advance, the lieutenant unaware that death hovered 30 feet above his head. He was focused on the infantry positions ahead, already planning his fields of fire, already counting the Americans he would kill. Miller centered the crosshairs on the lead Tiger's engine compartment and squeezed the trigger. The AGM-114 Hellfire missile dropped from its rail and ignited, accelerating to 3 times the speed of sound in seconds. Its 17-pound warhead was designed to penetrate modern tank armor, not the relatively thin steel of 1944 Panzers. The result was spectacular. Kruger's Tiger simply ceased to exist. The Hellfire's shaped charge punched through the rear armor like tissue paper, detonating the ammunition storage in a fireball that lifted the 60-ton tank completely off the ground. The explosion vaporized the crew instantly and sent chunks of armor plate spinning through the forest like shrapnel. The half-track, following 20 meters behind, caught the full force of the blast. Its thin aluminum armor offered no protection against the Tiger's exploding ammunition. The vehicle flipped end over end, spilling burning Panzer Grenadiers across the snow. The remaining 2 Tigers stopped, as if they had run into an invisible wall. "Mein Gott," whispered Oberfeldwebel Klaus Weber from the commander's cupola of Tiger II. He had served on the Eastern Front, had seen Stalin's tanks burn from Kursk to Kiev, but nothing had prepared him for the complete annihilation he had just witnessed. Where Kruger's Tiger had been, only a smoking crater remained. The blast had been so violent that pieces of the tank were still raining down from the sky, embedding themselves in trees like metallic hail. "Herr Oberfeldwebel," his driver's voice was tight with fear. "What happened to Tiger 1? Weber didn't have an answer. Artillery couldn't do that kind of damage. Neither could aircraft bombs. He had never seen anything create such total destruction with a single shot. Through his periscope, he caught a glimpse of movement above the fog, something dark and angular that disappeared before he could focus on it. "All Tigers, reverse! Reverse immediately!" The remaining German armor fled through the forest, crashing through undergrowth in their haste to escape whatever supernatural force had destroyed their leader. The Apache settled back into its landing zone as the sound of retreating diesel engines faded into the distance. The sudden quiet felt unnatural after the violence of the missile strike. American soldiers emerged from their foxholes like men coming out of bomb shelters, moving in the cautious way of troops who weren't quite sure the danger had passed. They approached the Apache with a mixture of awe and reverence, some reaching out to touch the missile rails as if they were religious artifacts. "Holy Mary, Mother of God!" whispered Private First Class Tony Sanchez, crossing himself as he stared at the smoking crater where the Tiger had died. "What the hell kind of weapon was that?" Evans shut down the engines and climbed out of his cockpit, feeling the weight of a dozen stairs. The GIs looked at him differently now, not as a lost pilot, but as something approaching a supernatural force. Captain Russo walked to the edge of the crater and kicked at a twisted piece of armor plate. "Jesus Christ! I've seen direct hits from 155 artillery that didn't do this much damage." "One shot, one kill," Miller said, but his voice lacked its usual cockiness. Through his thermal sight, he had watched the Tiger's crew die instantly, their heat signatures vanishing in a fraction of a second. It was different from the simulation, different from the training videos. These had been real people, with real families, and now they were scattered atoms. Lieutenant Halloway picked up a chunk of steel that had been blown clear of the crater. The metal was still warm to the touch, twisted into impossible shapes by forces that exceeded anything in his engineering manuals. "Sir," he said to Evans, "with all due respect, what the hell are you people?" Evans looked around at the circle of faces. Young men who had aged decades in the past month of fighting, who had seen their friends die in a dozen different ways, who had learned that survival meant killing the other guy first. "We're the Winter Ghost," he said, not quite believing the words himself. The name spread through the company like wildfire. By noon, every GI and item company was using it. By evening, it had reached battalion headquarters. Within 24 hours, American soldiers across the Ardennes would be talking about the mysterious aircraft that appeared out of nowhere, struck like lightning, and vanished back into the fog. But 20 kilometers away, in a camouflaged command post hidden in the ruins of a Belgian farmhouse, Obersturmbannführer Joachim Piper was receiving a very different kind of report. "Herr Obersturmbannführer, we have lost contact with Tiger Platoon 37. The radio operator's voice carried the carefully controlled tone of a man delivering bad news to someone known for shooting the messenger. Piper looked up from his maps, ice blue eyes focusing on the radio man with predatory intensity. "Lost contact?" "Yes, sir. Oberfeldwebel Weber reported, engaging American infantry positions, then—" Silence. When contact was re-established, Weber reported that his platoon leader had been destroyed by an unknown weapon. He described— The operator paused, clearly struggling with the report. He described a flying machine that struck from above. A flying machine. Piper's voice was dangerously quiet. Weber's exact words were, "Rotor plane, sir." He claims it appeared out of the fog, fired once, and completely destroyed Lieutenant Kruger's Tiger. Piper stood and walked to his situation map, studying the terrain around the American positions. Allied air support was limited by the weather, and even their Thunderbolts couldn't operate effectively in this fog. Besides, no aircraft bomb could completely destroy a Tiger tank with a single hit. "Get me communications with all unit commanders," he ordered. "I want every report of unusual aircraft activity, every sighting of experimental equipment, every rumor of secret weapons. Someone is deploying new technology in our sector, and I want it identified." He paused, studying the map coordinates where Kruger had died. "And put out a priority message to all units. Any sighting of this rotor plane is to be reported immediately. If it's German technology that's gone rogue, we need to recover it. If it's Allied, we need to destroy it." Piper traced his finger along the forest roads leading to the American positions. Whatever this aircraft was, it represented either a revolutionary breakthrough or a significant threat to his offensive. Either way, it needed to be captured or eliminated. "All units are to prioritize location and destruction of this Winter Ghost," he said, unconsciously using the name that American soldiers had already given their mysterious protector. In the growing darkness of the Belgian forest, Evans completed his post-flight inspection of the Apache, running his hands along the airframe with the practiced touch of a pilot who knew his aircraft intimately. The diesel fuel had done exactly what he had expected. The engines ran rough, the power curves were off, and he could see the early signs of carbon buildup in the exhaust. They had bought themselves operational time at the cost of eventual engine failure. Every flight brought them closer to being permanently grounded. Miller emerged from the cockpit with his weapons status board, and Evans didn't need to look at it to know what it would say. Modern warfare was a numbers game, and their numbers were finite.
"15 Hellfires remaining," Miller reported. 38 Hydra rockets. 200 rounds of 30 millimeter. Evans did the math automatically. In a conventional deployment, that ammunition load would last them through perhaps 6 or 7 missions. Here, surrounded by an entire German armored division, it might buy them a few days. "How long until the engines give out?" Miller asked. "With diesel, maybe 20 flight hours if we're lucky. Maybe 10 if we're not." They were the most advanced attack helicopter in the world, capable of destroying any target within 30 kilometers, able to see through fog and darkness like supernatural predators. They were also completely alone, running on jury-rigged fuel, with limited ammunition and no possibility of resupply or reinforcement. Evans looked up at the gray sky, where fog and snow promised to ground conventional aircraft for days to come. In this weather, they were the only thing flying. They were the tip of the spear, the deciding factor in a battle that could determine the outcome of the entire war. They were the winter ghost, and everyone in the Ardennes, American and German alike, was about to learn what that meant. Chapter 3. The Attrition War. The pre-dawn air bit through Evans's flight suit as he crouched beside the Apache's weapon pylons, his breath forming crystalline clouds in the sub-zero darkness. The helicopter squatted like some prehistoric insect against the snow-covered tree line, its angular surfaces dusted white and nearly invisible in the gloom. Somewhere in the distance, artillery rumbled, a continuous bass note that had become the soundtrack to their existence in this frozen hell. "Talk to me, Miller," Evans said, clicking on a red-filtered flashlight. The beam illuminated a piece of cardboard he'd torn from a K-ration box, covered in pencil scratches and calculations. Miller emerged from beneath the starboard pylon, his hands black with grease and hydraulic fluid. 15 Hellfires remaining. All guidance systems check good, but I'm seeing some corrosion on the external connectors. This cold is murder on the electronics." Evans made a note with a stubby pencil, the kind of government-issue writing instrument that could survive nuclear war. "Hydras? 38 rockets, full warheads, but same story with the connectors. The moisture gets in there, freezes, expands." Miller wiped his hands on a rag. "We're going to start seeing misfires soon." 30 Mike? 1,100 rounds, give or take." Miller's voice carried the flat tone of a man doing math he didn't like. "At our current burn rate, that's maybe 6 missions, 7 if we're stingy." Evans studied his makeshift ledger in the red light. The numbers didn't lie, and numbers never did. 15 precision strikes, 38 area targets, 1,100 individual deaths if every round found its mark. Against an entire armored division, it was a rounding error. "We're burning through ammo like it's a video game," he muttered. "Russo's boys are counting on us for close air support, but at this rate, we'll be throwing rocks by next week." Miller kicked at a chunk of frozen mud. "So we ration, pick our shots, make every round count. And when some German tank overruns an aid station because we held back a Hellfire?" Evans shook his head. "Dead GIs don't care about our ammunition conservation plan." The radio crackled to life, Russo's voice cutting through the static. "Ghost, this is Bulldog Actual. Got movement in grid square 774. Request eyes on target." Evans folded the cardboard and stuffed it into his pocket. The math would wait. The war wouldn't. "Roger, Bulldog. Ghost is airborne in 5 mics." The Apache's engines wound up with their characteristic whine, turboshafts spinning to life in the frozen air. Evans settled into the back seat, his hands finding the familiar controls as Miller ran through the pre-flight checks in the front. Despite everything, the impossible situation, the dwindling supplies, the fact that they were 70 years from home, the machine responded like a faithful beast. "FLIR's up," Miller reported as they lifted into the darkness. "Thermals look good. Jesus, it's like flying into a black hole out here." The night wrapped around them like a living thing, complete and absolute. No city lights, no navigation beacons, No friendly radio chatter from air traffic control. Just the endless dark of a world at war, broken only by the occasional muzzle flash or artillery burst on the horizon. Grid 774, Evans said, banking the helicopter toward the coordinates. What do you see? Miller studied the thermal display, the forward-looking infrared painting the world in shades of white-hot and ice-cold. Multiple heat signatures. Looks like... Damn! Wehrmacht infantry. Maybe a full company. They're huddled around fires trying to stay warm. Evans could see them now on his own display. Ghostly white figures clustered around brilliant thermal blooms. Men far from home, scared and cold, and probably wondering why they'd ever believed in a 1,000-year Reich. The human part of him felt a flicker of sympathy. The professional part began calculating angles of attack. We could take them out with one salvo, Miller said. Hydras would clear that entire grove. Negative, Evans keyed the radio. Bulldog actual. Ghost has eyes on. Approximately 100 enemy infantry in the open. Requesting fire mission, over. Roger, Ghost. Fire mission acknowledged. Stand by for gun target line. Evans smiled grimly as he called in the coordinates. Why waste their own ammunition when the Army had perfectly good mortars that needed the practice? The Apaches circled like a predator, invisible in the darkness, as Russo's mortars adjusted their aim based on the helicopter's thermal imagery. Fire for effect, Evans transmitted. The forest erupted. High explosive rounds fell like the fist of God, each detonation a brilliant flash that momentarily turned night to day. Trees disintegrated, snow vaporized into steam. The neat clusters of German soldiers scattered like startled deer. But there was nowhere to run in the killing ground that the mortars had made of the grove. Miller watched the thermal display as the barrage continued. Jesus, that's just... They're gone, all of them. That's the idea, Evans said, but his voice lacked its usual certainty. Through the FLIR, he could see bodies cooling from white-hot to gray, their life heat bleeding away into the frozen ground. Modern warfare, directed by 21st century eyes, was efficient in ways that the Geneva Convention had never contemplated. When the sun finally rose, painting the snow-covered battlefield in shades of pink and gold, the full scope of the night's work became clear. Evans brought the Apache in low over the obliterated German positions, Miller recording everything with the helicopter's gun camera. The grove where the Wehrmacht company had sheltered was gone, replaced by a moonscape of overlapping craters and splintered trees. Bodies lay scattered in the snow, some intact, others torn apart by modern fragmentation that turned men into abstract art painted in red against white. Canvas. A young American soldier, barely old enough to shave, was picking through the wreckage when he found something that made him double over and vomit into the snow. Evans couldn't see what had triggered it from the air, but he could imagine. Modern artillery, guided by thermal imaging and satellite-precise coordinates, didn't just kill, it obliterated. Russo's voice crackled over the radio. Ghost, Bulldog actual. Nice work last night. How many more tricks does that bird of yours have? Evans keyed the mic. A few. Good. We're gonna need them. But Evans could hear something in Russo's voice. Not just gratitude, but unease. The infantry captain was beginning to understand what he'd allied himself with. The Ghost wasn't just another aircraft. It was a force multiplier that could direct destruction with surgical precision, turning ordinary mortar fire into something approaching divine retribution. As the Apache banked away from the killing ground, Evans caught sight of movement on a distant ridge. A figure in field gray, too far away to make out clearly, lowering a pair of binoculars, watching, learning. Hauptmann Kurt Vogel closed his leather notebook and slipped it back into his tunic pocket. 3 days of observation had given him a clear picture of the enemy's new weapon, and what he saw both impressed and concerned him. The machine, whatever it was, flew with the confidence of absolute technological superiority. It appeared and disappeared like a ghost, striking with precision that defied conventional understanding of air warfare. But more importantly, it had patterns, flight paths, limitations.
Herr Hauptmann?
His aide, a young Obergefreiter with intelligent eyes and a talent for sketching, looked up from his own notebook.
Your assessment?
Vogel studied the battlefield through his binoculars one more time. Kruger's Tiger platoon had been eliminated 2 days ago. 4 of the Reich's finest tanks reduced to smoking scrap by
weapons that struck from impossible range. The crater pattern suggested some form of guided munition, but the guidance system was beyond anything in the Wehrmacht's arsenal. It's not invincible, Vogel said finally. It hovers to engage targets. That makes it predictable. It needs clear lines of sight. The thermal imagery doesn't work through heavy canopy. And most importantly, it lands. Every night it returns to the American lines and sits motionless for hours. The aide nodded. Do we report to division? Not yet, Vogel smiled, a predator's grin that had nothing to do with warmth. First, we test a theory. That night, as snow began to fall again over the Ardennes, Vogel led a hand-picked team of Fallschirmjäger through the forest toward the American perimeter. These were veterans, men who had jumped into Crete and fought in the rubble of Stalingrad. They moved like shadows through the trees, their white winter camouflage making them nearly invisible against the snow. The American defensive line was predictable. A textbook deployment with overlapping fields of fire and clear sightlines. But Vogel had studied the patterns for 3 days. He knew where the machine gun nests were positioned, which trenches held the most alert sentries, and where the gaps in the perimeter allowed for infiltration. More importantly, he knew where the ghost slept. The helicopter sat in a small clearing 200 meters behind the front lines, covered by camouflage netting and guarded by 2 soldiers who spent more time warming their hands over a small fire than watching for infiltrators. Vogel could see the machine clearly through his binoculars. Angular, predatory, utterly alien compared to any aircraft he'd encountered. Remember, he whispered to his men, we need the pilots alive. The machine is secondary. Understanding how they operate it is everything. The Fallschirmjäger spread out in a wide circle, approaching from multiple angles. Each man carried a Sturmgewehr 44, the Reich's answer to modern infantry warfare, along with grenades and the specialized equipment needed for prisoner extraction. They moved with the patience of professional hunters, taking their time, avoiding the obvious approaches. That was when the electronic chirp sounded. It was soft, almost musical, a sound that had no place in 1944's vocabulary of war. But the effect was immediate and dramatic. Floodlights blazed to life around the helicopter, turning night into harsh white day. Somewhere nearby, men began shouting in English. Motion sensor, Vogel breathed, understanding instantly. The Americans had surrounded their prize with some form of detection system, probably triggered by body heat or movement. He keyed his radio. All units, execute now! The forest erupted in gunfire. Evans rolled out of his sleeping bag as the alarm chirped, muscle memory taking over before his conscious mind fully processed the threat. His M4 carbine was in his hands before his feet hit the ground, the holographic sight painting a red dot in his field of vision as he scanned for targets. Contact left, Miller shouted from the other side of the Apache. His own rifle chattered, the muzzle flash strobing between the helicopter's landing gear. Multiple hostiles, 2 o'clock! The night became a chaos of overlapping gunfire, the flat crack of M4s answering the distinctive ripping sound of German assault rifles. Snow exploded around Evans's boots as he pressed himself against the Apache's armored fuselage, the titanium skin deflecting rounds with metallic spangs that reminded him unpleasantly of hail on a tin roof. This wasn't flying. This wasn't the clean technical warfare of precision-guided munitions and thermal imaging. This was infantry combat at its most primal.
Men with rifles trying to kill each other in a snow-covered forest, using darkness and terrain and raw aggression as their primary weapons. A German soldier materialized from behind a tree, his white camouflage nearly perfect against the snow. Evans put 2 rounds center mass without conscious thought, the holographic sight making target acquisition effortless even in the strobing chaos of muzzle flashes. The soldier dropped, his Sturmgewehr spinning away into the darkness. "Evans!" Miller's voice cracked with adrenaline. "Grenade!" The explosion lit up the forest like a photographer's flash, fragments whining off the Apache's armor and shredding the camouflage netting. Evans felt something warm running down his cheek. Blood from a small cut, probably from flying debris. His ears rang from the concussion, but his hands remained steady on the rifle. More figures moved between the trees, ghostly shapes that appeared and disappeared in the maze of shadows and snow-laden branches. The Germans were good, very good. They used fire and movement tactics that would have impressed modern special operations forces, coordinating their advance with the precision of professionals who had learned their trade in the meat grinder of the Eastern Front. But they were fighting 21st century infantry equipment with 1944 tactics. Evans's night vision was perfect through his rifle's digital sight, the ambient starlight amplified into crystal clarity. Miller's position was marked by an infrared beacon, invisible to German eyes, but clear as day through modern optics. When the Fallschirmjäger tried to flank around a massive oak tree, Evans was waiting with a controlled pair that dropped the man before he could even raise his weapon. The firefight lasted perhaps 10 minutes, though it felt like hours. When the last German muzzle flash faded and silence returned to the forest, Evans found himself pressed against the Apache's armored skin, his rifle smoking in the cold air, and his heart hammering against his ribs. "Miller, you good?" Yeah, I'm good." Miller's voice carried the shaky relief of a man who had just discovered he was still alive. "Jesus, that was close. They nearly made it to the cockpit." Evans looked around the clearing, counting bodies in the snow. 7 Germans, all wearing the distinctive uniform of Fallschirmjäger paratroopers, elite troops, probably the best the Wehrmacht had to offer. They died trying to capture an Apache helicopter with World War II weapons and tactics. "Professional job," he said, kneeling beside one of the bodies. These guys knew what they were doing. The dead soldier was young, maybe 25, with intelligent eyes now staring sightlessly at the snow-heavy sky. His equipment was first-rate: the new assault rifle, winter camouflage, specialized gear for night operations. This hadn't been a desperate last-ditch attack. It had been a carefully planned military operation. That was when the radio crackled to life. The voice that emerged from the static was cultured, speaking English with a slight German accent. "Ghost pilots, I know you can hear this frequency. You fight well on the ground. But tomorrow, I hunt you in the air." Evans and Miller stared at each other across the Apache's landing gear, the implications sinking in like ice water in their veins. Someone on the German side had been watching them, studying them, learning their patterns and capabilities with the methodical patience of a professional soldier. The transmission cut to static, leaving only the whisper of wind through the snow-laden trees and the distant rumble of artillery. But the message was clear enough. The honeymoon was over. The winter ghost had been marked for death. Chapter 4. The Noose Titans. 2025, Userur. Crisis Room, Ramstein Air Base. The fluorescent lights in Conference Room Delta cast harsh shadows across Colonel Patricia Hayes' weathered face as she studied the satellite imagery spread across the briefing table. 72 hours. That's how long Apache 64 had been missing, and every passing hour made the questions darker, the implications more damning. "Give me the facts again, Tom." Hayes didn't look up from the photos as she spoke, her voice carrying the controlled tension of a career officer walking a tightrope between disaster and disgrace. Major Tom Whitfield, the battalion's intelligence officer, cleared his throat and consulted his tablet. Apache 64 departed Grafenvor training area at 14:30 hours local time for a routine navigation exercise. Last GPS ping shows them here. He tapped a spot on the digital map display. Grid November Kilo 7742. Aircraft simply vanished from all tracking systems at 14:52 hours. Vanished. Hayes finally looked up, her gray eyes hard as flint. Aircraft don't just vanish, Major. Not $30 million Apaches with dual redundant everything. No, ma'am, they don't. Whitfield pulled up another screen. Search and rescue has swept 400 square kilometers. Ground teams, aerial reconnaissance, thermal imaging, nothing. No wreckage, no debris field, no emergency beacon activation. Hayes stood and walked to the wall-mounted map of southern Germany, her hands clasped behind her back. Beyond the conference room's soundproof walls, she could hear the distant whine of jet engines as another transport lifted off from Ramstein's runway. The base operated 24 hours a day, a constant reminder that American military power never slept. Except when it did. Except when a 40-foot helicopter disappeared into thin air with two of her best pilots aboard. Electronic signatures? She asked. Clean. No. Radar contacts. No radio transmissions after their final position report. It's like they powered down completely and went dark. The colonel's jaw tightened. She'd commanded rotary wing assets for 15 years, from Iraq to Afghanistan to half a dozen classified operations she'd never be able to discuss. Aircraft left footprints. Always. Fuel consumption, radio chatter, maintenance logs, flight recorder data. The absence of evidence was itself evidence. What about the crew? The question she'd been dreading to ask. Whitfield's expression grew uncomfortable. CW3 Evans has a clean record. Married, 2 kids, mortgage in Colorado Springs, model soldier. CW2 Miller. He paused. More complex. Define complex. Divorced 6 months ago. Ex-wife moved to Krakow last month. She's Polish-American, still has family there. Miller's been sending her money. The silence in the room stretched like a taut wire. Hayes could feel the weight of unspoken accusations, the ugly math that intelligence officers were trained to calculate. Missing aircraft, plus crew financial stress, plus spouse in Eastern Europe, equaled the kind of nightmare that ended careers and started congressional hearings. You think they defected? It wasn't a question. I think we have to consider all possibilities, ma'am. Hayes turned back to the satellite photos, studying the dense forest where her Apache had vanished. Defection. The word tasted like battery acid in her mouth. She'd known Evans for 3 years, a by-the-book pilot who filed flight plans in triplicate and never exceeded max gross weight by so much as a pound. Miller was younger, more aggressive, but she'd watched him torch Taliban positions in support of troops in contact. These were her people, her responsibility. Her phone buzzed. The caller ID made her stomach clench. Lieutenant General Morrison, USA REUR Command. Hayes? Colonel, I need an update on your missing bird. Morrison's voice carried the flat authority of a man accustomed to answers, not excuses. Hayes could picture him in his Wiesbaden office, surrounded by maps of the European theater and the crushing weight of operational responsibility. Sir, search and rescue continues grid pattern sweeps. No contact as of this time. 72 hours, Patricia. The Secretary of Defense is asking questions I can't answer. If that Apache has been compromised... My crews don't defect, sir. Your crews are human beings with mortgages and personal problems and access to classified systems worth more than most countries' defense budgets. Morrison's voice sharpened. I need facts, not faith. Hayes closed her eyes. Understood, sir. Expand the search parameters. And Patricia, start preparing contingency reports. If we don't find wreckage in the next 48 hours, we're looking at a security breach of unprecedented magnitude." The line went dead. Hayes stared at the phone, knowing that somewhere in the Pentagon, analysts were already calculating the intelligence value of a missing Apache helicopter. Flight computers, weapon systems, communications gear, enough classified technology to shift the balance of power in regional conflicts around the world. "Ma'am?" Whitfield's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Double the search grid," Hayes said quietly. "And Tom? Start running deep background checks on both crew members. Financial records, social media, travel history, everything." "Ma'am, if I could respectfully, these are my pilots, Major. If they're in trouble, I want to find them before anyone else does." Ardennes Forest, Apache Maintenance. The smell of diesel fuel and cold metal filled Evans' nostrils as he crouched beneath the Apache's engine compartment, his breath forming white clouds in the pre-dawn air. The T-700 turboshafts had been running rough for the past 2 flights, and the fuel filters were clogging faster than any maintenance manual had ever predicted. "Hand me that." "Wrench!" he called to Lieutenant Holloway, who knelt beside him with a collection of improvised tools spread across a canvas tarp. The young engineer passed him a period-appropriate adjustable wrench, its steel handle worn smooth by countless hands. Everything about this world felt wrong to Evans. The weight of the tools, the texture of the metal, even the quality of light filtering through the forest canopy. It was like living inside a sepia photograph, all harsh contrasts and muted colors. "This fuel's gonna kill us," Evans muttered as he loosened the filter housing. Black sludge oozed out, contaminated with particles that would never have made it past quality control at any modern refinery. "It's the best we've got," Holloway replied. "Quartermaster says it's high-grade diesel, straight from the depot in Liege." Evans wiped his hands on a rag that smelled of cordite than unwashed wool. In his world, jet fuel was refined to NASA standards, each batch certified and tested. This? 1944 diesel was crude oil with delusions of grandeur, full of sulfur compounds and particulates that were slowly strangling his engines. "At this rate, we've got maybe 20 flight hours before catastrophic failure," Evans said, more to himself than to Holloway. "After that, this bird becomes the world's most expensive paperweight." Miller emerged from behind the aircraft, carrying his M4 rifle and looking like a man who'd aged 5 years in 5 days. The front-seater had been pulling perimeter security while Evans worked, but his eyes held the 1,000-yard stare that came from too much combat in too short a time. "How's it look?" Miller asked, nodding toward the engine compartment. "Like we're running a Formula One car on moonshine," Evans replied. "We need to jury-rig some kind of filtration system, or these engines are going to seize up mid-flight." Holloway stood and brushed snow from his knees. "What do you need?" Evans considered the problem with the methodical approach that had kept him alive through 3 combat deployments. The fuel system was designed for clean, consistent jet fuel, not the industrial sludge they were forced to burn. They needed filtration, but they also needed materials that wouldn't exist for another 80 years. "Silk," he said finally. "Any kind of fine mesh fabric. And sand, clean sand, like river sand, not this forest dirt." "Silk?" Miller raised an eyebrow. "This look like a fashion show to you?" "Parachute silk," Evans explained. "It's woven tight enough to filter out the worst particles. We layer it with sand, create a multi-stage filtration system. It won't be perfect, but it might buy us some time." Holloway nodded slowly. "I've got a damaged chute in my gear. Silk's torn, but there's probably enough intact sections." He paused. "What about the sand?" Evans pointed toward the sound of running water, barely audible through the trees. "There's a stream about 200 meters that way. River sand should be clean." Enough. For the next hour, they worked in relative silence, constructing a primitive fuel filtration system that would have made any modern engineer weep. Parachute silk stretched across wooden frames, layers of sand and gravel, all connected with rubber tubing salvaged from damaged equipment. It looked like something from a World War I aviation manual, but it was the best they could manage with 1944 technology. "This is insane," Miller muttered, as he helped Evans test flow fuel through their improvised filter. "We're maintaining a 21st century attack helicopter with gear the Wright brothers would recognize." Evans watched the diesel emerge from their filtration system, noticeably cleaner, but still bearing little resemblance to proper jet fuel. "Welcome to asymmetric warfare," he said. "Sometimes the best technology in the world can't overcome basic logistics." He carefully refilled the fuel filters, knowing that each flight now carried exponential risk. The engines were designed to run for thousands of hours between overhauls, not to process contaminated fuel through improvised filtration systems. Every startup was a gamble, every mission potentially their last. "Speaking of logistics," Evans continued, wiping his hands on the greasy rag, "what's our ordnance status?" Miller consulted a handwritten inventory list, another jarring reminder of their technological regression. 12 Hellfires remaining, 31 Hydra rockets, 847 rounds of 30 Mike. Evans did the math automatically. In their first week of operations, they'd expended nearly half their missile complement and a third of their cannon ammunition. Each shot now carried the weight of finality. There would be no resupply, no maintenance depot, no spare parts arriving by cargo plane. "We need to start thinking strategically," Evans said. "Every round has to count." Miller nodded, but his expression remained troubled. "There's something else we need to talk about," he said quietly. "I've been monitoring German radio traffic with the survival radio. They're adapting faster than we expected." Evans looked up from the engine compartment. "What kind of adaptation?" "Tactical changes. They're not massing armor in the open anymore, moving at night, using terrain to mask their approach. And there's chatter about some kind of special operations unit specifically tasked with hunting us." The words settled over them like a cold blanket. Evans had known this moment would come, the point where their technological advantage would be countered by human adaptability and tactical innovation. It was the eternal dance of warfare. Move and countermove, adaptation and evolution. "How long before they figure out how to neutralize us completely?" he asked. Miller's smile held no humor. "At the rate they're learning, maybe another week, maybe less." Evans secured the engine cowling and stood, his knees protesting the cold and the cramped working conditions. Around them, the Ardennes forest stretched in all directions, a maze of snow-covered trees and hidden dangers. Somewhere in that wilderness, German commanders were planning their next move, studying their patterns, learning their vulnerabilities. The Apache sat like a technological island in an ocean of historical brutality, powerful but increasingly isolated. Evans patted the aircraft's armored skin, feeling the vibration of systems that belonged to a different century, a different world. 20 flight hours, he repeated quietly. "We better make them count." German Command Post, Vogel's Adaptation. The kerosene lantern cast dancing shadows across the topographic maps spread on Hauptmann Kurt Vogel's field table. Outside the improvised command post, snow continued to fall with the relentless persistence that had defined this winter campaign. But inside the requisitioned farmhouse, Vogel studied aerial reconnaissance photographs with the focused intensity of a predator analyzing its prey. "Here," he said, tapping a black and white image with his finger, "the rotor plane lands in the same clearing every night. Same defensive positions, same patrol routes." Obergefreiter Weber leaned closer, studying the photograph. The young NCO had survived 3 years of combat across 2 fronts, and his eyes held the calculating wariness of a professional soldier. "The perimeter looks strong, Herr Hauptmann. At least 15 Americans, maybe 20. Vogel nodded absently, his attention focused on the helicopter itself. the intelligence reports from higher command described it as some kind of experimental aircraft, but his experience told him it was far more than that. The precision of its attacks, the devastating effect of its weapons, the way it appeared and disappeared like a mechanical ghost. This was technology beyond anything the Wehrmacht had encountered. The aircraft itself is vulnerable on the ground, Vogel continued, indicating the photograph with a pencil. Notice how it sits. High ground clearance, but the landing gear is exposed. The crew sleeps in the cockpit, but they cannot see these blind spots. He circled several areas around the helicopter's position. Feldwebel Kruger, Vogel's veteran squad leader, studied the images with professional interest. What about air defenses? They have those new automatic weapons. Effective, but limited, Vogel replied. 2 men cannot watch all directions at once, and their night vision equipment, while superior to ours, has limitations. He pulled out another photograph, this one taken during the previous night's reconnaissance. See here? When they use the artificial lights, they create shadows, dead zones where a determined soldier could approach undetected. The farmhouse fell silent except for the whisper of wind through the broken window panes. Vogel had spent the past week studying every available report about the mysterious aircraft, analyzing attack patterns, interviewing survivors, building a tactical picture of an enemy unlike anything in Wehrmacht doctrine. This will not be a frontal assault, he said finally. The rotor plane has demonstrated its ability to destroy entire panzer formations in open combat. We must be more surgical. He opened a leather portfolio and withdrew a hand-drawn schematic of the American defensive positions. Every detail had been painstakingly recorded. The placement of foxholes, the timing of patrol changes, the location of supply caches. Weber, you will lead the demolition team. Approach from the north, using this ravine for concealment. Vogel traced a route across the map with his finger. Your objective is the landing gear. Disable the aircraft, prevent it from taking off. Weber nodded, his young face serious in the lamplight. Charges or small arms? Shaped charges, if we can get close enough. But assume you will be detected. The primary objective is immobilization, not destruction. Vogel's eyes hardened. Higher command wants this machine intact, if possible. Kruger leaned forward. And if we cannot capture it? Then we deny its use to the enemy. Vogel's voice carried the flat certainty of a man accustomed to unpleasant necessities. But first, we try the subtle approach. He pulled out another photograph, this one showing American soldiers around what appeared to be a fuel dump. They are dependent on petroleum products, probably high-grade aviation fuel. Without fuel, the rotor plane becomes merely an expensive monument. Sabotage? Weber asked. Contamination, Vogel corrected. Sugar in the fuel tanks, sand in the lubricants. Make the aircraft unreliable. Force them to ground it for maintenance. Then we strike while it is vulnerable. The plan took shape over the next hour, refined through the collective experience of men who had survived the brutal mathematics of modern warfare. Unlike the crude frontal assaults favored by some Wehrmacht commanders, Vogel's approach was methodical, patient, designed to exploit the enemy's inevitable human limitations. Remember, he said as the briefing concluded, the crew of this aircraft has been operating under constant stress for over a week. They will be tired, predictable, prone to mistakes. We use their fatigue against them. Kruger gathered the photographs and maps, securing them in a waterproof case. When do we move? Vogel checked his watch, a utilitarian piece that had accompanied him from Normandy to the Ardennes. 0230 hours, new moon, maximum darkness. The Americans expect conventional attacks at dawn. We give them something different. As his men prepared their equipment, Vogel remained at the table, studying the aerial photographs by lantern light. Somewhere in those grainy images lay the key to neutralizing the most dangerous weapon the Americans had deployed. It would require patience, precision, and the kind of tactical innovation that separated professional soldiers from mere combatants. The rotor plane had dominated the battlefield through technological superiority and surprise. But technology could be countered, and surprise was a finite resource. Soon, the American crew would discover what German soldiers had learned across 3 years of total war. Adaptability was the ultimate weapon, and the Wehrmacht was nothing if not adaptable. Vogel extinguished the lantern and walked to the broken window, staring out at the snow-covered landscape. In a few hours, his men would slip through the darkness like wolves, carrying death and destruction to the enemy. The hunt was about to begin. Night ambush, the Apache under siege. The attack came at 0232 hours, announced by the sharp crack of a Mauser rifle and the distinctive whine of a bullet ricocheting off armored glass. Evans jerked awake in the Apache's back seat, his hand instinctively reaching for the master arm switch, while his brain struggled to process the transition from sleep to combat. The cockpit's instrument lighting cast an eerie red glow across Miller's position in front, where the younger pilot was already bringing up the night vision system. "Contact!" Miller's voice crackled through the intercom. "Muzzle flashes, 2 o'clock!" Another rifle shot rang out, followed by the distinctive chatter of a German submachine gun. Sparks flew as bullets struck the Apache's armored skin, the impact sounding like hammer blows on an anvil. Through the forward windscreen, Evans could see muzzle flashes winking in the tree line like deadly fireflies. "Engine start!" Evans called, his hands moving across the startup sequence with the muscle memory of 1,000 training flights. But the T-700 turboshafts were cold, and startup would take precious minutes they didn't have. Miller was already returning fire with his M4 rifle, the weapon's muzzle flash strobing through the cockpit as he engaged targets visible through his night vision goggles. "Jesus Christ, they're everywhere!" The attack had been perfectly coordinated. German commandos emerged from concealed positions around the perimeter, their approach masked by the natural sounds of the forest, and their timing calculated to catch the Americans at their most vulnerable moment. Evans could hear Holloway's engineers shouting challenges and opening fire from their foxholes, but the enemy had clearly studied their defensive positions. A stick grenade exploded 20 meters from the aircraft, showering the cockpit with debris and snow. The concussion wave rocked the Apache on its landing gear, and Evans felt the familiar cold touch of adrenaline as his training took over. "Number 2 engine coming online," he announced, watching the turbine temperature gauge climb toward operational parameters. In the modern world, the Apache could be combat ready in under 2 minutes, but cold-soaked engines and contaminated fuel stretched that timeline toward eternity. Miller's rifle fire was joined by the deeper bark of M1 Garand's as Holloway's men engaged the infiltrators. But the Germans had chosen their moment well. Most of the engineers were caught in their sleeping bags, struggling to reach fighting positions while taking fire from multiple directions. "RPG!" Miller screamed. The Panzerfaust rocket streaked past the main rotor disc with less than 3 feet to spare, its exhaust trail visible as a bright line through the night vision system. The warhead detonated against a tree behind them, sending splinters whining through the darkness like angry wasps. Evans felt the Apache shudder as something heavy impacted the tail boom. Through the rear-facing mirrors, he could see a German soldier sprinting toward their position, his assault rifle firing on full automatic. The man was young, probably no older than Miller, but his movements carried the deadly purpose of a combat veteran. "Number 1 engine, starter engaged," Evans called, his voice steady despite the chaos erupting around them. Professional pilots were trained to compartmentalize, to maintain aircraft systems while the world exploded outside their cockpit. But the Apache's startup sequence had never been designed for combat conditions. Miller had switched to semi-automatic fire, conserving ammunition while engaging targets with methodical precision. Each shot was aimed, calculated, designed to maximize the effectiveness of their limited supply. "2 down, northeast sector," he reported, "but they keep coming." A burst of automatic fire stitched across the cockpit's armored windscreen, spiderwebbing the bulletproof glass but not penetrating. Evans felt the aircraft rock as someone, probably multiple someones, climbed onto the landing gear. Through the intercom, he could hear the metallic scraping of equipment against the Apache's skin. "They're trying to plant charges!" Miller twisted in his harness, attempting to see beneath the aircraft while maintaining fire on the tree line. The sound of combat was overwhelming. Rifle fire, shouting, the distinctive crack of German stick grenades, and underneath it all, the slowly building whine of turbine engines approaching operational speed. Evans watched the engine instruments with the focused intensity of a man whose life depended on green lights and proper temperatures. Halloway's voice cut through the chaos, shouting orders to his scattered engineers. "Perimeter collapse! Fall back to secondary positions!" The young lieutenant sounded calm despite the circumstances, his training taking over in the crucible of close combat. A German commando rose from concealment 30 meters away, raising what looked like a Panzerschreck anti-tank rocket. Miller's rifle barked twice, the heavy bullets spinning the man around before he could fire. But more shadows were moving in the forest, and the Apache remained grounded and vulnerable. Come on," Evans muttered, watching the turbine temperatures climb with agonizing slowness. The contaminated fuel was affecting startup performance, adding crucial seconds to an already desperate timeline. An explosion beneath the aircraft lifted the Apache's nose wheel off the ground, the concussion wave rattling every instrument in the cockpit. Evans felt the distinct sensation of the aircraft settling back onto damaged landing gear, and he knew their situation had just become critical. "Gear damage," he reported tersely. "We might not be able to—" The cabin filled with the sound of shattering glass as a German soldier appeared at Miller's side window, his rifle muzzle pressed against the cockpit door. For a frozen instant, Evans stared into the man's eyes, pale blue, filled with the desperate fury of close combat. Miller's sidearm appeared in his hand as if by magic, the .45 caliber pistol barking once at point-blank range. The German disappeared from view, but his rifle clattered against the cockpit as he fell. "Number 1 engine, online!" Evans called, his hands already moving to the collective control. "Hang on!" The Apache lifted off the ground in a cloud of rotor wash and flying snow. But something was wrong. The aircraft pulled hard to the left, fighting Evans' control inputs like a wounded animal. Through the chaos of combat, he could hear the distinctive sound of damaged metal scraping against itself. "We've got problems," he announced, struggling with the flight controls as they climbed above the tree line. Below them, muzzle flashes continued to wink in the darkness as the firefight raged on. But the immediate threat had been neutralized. They were airborne, damaged but alive. Miller was already switching to the Apache's weapon systems, bringing the 30mm cannon to bear on the German positions. "Light them up," he said grimly, his voice carrying the cold fury of a soldier who had just survived an assassination attempt. But as Evans fought to maintain control of the damaged aircraft, he knew the night's action represented more than just another skirmish. The Germans had adapted, evolved, learned to hunt them on the ground. The technological advantage that had kept them alive was eroding with each engagement. The Winter Ghost was still flying, but the noose was definitely tightening. Dawn, aftermath, and revelations. The Apache settled onto its makeshift landing zone with all the grace of a wounded bird, Evans fighting the damaged flight controls until the moment the landing gear touched snow-covered earth. The left main gear collapsed immediately, dropping the aircraft's nose at an alarming angle and sending a cascade of warning lights across the instrument panel. "Jesus," Miller breathed, his hands moving across the shutdown checklist with practiced efficiency. "That was too close." Evans killed the engines and sat in the sudden silence, feeling the familiar post-combat tremor that came when adrenaline began to recede. Through the spider-webbed windscreen, he could see Halloway's engineers emerging from their fighting positions, their faces bearing the hollow-eyed expression of men who had just survived a close encounter with death. "Damage assessment," Evans said, more to himself than to Miller. He popped the cockpit door and dropped to the ground, immediately noticing the acrid smell of cordite and the metallic tang of blood in the cold morning air. The Apache looked like it had been through a blender. Bullet holes pocked the fuselage, the tail boom showed clear evidence of shrapnel damage, and the collapsed landing gear had twisted the aircraft into an awkward angle would require major repairs to correct. Miller joined him, carrying his M4 rifle and wearing the 1,000-yard stare that came from too much violence in too short a time. How bad? Evans walked around the aircraft, cataloging damage with the methodical approach of a maintenance officer. Multiple penetrations in the non-critical areas, damaged landing gear, stress fractures in the tail boom structure, but the real problem was more fundamental. "We're running out of everything," he said quietly. "Fuel, ammunition, spare parts, and now, time." Holloway approached, his winter camouflage uniform torn and stained with what looked like blood. "Report," Evans called. "2 KIA, 3 wounded," the lieutenant replied, his young face aged by the night's action. "But we held the perimeter. Germans withdrew about an hour ago." Evans nodded, filing the casualty report away with the growing list of prices paid for their continued survival. Every engagement cost lives. American, German, it. Didn't matter. The mathematics of warfare were brutally egalitarian. What about enemy casualties? Hard to say in the dark. At least 5 confirmed dead, maybe more. Holloway paused. "But sir, there's something else you need to see." He led them to the edge of the clearing, where the morning light revealed the battlefield with harsh clarity. German equipment lay scattered in the snow, assault rifles, ammunition, fragments of uniforms and gear. But it was the quality of the equipment that made Evans' blood run cold. "This wasn't a desperate attack," Evans said, picking up a discarded STG-44 assault rifle. The weapon was clean, well-maintained, equipped with winter camouflage and specialized gear for night operations. This was planned, professional. Miller knelt beside a dead German soldier, examining the man's equipment with the clinical detachment of an intelligence analyst. "Look at this gear," he said. "Winter whites, night vision equipment, demolitions training. These weren't regular infantry." Evans studied the soldier's face. Young, probably early 20s, but wearing the distinctive insignia of a Fallschirmjäger unit. Elite troops, specially trained for complex operations behind enemy lines. The kind of soldiers who didn't make mistakes or waste their lives on futile gestures. "They came here to capture the bird," Evans said slowly, the implications sinking in. "Not destroy it. Capture it." The radio in Evans' survival vest crackled to life, causing all 3 men to freeze. The frequency should have been secure, used only for emergency communications between isolated American units. But the voice that emerged from the static was speaking German. "Ghost pilots," the voice said in accented but perfect English. "You fight well, but you cannot run forever. Soon, you will have nowhere left to hide." Evans and Miller exchanged glances, both men reaching the same conclusion simultaneously. Someone on the German side had been monitoring their communications, learning their procedures, studying their patterns with the patient thoroughness of a professional intelligence operation. "They know everything about us," Miller said quietly. "Frequencies, tactics, probably our names." Evans keyed his radio, speaking into the handset with controlled anger. "Who is this?" "My name is Hauptmann Vogel," came the reply. "I am what you might call a specialist in dealing with technological advantages. Your machine is impressive, but machines require maintenance, fuel, ammunition. How much do you have left, I wonder?" The transmission cut to static, leaving only the whisper of wind through snow-laden trees. But the message was clear enough. The Germans weren't just adapting to the Apache's presence. They were hunting it with the methodical patience of professional soldiers. Evans walked back toward the damaged helicopter, his mind racing through tactical possibilities and logistical realities. The aircraft could be repaired, but it would take time and materials they didn't have. The fuel situation was becoming critical, and their ammunition reserves were shrinking with each engagement. But it was Miller's discovery that froze his blood completely. "Evans!" the younger pilot called from near the fuel cache, his voice carrying a note of barely controlled panic. "You need to see this!" Evans jogged over to find Miller kneeling beside their improvised fuel storage, his face pale in the morning light. Attached to the fuel container was a small device Evans didn't recognize. Metal and wires with what looked like a tiny antenna. "Radio transmitter," Miller said quietly. "Still warm." Evans stared at the device, feeling the cold touch of complete tactical exposure. The Germans hadn't just attacked their position. They had marked it for tracking. Every movement, every supply run, every tactical decision was being monitored and reported. "How long has this been here?" he asked. "Could be days. Could be since we first landed." Miller's hands shook slightly as he examined the transmitter. "They know everything, Evans. Where we are, what we're doing, probably what we're planning." In the distance, carried on the cold morning air, came the unmistakable rumble of approaching armor. Not the high-pitched whine of modern tanks, but the deep, diesel growl of 1944 Panzers moving through the forest in tactical formation. Evans looked at the damaged Apache, then at the radio transmitter, then at the sound of approaching death rolling through the Ardennes forest. The night's attack hadn't been the main effort. It had been reconnaissance in force, designed to test their defenses and confirm their location. The real attack was coming now. "Mount up," he called to Miller, his voice carrying the calm authority of a professional pilot facing impossible odds. "We're not staying for the party." But as he climbed into the damaged cockpit, Evans knew the truth with crystalline clarity. Vogel's night raid had been just the opening move. The Winter Ghost was wounded, tracked, and running out of places to hide. The hunt was about to reach its climax. Chapter 5. The Crack in the Armor. 0600 hours. Dawn diagnostic. The pre-dawn cold bit through Evans's flight suit as he circled the Apache, his breath forming small clouds that dissipated quickly in the forest air. The helicopter squatted in its improvised revetment like a wounded animal, its composite skin mottled with frost and the dark stains of hydraulic fluid that had leaked during the night. The inspection ritual had become his anchor to sanity in this impossible place. Every morning, the same routine: visual inspection, engine checks, systems verification. In peacetime, it was bureaucratic necessity. Here, in 1944, it was the difference between life and becoming another frozen corpse in the Ardennes snow. He popped the left engine cowling and immediately grimaced. Black soot coated the T-700 turbine inlet thick as paint. The smell hit him, acrid, wrong, like burnt metal and diesel residue. He scraped a sample with his fingernail and rolled it between his fingers. Gritty. The fuel filters were dying faster than he'd calculated. "Jesus Christ," he muttered, pulling out his tactical flashlight. The LED beam revealed what he'd feared. The fuel line showed dark sediment accumulations, and the primary filter housing was already discolored with contamination. At this rate, they had maybe 2 more flights before the engines started eating themselves. Miller emerged from behind the aircraft, the 30mm Canon access panel in his hands. "Morning, sunshine. How's our flying coffin looking?" "Like a coffin," Evans replied, not looking up from the engine bay. "What's the weapons report?" 847 rounds left for the chain gun, 12 Hellfire still hanging, 23 rockets. Miller wiped his hands on a rag that had once been part of a German uniform. "The good news is the targeting systems are still locked on. Bad news is the main display keeps flickering every time we power cycle." Evans felt his stomach drop another notch. The multifunction displays were their link to situational awareness: GPS, thermal imaging, weapons control, navigation. Without them, the Apache became an expensive flying brick with guns. Flickering how? Random pixels going dark. Sometimes the whole screen goes black for 2-3 seconds, then comes back. Could be power supply degradation, could be the cold, could be we're fucked, Evans finished. He closed the cowling and moved to the next inspection point, checking the main rotor hub for stress fractures. The composite blades showed no obvious damage, but metal fatigue was invisible until something snapped. Captain Russo approached from the tree line, his M1 Garand slung across his shoulder. The company commander looked like he'd aged 5 years in the 3 days since their arrival. Stubble covering his jaw, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, uniform stiff with dried mud and blood. "How bad?" Russo asked without preamble. Evans appreciated the directness. No. Bullshit. No false optimism. Just a combat commander who needed to know if his ace in the hole was about to fold. "Bad enough. We're burning dirty fuel, and it's killing the engines faster than I hoped. Maybe 2 more sorties before we start risking catastrophic failure." Evans tapped the fuel tank access port. "And that's if we don't take any hits to the fuel system." Russo nodded grimly. "What about weapons?" "Still lethal," Miller called out, not looking up from cleaning the 30mm cannon with improvised bore brushes made from wire and cloth. "But finite. We keep burning through ammo like yesterday, and we'll be throwing rocks by next week." The captain studied the Apache with the calculating look of a professional soldier assessing an asset. Evans realized Russo was already planning for the possibility of the helicopter being grounded, mentally cataloging what parts could be salvaged, what intelligence value the wreckage might have, how to deny it to the enemy. "Your bird goes." "Down," Russo said finally. "You're infantry. Hope you remember which end of that rifle the bullets come out." Evans patted the M4 carbine slung across his chest. "Point-and-click interface. Pretty user-friendly." "Yeah?" Russo's smile held no warmth. "Wait till something's shooting back." Ramstein Air Base, Germany, 0800 hours local. Colonel Patricia Hayes stood before the wall-mounted monitors in the secure briefing room, watching Congress tear apart her career in real time. 6 screens showed the faces of politicians and Pentagon officials, each demanding answers she didn't have. "Colonel Hayes," Congresswoman Elena Martinez leaned forward, her voice carrying the particular edge of a politician smelling blood in the water. "Let me understand this correctly. A $35 million attack helicopter simply vanished during a routine training exercise?" Hayes kept her expression neutral, though her jaw ached from clenching it. "Congresswoman, as I've explained, the aircraft disappeared during adverse weather conditions while conducting low-level navigation training. Search and rescue operations are ongoing." "Ongoing for 72 hours with 0 results," Martinez shot back. "No debris field, no distress calls, no emergency locator beacon signals. In your professional opinion, what are the possible explanations?" The loaded question hung in the digital air like a trap. Hayes could see the political calculus behind Martinez's attack. A missing military aircraft during NATO tensions made for excellent committee theater, especially with midterm elections approaching. "Ma'am, several scenarios remain under investigation." "Including defection?" The word landed like a physical blow. Hayes felt her carefully constructed professional composure crack slightly. "Congresswoman, Chief Warrant Officers Evans and Miller are exemplary soldiers with unblemished records." "Unblemished records don't prevent treason, Colonel." Martinez's voice turned coldly professional. "I'm sure Benedict Arnold had an excellent service record before he betrayed West Point." General Morrison, Hayes' commanding officer, leaned into his camera feed from the Pentagon. "Congresswoman Martinez, these wild accusations serve no constructive purpose. We have no evidence of any wrongdoing." "We have no evidence of anything, General. That's the problem." Martinez shuffled papers for dramatic effect. "A state-of-the-art weapons system disappears without a trace near NATO's most sensitive borders, and the Army's explanation is essentially, 'We don't know'? That's either gross incompetence or something worse." Hayes' secure phone buzzed with an incoming priority message. She glanced at the screen and felt her blood pressure spike. The message header read, "Flash traffic. Intelligence alert." She opened the message with a swipe. Russian state media reporting American military assets missing near European NATO installations. Story breaking. Internationally, within the hour. Prepare for congressional subpoena of classified operational details. J. Morrison, Pentagon Intelligence. The investigation had just evolved from an internal Army matter to an international incident. Hayes closed the phone and looked back at the monitors, where Martinez was building toward her grand finale. "Colonel Hayes, I'm formally requesting all classified operational details regarding this incident. The American people deserve to know whether their military lost a $35 million weapons platform through negligence or betrayal." "Congresswoman," Hayes replied carefully, "classification levels exist to protect operational security and the lives of 2 pilots who may have already betrayed their country?" Martinez interrupted. "I'll have those files, Colonel, one way or another." Hayes stared at the screen, watching her career dissolve in real time, while somewhere in the impossible past, 2 of her best pilots fought for survival in a war that had ended before she was born. The scavenging mission, 0900 hours. Lieutenant Holloway led the patrol through the forest with the fluid economy of movement that marked veteran infantry. Evans followed, his M4 carbine held in a low ready position, trying to match the younger officer's silent footwork through the snow-covered undergrowth. The destroyed German convoy lay scattered across a small clearing like mechanical corpses. A Panzer IV sat at an angle, its turret twisted completely backward from the force of the internal explosion that had killed it. 2 half-tracks lay on their sides, blackened metal testament to the Apache's 30mm cannon. "There," Holloway pointed to a fuel truck that had escaped the main destruction. "Diesel tank looks intact. We drain it, strain it through whatever cloth we can find. Might buy your bird another few hours." Evans nodded and approached the truck, pulling out his multi-tool to access the fuel system. German engineering was solid, but crude compared to modern standards. Thick steel, heavy welding, designed for battlefield maintenance by conscripts with basic tools. He was wrestling with a fuel line coupling when Holloway's sharp whistle made him freeze. The lieutenant was crouched beside the destroyed Panzer, his expression grim. Evans moved to join him and immediately wished he hadn't. The German tank commander lay half out of the turret hatch, frozen in the position where he died trying to escape. The 30mm rounds had found him. Evans could see the devastating wounds that had torn through the man's torso, the exit wounds that had splattered blood and tissue across the tank's exterior hull. The gore had frozen into dark red ice crystals that caught the morning light like abstract art. But it was the man's face that hit Evans like a physical blow. Young, maybe 25, blonde hair matted with blood and frost. His eyes, still open, stared sightlessly at the gray sky. With an expression of surprise rather than pain. He looked like someone's son, someone's brother, someone who'd probably been writing letters home to a girl in Munich or Berlin, right up until 30mm high-explosive rounds had turned his chest cavity into hamburger. Evans had pulled the trigger on the cannon that did this. He'd watched the thermal signature disappear from his display and felt satisfaction at the kill. Clean, clinical. Like a video game where the target simply vanished when you scored a hit. This wasn't a video game. This was what 30mm rounds did to human beings. "First time seeing your handiwork up close?" Holloway asked, not unkindly. Evans swallowed hard, fighting down the bile that rose in his throat. "Yeah. Gets easier. Has to, if you want to keep functioning." Holloway stood and began checking the other vehicles for usable parts. The alternative is going crazy, and crazy people don't survive combat. Evans forced himself to look at the dead tank commander again, memorizing the details. This was the reality behind his weapon systems. Not clean symbols disappearing from a thermal display, but young men dying violently far from home. If he was going to keep pulling triggers, he needed to understand the weight of what those triggers did. He finished draining the fuel truck in silence, straining the diesel through layers of cloth torn from German uniforms. The fuel ran dark at first, clearing gradually as the improvised filtration removed the worst contamination. It wasn't aviation-grade JP-8, but it would burn, and burning was all they needed. On the walk back to their position, carrying jerry cans of salvaged fuel, Holloway spoke quietly. "The hard part isn't killing them," he said. "The hard part is that they're not monsters. They're just soldiers like us, doing their jobs, following orders, trying to get home to their families. But they're wearing the wrong uniform, in the wrong place, at the wrong time." Evans adjusted his grip on the heavy fuel container. "How do you live with it?" "You remember that if you don't kill them, they'll kill you and everyone you're trying to protect. And you do your job anyway, because that's what soldiers do." Holloway paused. "Besides, you think those SS bastards lose sleep over the American boys they've killed? Over the civilians they've murdered?" "No," Evans replied. "I don't think they do." "Then don't feel guilty about being better at the job than they are." Radio Intelligence, 1100 hours. Miller sat in the Apache's front seat, surrounded by the soft green glow of functional electronics in a world that still used vacuum tubes and mechanical calculators. The radio intercept system had locked onto German communications frequencies, automatically recording and analyzing transmissions across multiple bands. Most of it was routine tactical chatter, fuel reports, ammunition requests, vehicle maintenance issues. But buried in the routine traffic, Miller had found something that made his blood run cold. He plugged his headset into the communication system and listened again to the intercepted transmission, his German language training from the Defense Language Institute paying dividends he'd never expected to need. The voice was cultured, educated, speaking with the calm authority of a professional officer coordinating complex operations. "Group a Piper to all elements. Phase 1 complete. Enemy positions confirmed at grid 774-328. Rotor plane located and tracked. Phase 2 commences at 1400 hours. Full battalion advance. Tigers leading. Priority target designation. Rotor plane. Repeat. Rotor plane is priority target. Destroy at all costs." Miller felt his hands go cold despite the cockpit heaters. He pulled up the tactical display and began plotting the coordinates mentioned in the transmission. The grid reference placed the German force approximately 12 kilometers southeast, close enough to reach their position in under 2 hours with tracked vehicles. But it was the composition of the force that truly terrified him. He'd intercepted logistics reports over the past hour indicating the presence of Tiger II tanks, the heaviest armor Germany had ever fielded. 70 tons of Krupp steel and high-velocity cannons, virtually immune to anything the 1944 Americans could throw at them. The Apache's Hellfire missiles could kill Tigers, but only if they could see them coming. In dense forest, with limited fuel and failing systems, the technological advantage that had kept them alive was evaporating like morning mist. Evans appeared at the cockpit door, carrying a container of the salvaged diesel fuel. "What's got you looking like someone pissed in your cornflakes?" "We've got company coming," Miller replied, playing the intercepted transmission through the cockpit speakers. "Full SS Panzer Battalion, Tigers included. They're specifically hunting us, and they'll be here in about 2 hours." Evans listened to the transmission twice, his expression growing grimmer with each repetition. "How many Tigers are we talking about?" "At least 6, maybe 8. Plus supporting armor and infantry." Miller called up the tactical display, showing the projected German approach routes. "They're not coming to probe our defenses this time. They're coming to end us." Evans studied the display, his pilot's mind automatically calculating fuel consumption, ammunition, expenditure, and tactical options.
The mathematics were brutally simple. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and operating with degraded equipment. "We can't fight a battalion," he said finally. "Not in our current condition. So, what do we do?" Evans was quiet for a long moment, staring at the tactical display showing the approaching German armor. When he spoke, his voice carried the flat certainty of a professional pilot making a life-or-death decision. "We don't fight them here. We go to them." Congressional Hearing Room, Washington, D.C., 1400 hours Eastern Standard Time. Congresswoman Elena Martinez leaned into her microphone, her voice carrying the theatrical gravity of a politician delivering the killing blow. The C-SPAN cameras captured every word as she addressed Colonel Hayes across the secure video link. "Colonel, I've received disturbing intelligence reports that suggest this incident may have far wider implications than the Army has admitted." Martinez paused for effect, allowing the tension to build in the hearing room. "Are you aware that Russian state media began reporting on missing American military assets less than 4 hours ago?" Hayes felt the trap closing around her. "Congresswoman, I cannot comment on intelligence matters in an open forum. This is no longer just about 2 missing pilots, Colonel. This is about a potential intelligence disaster that threatens our national security." Martinez's voice rose with righteous indignation. "The Russians knowing about classified American military operations suggests either a massive security breach or something far worse." General Morrison's face appeared on one of the subsidiary monitors, his expression carefully controlled. "Congresswoman Martinez, I must object to these wild speculations. There is no evidence of any security breach." "No evidence?" Martinez stood from her chair, playing to the cameras. "General, a $35 million weapons platform disappears without a trace, the crew vanishes completely, and within 72 hours, our enemies are broadcasting details about missing American assets. If that's not evidence of a problem, then the Pentagon needs to seriously reevaluate its definition of national security." Hayes watched her career disintegrate in real time. The political machinery had found its narrative. 2 rogue pilots, possibly defectors, embarrassing the military and providing propaganda victories to America's enemies. The truth was irrelevant. The story was everything. Her secure phone buzzed again. Another priority message, this one from the Pentagon's Office of Congressional Affairs. "Prepare for immediate subpoena of all classified materials related to missing aircraft. Congressional committee demanding full disclosure within 48 hours. Media requests increasing exponentially. Deputy Chief of Staff." "Colonel Hayes," Martinez continued her assault, "I'm formally notifying you that this committee will be issuing subpoenas for all classified operational details, communications records, and personnel files related to this incident. The American people deserve answers, and if the Army won't provide them voluntarily, Congress will compel their disclosure." Hayes looked directly into the camera, knowing that somewhere in an impossible past, 2 of the finest soldiers she'd ever commanded were fighting for their lives in a war that had ended decades before their birth. They deserved better than this political theater. They deserved a command structure that believed in them, supported them, fought for them. Instead, they had Congresswoman Martinez's ambition and the Pentagon's political calculus. "Ma'am," Hayes said quietly, her voice carrying the dignity of a professional soldier facing political assassination, "I stand by my pilots. Chief Warrant Officers Evans and Miller are exemplary soldiers who have served their country with honor. Whatever happened to them, I guarantee it was not defection or betrayal."
Your guarantee, Colonel, is worth exactly as much as your ability to locate a missing $35 million helicopter. Martinez's smile was sharp as a blade, which, based on the evidence, appears to be nothing at all. The monitors went dark as the hearing concluded, leaving Hayes alone in the secure briefing room with the weight of impending disaster. Somewhere in time, Evans and Miller were fighting impossible odds with failing equipment and no support. Here in 2025, She was fighting different impossible odds with political weapons and no ammunition. Both battles seemed equally hopeless. The decision, 1,500 hours. Evans stood in the center of their improvised command post, studying the tactical situation with the cold calculation of a professional pilot facing his final mission. The intercepted German communications painted a clear picture. 12 kilometers of forest separated them from an entire SS Panzer battalion that was methodically advancing to destroy them. Captain Russo leaned over the map spread across an ammunition crate, tracing potential defensive positions with his finger. We could fall back to the ridgeline, set up overlapping fields of fire. No, Evans interrupted. We're not fighting them here. Miller looked up from the weapons status report he'd been compiling. What do you mean? I mean we take the fight to them. Evans pointed to the map coordinates where the German force was assembling. One last mission. Full fuel load. Every missile we have left. We hit them while they're concentrated, before they disperse for the final assault. Holloway frowned at the tactical display. That's a suicide run. You'll be flying directly into their air defense umbrella with degraded systems and dirty fuel. Maybe, Evans acknowledged, but it's better odds than sitting here waiting for 8 Tiger tanks to roll through our perimeter. Russo studied the proposed flight path, his expression grim. What about extraction? How do you get back? Evans was quiet for a moment, looking at the Apache squatting in its revetment. The helicopter that had carried them through impossible circumstances, fought battles in a war that had ended before he was born, kept them alive against odds that defied calculation. We might not, he said finally. The fuel system's failing fast. The engines are eating themselves on this diesel contamination. The electronics are degrading from cold and power fluctuations. He paused, meeting each man's eyes in turn. This might be our last flight. Miller stared at his pilot with the expression of a man facing his own mortality. And if we don't come back? Then you become infantry, Russo answered. Like the rest of us. Evans nodded toward his co-pilot. Your call, Miller. I can't order you on a suicide mission. Miller was quiet for a long moment, staring at the Apache's weapons controls. When he spoke, his voice carried the flat certainty of a professional soldier accepting his fate. I didn't come this far to die hiding in a hole, he said. Besides, someone's got to make sure you don't crash us into a tree. Evans felt something tight in his chest loosen slightly. Whatever else happened, he wouldn't face it alone. He turned to Russo and Holloway. Keep monitoring the radio intercepts. If we don't make it back, the intelligence we've gathered dies with us. Make sure someone knows what's coming. Russo extended his hand. It's been an honor, Chief. Evans shook it, feeling the calloused grip of a combat veteran who'd seen too much death and still kept fighting. The honor's been ours, Captain. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows through the Ardennes forest, Evans performed one final pre-flight inspection of the Apache. The helicopter looked tired, battered, stained with the evidence of impossible battles fought in an impossible war. But the engine still turned, the weapons still fired, and the Winter Ghost still had one last hunt left in her. The greatest gamble of the war was about to begin. Chapter 7. The Trap. The diesel fuel burned thick and black in the pre-dawn cold, sending acrid smoke drifting through the frozen Ardennes air. Evans watched the precious liquid disappear into the Apache's fuel cells, each gallon a countdown timer on their survival. The thermometer mounted on Holloway's jury-rigged fuel pump read -15 Celsius, cold enough to turn aviation fuel into syrup and helicopter turbines into expensive paperweights. How much are we burning just to keep her warm? Miller asked, his breath forming crystalline clouds as he completed the pre-flight inspection of the M230 chain gun. The 30mm bore looked clean, but Evans could see the stress fractures forming along the ammunition feed system. Everything was wearing out faster than it should. 1944 didn't care about maintenance schedules. Too much.
Evans ran his gloved fingers along the rotor hub, checking for ice formation. The blades themselves looked like they'd been carved from black metal, their composite surfaces dulled by repeated impacts with tree branches and shrapnel. But we burn it now, or we don't fly at all. The math was unforgiving. 12 Hellfire missiles remaining, 24 Hydra rockets, 847 rounds of 30mm high-explosive incendiary. Numbers that had seemed infinite when they'd first arrived in this frozen hell were now counting down like a doomsday clock. Captain Russo emerged from the tree line, his M1 Garand slung across his back, and a radio handset pressed to his ear. Steam rose from his coffee cup. Real coffee, Evans noted with bitter amusement. Not the chicory substitute the Germans were probably choking down. Small victories in a war that made no sense. "Got movement, Chief." Russo's voice carried the flat efficiency of a man who'd learned to waste neither words nor energy. "Red Cross convoy, 3 clicks north of Hill 617. 12 vehicles, moving south toward our lines." Evans felt Miller tense beside him. The younger pilot's hand drifted unconsciously toward the weapons control panel, a gesture that had become as automatic as breathing. "Wounded?" "That's what the markings say." Russo's tone carried careful neutrality. "My forward observers report proper Red Cross insignia, white flags, the whole show." Miller spat into the snow. "And you believe that?" "I believe the Geneva Convention still applies," Evans said, his voice carrying the weight of peacetime regulations that felt increasingly inadequate in this frozen wasteland. "We don't target medical convoys. Period." "The Geneva Convention?" Miller's laugh was harsh as the crack of splitting wood. "Tell that to the SS units shooting medics. Tell that to the civilians I watched burn in Malmedy." He gestured toward the Apache's weapon systems. "We've got the firepower to end this war in a day if we stop playing by rules the enemy ignores." Evans met his co-pilot's glare. "We play by the rules because that's what separates us from them." "No," Miller said quietly. "What separates us is 30mm depleted uranium and Hellfire missiles. Everything else is just philosophy." Russo watched this exchange with the patient expression of a man who'd seen too many philosophical debates end in unmarked graves. "Chief, I need to know, are you going to provide close air support or not?" The question hung in the frozen air like smoke from the diesel heaters. Evans felt the familiar weight of command, the terrible algebra of modern warfare where every decision carried the potential for catastrophe. He thought of the rules of engagement briefings, the carefully worded directives that assumed clean lines between combatants and civilians, between legitimate targets and protected persons. But those briefings had never contemplated a $64 million attack helicopter fighting a war that had ended before his grandfather was born. "We shadow them," Evans decided. "Maintain overwatch. Report positions to your ground forces. If they're legitimate medical transport, we ensure safe passage. If they're not..." He let the implication hang. Miller's smile was sharp as winter ice. "If they're not, we light them up." The Apache lifted into the pearl-gray dawn sky with the reluctant cooperation of machinery pushed beyond design limits. Evans felt the sluggish response in the collective, the way the turbines labored against air thick enough to chew. Everything took more power in this cold. Everything demanded more fuel, more time, more margin for error they didn't have. Miller hunched over his targeting display, the green glow reflecting off his helmet visor as he adjusted the FLIR imaging. "Got 'em. 12 vehicles, strung out over 2 clicks of forest road." Evans banked the Apache into a lazy orbit 3,000 feet above the convoy, high enough to avoid small arms fire, but close enough for Miller to maintain thermal contact. The forest below looked like a black and white photograph, skeletal trees casting knife blade shadows across snow that had been churned into gray slush by countless boots and wheels. "Talk to me, Ryan. What are you seeing?" Miller's fingers danced across the targeting interface, cycling through thermal and visual spectrums. "Red Cross markings are legitimate, white flags properly displayed, but..." He paused, adjusting the image resolution. Movement patterns are wrong. How wrong?
They're maintaining tactical spacing, proper intervals between vehicles, staggered formation to minimize blast radius from air attack. Miller's voice carried the focused intensity of a man reading death in digital pixels. Medical convoys don't move like armored columns. Evans felt ice forming in his stomach that had nothing to do with the outside temperature. Wounded signatures? That's the problem, Chief. I'm not seeing any wounded. The thermal imaging painted the world in shades of heat and cold, living bodies appearing as bright white ghosts against the frozen landscape. In a legitimate medical convoy, Evans knew they should see clusters of signatures, wounded soldiers generating heat despite their injuries, medical personnel moving between vehicles, the warm exhaust of ambulance heating systems working overtime. Instead, Miller's display showed vehicles with exhaust signatures too hot for medical transport, moving with military precision through terrain that should
have demanded cautious navigation around wounded passengers.
Could be transporting bodies, Evans said. But even as he spoke, the words felt hollow. Bodies don't need heating systems running full bore. Miller's targeting reticle shifted from vehicle to vehicle, each one painting the same thermal signature. Chief, these aren't ambulances. Exhaust temp suggests heavy engines under load. We're looking at supply trucks dressed up for a costume party. Evans felt the familiar weight of command decision settling on his shoulders like a lead blanket. Below them, 12 vehicles continued their deliberate advance toward Allied lines, their red crosses and white flags bright as fresh blood against the winter landscape. The Geneva Convention was clear about medical transport. The rules of engagement were unambiguous. But 1944 had its own rules, written in blood and pragmatism. Maintain observation, Evans decided. No engagement without positive identification of hostile intent.
Miller's frustrated exhale fogged his visor. By the time we get positive ID, they'll be in position to...
The world exploded into orange fire and black smoke. 20mm flak shells detonated in precise sequence around the Apache, close enough that Evans felt the concussion waves through the airframe. The helicopter lurched sideways as he yanked the cyclic hard left, diving for the forest canopy while proximity alarms screamed warnings he didn't need to hear. Flak! Flak! Taking fire! Miller's voice cut through the chaos as more shells burst around them, filling the air with lethal fragments. Jesus Christ, where did they come from? Evans didn't waste breath on answers. The Apache plummeted toward the trees in a spiral that would have torn the wings off a fixed-wing aircraft, using every foot of altitude to buy distance from the killing ground above. Behind them, the false medical convoy was stopping, vehicles pulling off the road with military efficiency as their crews
began unloading supplies that had nothing to do with medical aid.
Gun position, 2 o'clock, Miller called out, his targeting system already tracking toward the muzzle flashes blooming like deadly flowers in the forest. Flak Panzer, hull down behind that ridge. The Apache's M230 chain gun roared, sending streams of 30mm depleted uranium rounds toward the concealed anti-aircraft position. Evans watched tracer rounds walk across the snow-covered ground, searching for targets that had been positioned with careful thought to terrain and concealment. Another burst of flak erupted ahead of them, forcing Evans into a punishing right turn that stressed the rotor system beyond recommended limits. He could feel the helicopter's protest through his seat, the way the airframe flexed under loads it was never designed to handle. Second gun position, 10 o'clock. Miller's voice carried the tight control of a man fighting for his life with electronic precision. They've got us. Bracketed! Evans saw it now, the careful positioning of the anti-aircraft guns, the way they'd been sighted to create overlapping fields of fire above the convoy route. This wasn't a chance encounter with a medical transport. This was a trap, meticulously planned and expertly executed by someone who understood how modern aircraft operated. Someone who had studied the Winter Ghost and learned its weaknesses. The Apache screamed through the forest canopy at treetop level, branches whipping past the cockpit windows as Evans used every trick of terrain flying he'd ever learned. The helicopter wasn't designed for this kind of flying.
Attack helicopters were meant to stand off and engage targets at range, not thread through forests like oversized mechanical birds. But 1944 hadn't read the manual. "Fuel leak!" Miller's voice cut through the engine noise with the flat precision of crisis. "Port fuel cell! We're streaming aviation gas!" Evans glanced at the fuel gauge and felt his stomach drop. They'd been burning diesel thick as syrup just to keep the engines warm, and now precious fuel was painting a trail across the winter sky. The math was simple and unforgiving. They had minutes, not hours, before the Apache became a very expensive glider. Behind them, German voices crackled across captured radio frequencies, coordinating the ambush with professional efficiency. Evans caught fragments of tactical German, position reports, and firing solutions delivered in the clipped tones of soldiers who knew their business. "Der Geist ist verwundet." The voice was cultured, educated, carrying the authority of command. "Jetzt wissen wir, dass sterben kann." The ghost is wounded. Now we know it can die. Evans pushed the Apache harder, burning fuel they couldn't spare to escape guns that seemed to anticipate every evasive maneuver. The helicopter's thermal signature would be lighting up German targeting systems like a beacon, all that hot metal and bleeding fuel, painting them against the cold winter sky. "Chief!" Miller's voice carried new urgency. "I've got infantry moving to cut off our egress route. Squad-level formations, properly spaced. Someone's coordinating this whole show." Through breaks in the forest canopy, Evans could see German soldiers moving with disciplined precision. Not the desperate defense they'd encountered in previous engagements, but the careful positioning of troops executing a well-rehearsed plan. They'd walked into something bigger than an ambush. They'd walked into a demonstration. The Apache burst from the forest into open ground, and Evans felt momentary relief until Miller's proximity alarm started screaming again. More flak positions, hidden in the tree line ahead, waiting for exactly this moment when the helicopter would be forced into open sky. "We're being herded," Evans realized, the tactical picture becoming clear with horrible precision. "They're driving us into a kill zone." Miller's chain gun hammered at the concealed positions, but the ammunition counter was dropping with each sustained burst. 700 rounds, 650, 600. Each trigger pull measured against rounds they might need for the journey home. If they made it home. A 20mm shell burst close enough to spiderweb the armored glass of the front cockpit. Miller flinched as fragments rattled off his helmet, then returned to his targeting display with the mechanical precision of a man who refused to acknowledge fear. "Running low on 30 Mike," he reported. 550 rounds remaining. Evans pulled the Apache into a climb that punished both engines, trading altitude for speed as more flak bursts painted the sky around them. The fuel leak was getting worse, a visible stream that would soon attract every fighter aircraft in the German inventory. "Home plate, this is Winter Ghost," Evans transmitted, hoping Rousseau's radio operators were monitoring their frequency. "Taking effective. Fire, multiple gun positions. We are Winchester on patience and running low on everything else." Rousseau's voice crackled back through static. "Copy, Ghost. What's your status?" "Damaged and bleeding fuel. These weren't medical transports, Bull. We flew into the world's most expensive mousetrap." "Roger. Can you make it back?" Evans looked at the fuel gauge, the ammunition counter, the warning lights that were starting to populate his instrument panel like angry red stars. "We'll see." The Apache limped home through skies that seemed to echo with German laughter. The landing was less of an arrival than a controlled crash. Evans brought the Apache down hard on the frozen ground beside Halloway's supply depot, the damaged landing gear buckling under the helicopter's weight with sounds like breaking bones. Steam rose from overheated engines as the turbines spooled down, and the smell of burning oil mixed with a sharp tang of avgas leaking from punctured fuel cells. Miller sat motionless in the front seat, staring at targeting displays that flickered with intermittent power failures. "They played us, Chief. Played us like amateurs." Evans killed the engines and watched warning lights fade to black across his instrument panel. Through the cockpit windows, he could see Rousseau and Halloway running toward the helicopter, their faces carrying the grim expression of men who understood battlefield mathematics. The Apache was down, possibly for good, and winter was coming, whether they were ready or not. "Damage report," Russo called as Evans climbed down from the cockpit, his legs unsteady after the punishing flight. "Fuel leak, possible engine damage from running dirty diesel, and avionics failures I can't even begin to catalog." Evans gestured toward the bullet holes stitching across the Apache's fuselage. "She's not flying anywhere until we get parts we don't have and expertise that doesn't exist in 1944. Holloway was already examining the damaged landing gear with the focused attention of an engineer who'd learned to make impossible repairs with inadequate tools. "Strut's cracked, but we might be able to patch it. The fuel leak's the real problem. We're losing what little avgas we have left." Miller emerged from his cockpit and immediately began checking the weapon systems, his hands moving with automatic precision across ammunition feeds and targeting sensors. Thermal imaging is degraded, GPS signals intermittent, and we're down to 493 rounds of 30mm. He looked up at Evans with eyes that held the flat exhaustion of a man who'd learned too much about mortality in too short a time. "We got schooled out there." "By who?" Russo demanded. Evans thought of the cultured German voice coordinating the ambush, the tactical precision of the anti-aircraft positions, the way they'd been herded into killing fields with professional efficiency. "Someone who's been studying us. Someone who figured out how to turn modern technology into a liability." As if summoned by their conversation, the radio in Russo's command post crackled to life with German transmissions. The signal was strong, close, carrying the confidence of soldiers who just scored a significant victory. "Hauptmann Vogel an alle Einheiten," the familiar voice announced. "Der Geist ist verwundet. Jetzt bereiten wir den letzten Schlag vor." Captain Vogel, to all units, the ghost is wounded. Now we prepare the final blow. Miller was staring at his electronic warfare display, watching German radio signals painting patterns across the screen that spoke of coordinated troop movements and tactical preparation. "Chief, they're massing forces. Multiple company-level formations converging on our position." "How long do we have?" Russo asked. Miller's fingers worked across controls that flickered with intermittent power. "Based on movement patterns and radio traffic, 12 hours, maybe less." Evans looked at the damaged Apache, then at the faces of men who'd placed their faith in technology that had just proved fallible. The helicopter's turbine engines ticked softly as they cooled, metal contracting with sounds like breaking glass. Around them, the Ardennes forest stretched in every direction, full of shadows and enemies who now knew the winter ghost could bleed. 12 hours to fix a helicopter with 1944 tools," he said quietly, "or find another way to win a war that ended 80 years ago." In the distance, carried on winter wind that cut through the thickest clothing, came the sound of diesel engines and steel tracks, the sound of an army on the move converging on a crippled machine and the men who flew it. The greatest gamble of the war had just become a death sentence. Chapter 7. The Secret Weapon. The summons came with the dawn. Evans stood in the doorway of the bombed-out farmhouse that served as Russo's command post, reading the message twice to make sure he wasn't hallucinating from exhaustion. The paper felt strange in his hands, too thick, too rough. Even the letterhead looked wrong, like something from a museum display. "8th Corps wants our bird," he said, passing the dispatch to Miller. Miller scanned the text, his face darkening. "Transfer to Bastogne for technical evaluation by intelligence specialists. Immediate compliance required." He looked up. "They want to take apart our ride, Chief." Through the shattered window, the Apache sat under its camouflage netting, like a mechanical predator waiting to strike. Dawn light caught the scarred titanium of its rotor hub, metal that wouldn't be invented for another decade. Evans felt the weight of impossibility pressing down on him like the winter sky. "Sir?" Russo appeared in the doorway, his breath steaming in the cold air. "Colonel wants to see you both. Now." They found Colonel Silas Vance in what had been the village schoolhouse, now serving as regimental headquarters. Maps covered every available surface, held down by chunks of rubble and empty ammunition boxes. The smell of kerosene lanterns mixed with cigarette smoke and unwashed wool. Vance looked up from a field telephone, his weathered face grim. "Gentlemen, we have a problem." He gestured to the dispatch Evans still held. "That's not a request. 8th Corps has been fielding questions from SHAEF, from the Pentagon, from people with more stars than sense and more clearance than God. Everyone wants to know about our experimental rotor wing aircraft." Miller shifted uncomfortably. "Sir, with respect, moving the Apache right now would be suicide." Russo finished the sentence, stepping into the room uninvited. "Colonel, Jerry's massing armor 2 clicks north of here. Without that bird, my boys are dead meat." Vance's eyes flicked between the faces around him. "Captain, you're out of line." "Am I?" Russo's voice carried the edge of a man who'd watched too many friends die. "That machine has been the only thing keeping this sector from collapsing. You pull it out now, and by tomorrow morning, there won't be a sector to defend." Evans stepped forward, carefully. The politics here were razor thin, and one wrong word could shatter their precarious position. "Colonel, what exactly are they asking?" "Technical specifications, performance data, how it flies without a tail rotor, how it sees in the dark." Vance lit a cigarette with hands that weren't quite steady. "Questions I can't answer because you two clam up every time I ask." The silence stretched like a tripwire. Outside, they could hear the distant rumble of artillery. Incoming German fire walking across the ridgeline. Evans felt the familiar weight of command decisions, the crushing responsibility of choices that could kill good men. "Sir," he said finally, "I can tell you that moving the aircraft now would compromise ongoing operations. The enemy has learned to time their movements around our patrol patterns. We break that routine, and they'll exploit the gap." "That's not an answer, Warrant Officer," Miller spoke. Up, his voice tight with frustration. "Colonel, what if we told you that bird represents technology so advanced that putting it in the wrong hands could lose us the war?" Vance studied them both, his cigarette burning forgotten between his fingers. "I'd say that sounds like something the generals need to decide, not a couple of warrant officers playing cowboy with experimental hardware." The field telephone jangled, cutting through the tension like shrapnel. Vance grabbed it on the second ring. "Vance here." His face went pale as he listened. "Yes, sir." "Understood, sir. They'll be there." He hung up slowly, like a man handling unexploded ordnance. "Gentlemen, you're about to get your wish. The mountains coming to Mohammed." The War Council convened in the basement of what had been Bastogne City Hall. Evans counted 3 full colonels, a brigadier general who looked like he ate nails for breakfast, and a signal corps major whose pale complexion suggested he spent more time reading intercepts than dodging mortars. Brigadier General Morrison presided from behind a table made of ammunition crates and plywood. His stars were tarnished with mud, and his eyes held the flat weariness of a man who'd signed too many casualty reports. "Gentlemen," Morrison began, his voice carrying the authority of artillery fire, "we're here to discuss what my intelligence officers are calling the most significant tactical development since the tank." He gestured to a map of the Ardennes, marked with red and blue symbols that show the ebb and flow of battle. "In the past 72 hours, German resistance in Sector 7 has collapsed. Not weakened, collapsed. Radio intercepts suggest they're abandoning prepared positions and falling back to secondary lines." Evans felt Miller tense beside him. They'd done that. 2 men in a machine that shouldn't exist had broken the back of an SS Panzer regiment. "The reports," Morrison continued, "describe an aircraft that flies like no airplane,
hovers like a hummingbird, and strikes like the wrath of God. They call it the Winter Ghost. The Signal Corps Major cleared his throat nervously. Sir, if I may, German communications have shifted their operational focus entirely. They're not planning attacks anymore. They're planning the hunt. What kind of hunt, Major? For der Wintergeist, sir. The Winter Ghost. Every regiment from here to the Rhine has received priority orders to identify, track, and destroy this aircraft. They're treating it as their primary strategic objective. The room fell silent, except for the distant crump of artillery. Evans felt the walls closing in, the weight of history pressing down on them like a physical force. Colonel Hartman from Corps Artillery leaned forward. I've seen the gun camera footage from our fighter patrols. That's not like any aircraft in our inventory. Or anyone else's, added Colonel Pierce from Technical Intelligence. The rotor configuration defies everything we know about aerodynamics. The speed, the maneuverability, it's like watching science fiction. Morrison's eyes fixed on Evans with the intensity of a targeting laser. Which brings us to you, Chief Warrant Officer Evans. According to Colonel Vance, you and your gunner appeared in Sector 7 3 days ago, with no flight plan, no operational orders, and an aircraft that doesn't exist on any Air Corps inventory list. Evans felt sweat beating despite the cold. Every word here was a minefield. Every answer a potential catastrophe that could unravel not just their mission, but the entire timeline. Sir, I can confirm that we're operating under special authority. Compartmentalized operations with need-to-know restrictions. Need to know? Morrison's voice climbed half an octave. Son, half the German army is hunting your aircraft. I'd say that creates a pretty significant need. Miller spoke up, his voice carefully controlled. General, with respect, there are aspects of our mission profile that require the highest security clearances. Major Whitfield, Morrison interrupted, gesturing to a man who'd been sitting silently in the corner. Would you care to enlighten our pilots about security clearances? The man who rose wore British uniform with intelligence insignia. He was thin, pale, and carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who knew deadly secrets. When he spoke, his accent carried the crisp authority of Sandhurst and Whitehall. Major Geoffrey Whitfield, Special Operations Executive. I'm here at the direct request of the Prime Minister himself. His eyes fixed on Evans like gun sights. London is quite interested in your rotor wing developments, particularly given the V2 situation. Evans felt the floor drop out from under him. V2 rockets. German wonder weapons that were still months away from deployment. Unless... You see, gentlemen, Whitfield continued, we've been intercepting German technical intelligence reports. They believe you represent some sort of advanced Allied development program. They're so concerned that they've accelerated their own experimental weapons programs. He pulled a folder from his briefcase, extracting photographs that made Evans's blood run cold. German rockets on mobile launchers, artillery pieces with unfamiliar configurations, tank designs that looked decades ahead of their time. These were taken by reconnaissance flights over Peenemünde yesterday, Whitfield said quietly. The Germans are rushing prototype weapons into production. Weapons that shouldn't exist for months, possibly years. The room erupted in low conversations as the officers absorbed the implications. Evans caught Morrison's eye and saw something that chilled him more than the winter air. Understanding. You're not experimental, are you? Morrison said quietly. You're something else entirely. Before Evans could answer, the lights flickered and died. Emergency lanterns cast dancing shadows on the walls as the distant rumble of diesel engines vibrated through the floor. The Signal Corps Major pressed a headset to his ear, his face going white. Sir, we're receiving reports of massive German armor movements, multiple panzer columns converging on Sector 7. How many? Morrison demanded. Everything, sir. Every tank, every self-propelled gun, every armored vehicle within 50 kilometers.
They're throwing everything they have at the Winter Ghost's last known position. Evans stood abruptly, his chair scraping against stone. General, I need to get back to my aircraft. Now. Warrant Officer, you're under direct orders to... Sir. Evans's voice cut through the room like a blade. With all due respect, those men out. They're counting on us. You want to study our bird? Fine. But first, let us do what we came here to do. Morrison studied him for a long moment, weighing classified priorities against tactical necessity. Finally, he nodded. You have 24 hours, Chief. After that, your aircraft becomes the property of Allied technical intelligence. Non-negotiable. As they filed out of the basement, Whitfield fell into step beside Evans. I say, old boy, might I offer a bit of advice? Evans looked at him warily. Whatever you are, wherever you're from, London has theories that would rather curl your hair. You'd best pray Jerry doesn't get his hands on your machine. Because if he does, this war could go on for a very long time indeed. The major melted back into the crowd of officers, leaving Evans and Miller alone in the corridor. Through the broken windows, they could hear the rumble of approaching armor growing louder. Miller grabbed his arm. Chief, we are completely screwed. They're going to tear apart our bird piece by piece, study every circuit, every alloy, every line of code. Evans nodded grimly. They'd thought the greatest danger was being stranded in 1944. They'd been wrong. The greatest danger was what they might leave behind. How long before they figure out the turbine metallurgy? Miller continued. The avionics? The composite armor? We could be handing them 50 years of technological advancement. Or, Evans said quietly, we could be handing it to the Germans. They climbed the stairs to ground level, where Russo waited with a jeep and 2 riflemen. His face was grim as granite. Bad news, gentlemen. My radio operator's been monitoring German frequencies. They're not just coming for your bird. What do you mean? Russo handed Evans a translation of intercepted radio traffic. The paper was damp with snow, the penciled words barely legible in the dim light. They're bringing their own experimental weapons. Some kind of advanced anti-aircraft rockets. The SS Technical Branch has been authorized to field test prototypes specifically against the Winter Ghost. Evans felt his stomach drop. What kind of prototypes? Panzerfaust 150s. Supposed to have 3 times the range of current models, plus airburst capability. Russo's voice was flat with implications. Problem is, Chief, according to our intelligence reports, those weapons don't exist yet. Won't be ready for field trials for at least 6 months. Miller grabbed the translation, scanning the text with growing horror. Jesus Christ! We didn't just bring future technology back in time. We kicked off an arms race. The Jeep's radio crackled to life. A panicked voice broke through the static. One of Russo's forward observers. Baker 6, this is Outpost 3. We have eyes on German armor. Multiple columns, heavy tanks, self-propelled guns. Estimate 2 battalion strength and closing fast. Russo grabbed the handset. Outpost 3, can you confirm? Vehicle types? Sir, we're seeing Panthers, Tigers, and something else. Something we don't have in the recognition charts. Looks like a... Christ. Looks like a flying tank. The transmission dissolved into static and the sound of incoming artillery fire. Evans looked at the translation again, then at the faces of men who'd placed their faith in a machine from another century. In the distance, the rumble of approaching armor grew louder, mixing with a new sound, the high whine of jet engines that shouldn't exist in 1944. 12 hours, he said quietly. We've got 12 hours to win this fight before they take our bird apart. Miller checked his watch, its digital display alien among the analog gauges and mechanical clocks of 1944. And if we lose? Evans looked toward their concealed Apache, its rotors folded like the wings of a sleeping predator. Around them, the Ardennes forest stretched in every direction, full of shadows and enemies who now carried weapons that violated the very timeline they were fighting to preserve. If we lose, we might just hand Hitler the keys to the future. In the distance, carried on winter wind that cut through the thickest clothing, came a new sound. Not the familiar rumble of diesel engines and steel tracks, but the shrill scream of rocket motors and the electronic whine of guidance systems that wouldn't be invented for decades. The arms race had begun, and the Winter Ghost was ground zero for a technological war that could reshape history itself. Chapter 8. The Bureaucratic Maze. The Pentagon War Room, 2025. The secure conference room 3 levels beneath the Pentagon smelled of recycled air and the particular tension that came with careers hanging in the balance. General Patricia Hayes adjusted her webcam as the encrypted feed stabilized. Her face pixelated for a moment before resolving into crisp definition on the wall-mounted screen. 2,000 miles away in Stuttgart, she looked tired. The kind of bone-deep exhaustion that came from coordinating a search operation with no viable leads. "Status report, General," said Deputy Secretary of Defense Marcus Webb, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd never worn a uniform but wielded more power than most 4-stars. Webb's suit was perfectly pressed, despite the early hour, his silver hair immaculate under the conference room's harsh lighting. Hayes shuffled through her briefing papers, the rustle barely audible through the secure connection. 72 hours into expanded search operations, Mr. Secretary. We've covered 1,800 square kilometers of German and Polish airspace using satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and thermal detection. No debris field, no electronic signatures, no impact crater. What about the Polish refueling hypothesis? Webb leaned forward, his reflection multiplying in the polished conference table. Around the room, 2-star generals and colonels took notes, their faces carefully neutral. "Sir, we've interviewed every fuel truck operator, tower controller, and maintenance chief at Poznan Air Base. Their logs show no unscheduled Apache arrivals. Security cameras confirm it." Hayes paused, choosing her words carefully. Furthermore, flight time analysis makes it impossible. Even with drop tanks, they couldn't have reached the Belarus border. CIA liaison Rebecca Torres cleared her throat, sliding a classified folder across the table to Webb. Her voice carried the flat, analytical tone of someone who dealt in facts, not politics. NSA intercepts support General Hayes' assessment. We've monitored every communication frequency used by Warsaw Pact intelligence services. Zero chatter about acquired American aircraft or personnel. If the Belarusians had grabbed an Apache, they'd be crowing about it through back channels. Webb opened the folder, scanning the executive summary with practiced speed. What about pilot motivation? Financial stress? Ideological compromise? Family pressure? Background investigations show nothing, Torres replied. Chief Warrant Officer Evans, 15-year marriage, 2 kids, mortgage payments current. No gambling debts, no extramarital affairs, no suspicious contacts. Miller's even cleaner. Just bought his first house, engaged to a nurse from Walter Reed. These aren't defection profiles. The deputy secretary's jaw tightened. Webb had built his career on finding the political angle in every crisis, and this one defied his usual playbook. The families are asking questions. Congress is asking questions. I need answers that don't involve alien abduction or spontaneous vaporization. General Hayes' image flickered as her connection struggled with encryption protocols. Sir, we're dealing with unprecedented circumstances, An Apache doesn't just disappear without a trace. The airframe alone weighs 8 tons. The rotor system would leave debris scattered across kilometers. We should have found something by now.
Maybe we're looking in the wrong place, Webb said, his voice taking on the cutting edge that had made him feared in Senate hearings. Maybe we need to consider that 2 pilots decided their country wasn't paying them enough. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Hayes's face went stone still on the monitor, and Torres's pen stopped moving across her notepad. "Mr. Secretary," Hayes said carefully, "that's a serious accusation against 2 decorated combat veterans with exemplary records." "It's a theory that explains the evidence better than equipment failure," Webb shot back. "No debris means no crash. No radio contact means intentional silence. Occam's razor, General." Chair of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral William Thorne, finally spoke from his position at the head of the table. His voice carried the authority of 30 years at sea, including 2 carrier commands and a stint as Pacific Fleet Commander. "Marcus, you're talking about charging 2 missing soldiers with treason based on the absence of evidence. That's not how military justice works." Webb's face flushed. "Admiral, this administration cannot afford another military scandal. If these pilots defected—" "If," Thorne interrupted, "is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence." He turned to Hayes on the monitor. "General, what's your professional assessment? Could this be mechanical failure?" Hayes glanced at something off-screen, probably notes or coffee, before responding. "Sir, the AH-64E is the most advanced attack helicopter in the world. Triple redundant systems, satellite navigation, automatic distress beacons. For it to simply vanish," she paused, "it would require a catastrophic failure of every safety system simultaneously." "Or skilled pilots who knew how to disable them," Webb muttered. Torres closed her folder with a sharp snap. "Mr. Secretary, if I may, CIA has run predictive models on this scenario. The probability of successful defection, given the aircraft's fuel load, weather conditions, and known flight path, is less than 2%. The probability of mechanical failure, followed by complete destruction of the airframe, is—" She hesitated. "Also less than 2%. Silence filled the room like a physical presence. Outside, the Pentagon's corridors hummed with the business of running a global military empire. But inside this sealed chamber, 3 of the most powerful people in American defense found themselves staring at an impossible puzzle." Webb straightened his tie, a nervous habit that preceded his most dangerous decisions. "General Hayes, I'm authorizing black site investigation protocols. Full-spectrum intelligence gathering on both pilots, their families, associates, and anyone who might have had access to their flight plans." "Sir," Hayes began, "that level of investigation is necessary," Webb finished. "And if Congress starts asking questions about missing helicopters and pilot loyalty, I want every answer ready." He looked directly into the camera. "Find them, General, whatever it takes." The connection terminated, leaving Hayes's image frozen for a moment before the screen went dark. Ardennes Command Post, 1944. Major General Troy Middleton's command post occupied a reinforced farmhouse that had seen better decades, let alone better weeks. Maps covered every wall surface, their edges curled from dampness and constant handling. Red and blue pins marked unit positions across the Ardennes, a constellation of military desperation that told the story of Hitler's last gamble in stark colors. The coffee in Middleton's cup had gone cold hours ago, but he drank it anyway. Sleep was a luxury 8th Corps couldn't afford, not with German panzers still pressing through gaps in American lines, and Bastogne hanging by threads of ammunition and sheer stubbornness. Colonel Silas Vance knocked once before entering, his field jacket dusted with snow that was already melting in the comparative warmth of the command post. Behind him, a captain from the intelligence section carried a leather briefcase that looked like it had survived the First World War. "General,"
Vance said, snapping a salute that somehow managed to convey both respect and barely contained frustration. "I have that report on the unusual asset." Middleton looked up from his maps, noting the careful phrasing. In war, unusual assets were either miracles or disasters waiting to happen. "The experimental aircraft your boys have been whispering about?"
Yes, sir. Vance glanced at the intelligence captain, who began spreading photographs across the farmhouse table. Black and white images showed a sleek, menacing shape partially concealed under camouflage netting. Army Air Corps prototype. Some kind of advanced rotor wing design. The photographs were deliberately blurry, shot from carefully chosen angles that revealed the Apache's general configuration without showing its weapon systems or cockpit details. Middleton picked up one image, studying the machine's predatory lines with the eye of a soldier who'd seen every type of aircraft the war had produced. "Looks fast," he said finally. "What's its operational capability?" Vance shifted his weight, choosing words like a man walking through a minefield. "Ground attack primarily, sir. The pilots report significant success against armor targets. Very precise weapons system." "How significant?" Middleton set down the photograph and fixed Vance with
The stare that had made him one of Patton's most trusted Corps commanders. "I'm not asking for technical specifications, Colonel. I'm asking if this thing can kill German tanks." "Yes, sir. Extremely effectively." Through the farmhouse windows, the sound of distant artillery rumbled like approaching thunder. Middleton walked to the largest map, studying the red arrows that marked German advance routes toward Bastogne. McAuliffe's airborne forces were holding the town, but barely. Every unit in 8th Corps was committed, stretched thin across a front that should have been held by twice as many divisions. "Where's this prototype currently positioned?" Middleton asked without turning from the map. "Grid square 4792, sir. About 8 clicks northeast of Bastogne." Middleton's finger traced supply routes on the map, calculating distances and timing with the automatic precision of a career staff officer. "Perfect. I want it relocated to support the relief operation. Third, Armored is pushing up from Arlon, but they're taking casualties from dug-in panzers. Your experimental aircraft can clear the route." Vance's face went pale. "Sir, I'm not sure the pilots are prepared for extended operations. Fuel considerations, maintenance requirements." "Then they'll learn," Middleton interrupted. "This is war, Colonel, not a peacetime exercise. Every asset fights, or it goes home." He turned back to Vance, his expression brooking no argument. "I want movement orders cut within the hour. The prototype supports 3rd Armored's advance beginning tomorrow at 0600. The intelligence captain cleared his throat nervously. "General, the pilots have expressed some concerns about operational parameters, something about exceeding design limitations." Middleton's jaw tightened. In his experience, pilot concerns usually translated to pilot prima donnas who thought their aircraft were too precious for actual combat. "Captain, I've got paratroopers eating tree bark in Bastogne, and tank crews sleeping in their machines for the 3rd straight night. If those flyboys think their prototype is too delicate for war, I'll find pilots who disagree." "Yes, sir," Vance said, though his voice carried undertones of doubt that hadn't been there moments before. As the intelligence captain gathered his photographs, one image slipped from the stack, fluttering to the floor beside Middleton's boots. The general bent to retrieve it, pausing as he noticed details that hadn't been apparent in the formal briefing photos. The machine's weapons looked unlike anything he'd seen in 3 years of war. Too clean, too precise, almost futuristic in their integration with the airframe. "Colonel," Middleton said slowly, "where exactly did Army Air Corps develop this prototype?" Vance's hesitation lasted only a fraction of a second, but it was enough. "Classified development program, sir. Wright-Patterson, I believe." Middleton studied the photograph for another long moment, his mind cataloging inconsistencies that his combat experience couldn't quite explain. Finally, he handed the image back to the captain. "Get me movement orders," he said. "And Colonel, next time your experimental aircraft needs fuel or ammunition, route the request through normal supply channels. I don't care how classified it is. Everything in this corps fights by the same rules." Apache Maintenance Site, 1944. The smell of diesel fuel and coffee grounds created an unlikely perfume in the forest clearing where Evans and Miller had established their maintenance area. Parachute silk, requisitioned from a supply drop gone astray, hung between pine trees like gossamer curtains, creating a filtration system that would have made any mechanic proud and any engineer weep. Evans knelt beside the Apache's auxiliary fuel tank, his flight gloves stained black from working with fuel lines that were never designed to handle the thick, sulfurous diesel that powered the Wehrmacht's war machine. The helicopter crouched in its camouflaged hide site like a sleeping predator, its weapons systems powered down but ready. "Filters clogged again," he called to Miller, who was stirring coffee grounds into a metal basin with the methodical precision of someone following a recipe that shouldn't work but somehow did. "This diesel is like syrup compared to JP-8. Miller looked up from his improvised fuel treatment operation, his face streaked with grease and exhaustion. "How long before we burn out the fuel pumps?" "At this rate," Evans wiped his hands on a rag that had been white sometime in the previous century, "maybe 50 flight hours. Less if we keep pushing the engines this hard." Lieutenant Frank Halloway emerged from the tree line, carrying a canvas bag that clinked with the sound of salvaged metal parts. His combat engineer's eye had proved invaluable in jerry-rigging solutions to problems that wouldn't be invented for another 60 years.
"Found more copper tubing at that burned-out Panzer," Halloway said, setting down his bag beside the fuel filtration array. "Should be enough to replace the lines that are leaking." He paused, studying Evans' work with professional interest. "You know, in 20 years of fixing things that break, I've never seen fuel injection this precise. What kind of tolerances are we talking about?" Evans glanced at Miller, their eyes meeting in the silent communication of two men walking a tightrope between truth and security. "Tight," Evans said finally. "Really tight." The sound of approaching vehicles cut through their conversation like a blade through silk. Not the familiar rumble of American trucks, but the higher-pitched whine of Jeep engines being pushed harder than they were designed to handle. Miller's hand moved instinctively toward his sidearm, but Evans caught his wrist. "Easy," Evans murmured. "Listen to the sound pattern." 3 vehicles, approaching in tactical formation with the careful spacing of soldiers who understood that bunching up meant dying together. American voices carried on the winter air, but there was something different about them. An urgency that went beyond normal military efficiency. Colonel Frank Armstrong stepped into the clearing like he owned it, his Army Air Corps uniform crisp despite the morning's travel. Behind him came a technical team that moved with the predatory focus of men hunting secrets. Their equipment cases bore the stenciled markings of Wright-Patterson Field, and their eyes held the acquisitive hunger of intelligence officers who'd found something unprecedented. "Chief Warrant Officer Evans," Armstrong said, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to having his questions answered immediately. "I'm Colonel Armstrong, Army Air Corps Technical Intelligence. I understand you gentlemen have been operating some kind of experimental aircraft." Evans straightened slowly, his mind racing through contingency. Plans that had never seemed real until this moment. "Sir, I'm not sure what you mean." Armstrong's smile had all the warmth of winter steel. "The 30-foot rotor span hidden under that camouflage netting suggests otherwise." He gestured to his technical team, who began moving toward the concealed Apache with the methodical precision of professionals. "Sir," Evans said, his voice carefully neutral, "that aircraft is classified beyond your clearance level." The words hung in the air like a grenade with a pulled pin. Armstrong's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Surprise, anger, and finally the cold calculation of someone who'd spent a career dealing with military bureaucracy. "Warrant Officer, I have direct authorization from Army Air Corps Headquarters to examine any experimental aircraft operating in the European theater. Armstrong pulled a folded document from his jacket pocket. This includes full technical evaluation by qualified personnel. Miller stepped forward, his youth making his words carry unexpected weight. With respect, sir, you're not qualified to evaluate this aircraft. Nobody is. Armstrong's technical team had reached the camouflage netting and began pulling it aside with the enthusiasm of children unwrapping Christmas presents. The first glimpse of the Apache's true lines drew sharp intakes of breath, followed by the kind of silence that preceded either worship or warfare. "Sweet Jesus," one of the technicians whispered. "Look at those weapon mounts." Evans felt the situation spiraling beyond control, like watching an aircraft enter an unrecoverable spin. "Colonel Armstrong, I'm ordering you to halt this inspection. That aircraft contains classified systems that cannot be compromised." "You're ordering me?" Armstrong's voice climbed an octave. "Warrant Officer, you seem to have forgotten how military rank structure works. I'm a full colonel. You're an enlisted man with delusions of authority." The sound of boots on frozen ground announced Captain Russo's arrival, moving with the ground-eating stride of an infantry officer who'd learned that arriving late to confrontations meant cleaning up messes that could have been prevented. His rifle hung across his chest with the casual competence of someone who'd used it recently, and his eyes held the flat, dangerous look of a man who'd stopped caring about consequences. "Problem here, gentlemen?" Russo's voice carried the deceptive mildness of someone offering his opponents one chance to de-escalate. Armstrong turned toward the new arrival, clearly expecting support from a fellow officer. "Captain, I'm conducting a technical intelligence evaluation of this experimental aircraft. These warrant officers seem confused about their role in the chain of command." Russo studied the scene with the tactical assessment skills that had kept his company alive through 3 weeks of German counterattacks. The Apache, partially revealed under its torn camouflage, dominated the clearing like a monument to violence. The technical team clustered around it like pilgrims at a shrine, their instruments already emerging from carrying cases. "Colonel," Russo said carefully, "that bird has been keeping my boys alive since this offensive started. I'm not inclined to let anyone mess with it unless they can guarantee it'll keep working." "Captain, this is a technical intelligence matter that doesn't concern infantry operations." Russo's smile could have frozen diesel fuel in the tank. "Sir, everything that kills Germans in my sector concerns me, and right now, that helicopter is the most efficient German-killing machine in the Ardennes forest." Armstrong's face flushed red above his perfectly knotted tie. "Are you questioning my authority, Captain?" The confrontation balanced on a knife's edge, with careers and possibly lives hanging in the balance. Evans watched the interplay of personalities and authority, recognizing the moment when military discipline collided with combat pragmatism. In peacetime, Armstrong's rank would be decisive. In war, Rousseau's dead Germans carried more weight than anyone's collar insignia. "Colonel," Evans said quietly, "what happens if your technical evaluation damages something you can't fix?" Armstrong's head snapped toward Evans like a weapon acquiring a target. "Are you threatening to sabotage military equipment, Warrant Officer?" "No, sir. I'm explaining that this aircraft operates on principles your technical team doesn't understand. There are systems integration issues that could result in catastrophic failure if disturbed by unqualified personnel." One of Armstrong's technicians looked up from the Apache's stub wing, his face pale with something between excitement and terror. "Colonel, I've never seen missile systems like these. The guidance electronics alone—" He trailed off, staring at hardware that violated everything he thought he knew about weapons technology. Armstrong moved closer to the technician, his voice dropping to avoid being overheard. "What are you saying, Sergeant?" "Sir, this stuff is at least 10 years ahead of anything we've got in development. Maybe 20 years. The material science alone." The sergeant's voice carried the stunned quality of someone whose worldview had just been shattered. Evans felt the moment when secrecy became impossible, when the gap between what they were seeing and what they could understand became too large to bridge with conventional explanations. Around the clearing, men stared at technology that shouldn't exist, trying to fit impossible facts into the framework of their 1944 reality. "Colonel Armstrong," Evans said, his voice carrying the weight of desperation disguised as authority, "I'm formally requesting that you halt this inspection pending clarification of security protocols from higher authority." Armstrong's laugh had no humor in it. "Warrant Officer, you're in no position to make requests. You're facing court-martial for obstruction of a lawful technical intelligence gathering operation." He turned to his team. "Continue the evaluation. Full documentation, all. Systems." The standoff crystallized into something harder than winter ground, with multiple authority structures colliding in a forest clearing that had become ground zero for a crisis that could reshape military history. Evans realized he was facing an impossible choice between military discipline and temporal catastrophe, between following orders and protecting the future that had sent them here. And somewhere in the distance, carried on wind that cut through the thickest clothing, came the sound of German radio transmissions growing stronger by the hour. Secure Communication, 2025. The secure telephone conference connected 4 time zones and 3 very different kinds of pain. Major Sarah Chen sat in her office at USARA headquarters in Stuttgart, surrounded by intelligence reports that refused to make sense. Her computer screen displayed a map of Central Europe marked with search grids, probability matrices, and the kind of red X's that usually marked crash sites. Instead, they marked nothing. "Mrs. Evans, I understand this is difficult," Chen said, her voice carrying the careful professionalism of someone delivering impossible news to people who deserved better. "But I need you to understand that we're expanding the search parameters." Jennifer Evans' voice came through the encrypted connection with the hollow quality of someone who'd stopped sleeping 3 days ago. "Major, you said you'd found the training area where they disappeared. You said you had their last known position." "We did. We do." Chen shuffled through reports that documented the most thorough search operation in recent military history. "But Mrs. Evans, when an aircraft vanishes without leaving any trace, no debris, no electronic signatures, no impact crater, we have to consider possibilities beyond conventional mechanical failure." The silence on the line stretched long enough for Chen to hear the secure communication protocols cycling through their encryption. Sequences. Finally, Ryan Miller's fiancée Sarah spoke, her nurse's training evident in the controlled way she asked questions that had no good answers. "Major Chen, what exactly do you mean by non-permissive areas?" Chen felt the familiar weight of classified information pressing against the boundaries of what she could tell civilian families. "Miss Patterson, it means we're expanding the search into regions where our aircraft might have encountered difficulties." "Difficulties," Jennifer Evans repeated, her voice taking on the sharp edge of a military wife who'd learned to decode euphemisms. "You mean hostile action." "Mrs. Evans, don't." The word cut through the encryption like a blade. "Don't you dare give me any more careful phrasing. My husband has been flying combat missions for 15 years. I know what non-permissive means. I know what hostile action means. What I don't know is why no one will tell me if my husband is dead or captured or just lost in some bureaucratic nightmare." Chen stared at her computer screen, where satellite images showed empty forest that should have contained the wreckage of an 8-ton helicopter. Her intelligence training had taught her to work with incomplete information, to build theories from fragments of evidence and test them against reality. But this case defied every analytical framework she'd ever learned. "Mrs. Evans, The evidence we have suggests that Chief Evans and Warrant Officer Miller encountered some kind of unprecedented mechanical failure that resulted in—" She paused, realizing that any phrase she chose would sound inadequate. "Complete vaporization?" Jennifer's laugh had no humor in it. "Major, I've been married to a pilot for 18 years. I've seen what helicopter crashes look like. I've been to the funerals. There's always something left. Rotor blades, transmission parts, personal effects. Always." Colonel Rebecca Torres, monitoring the call from CIA headquarters in Langley, spoke for the first time since introductions. "Mrs. Evans, Miss Patterson, I need you to understand that we're dealing with a situation that has no precedent in our experience. The investigation is ongoing at the highest levels." "Investigation of what?" Sarah Patterson's voice carried the precise diction of someone fighting to maintain control. "You've told us there's no crash site, no enemy action, no evidence of defection. What's left to investigate?" Torres glanced at the classified briefing folder that contained theories too sensitive for family members and too incomplete for public release. "We're examining every possibility, including scenarios that might seem unconventional." The secure line crackled with the electronic noise of encrypted communication, but underneath it, Chen could hear Jennifer Evans crying with the quiet desperation of someone who'd run out of hope and started borrowing against despair. "Major Chen," Jennifer said finally, her voice steadier than anyone had a right to expect. "My husband called me the morning he disappeared. Said they were doing some kind of special training exercise. Something about testing new equipment in realistic conditions." She paused. He sounded excited. David never gets excited about routine training. Chen's fingers moved across her keyboard, pulling up the classified briefing files that contained fragments of information too sensitive for open discussion. "Mrs. Evans, without compromising operational security, I can tell you that Chief Evans and Warrant Officer Miller were participating in an advanced evaluation program. The specific details are classified, but..." "But what?" Jennifer's voice carried the desperate hope of someone grasping at any explanation that didn't end in death certificates. "But it's possible they encountered circumstances that weren't anticipated in the training scenario." Chen chose each word with surgical precision, dancing along the edge of security classifications that could end her career. Circumstances that might have taken them beyond our immediate search area. The implication hung in the encrypted air like smoke from a distant fire, visible but undefined, carrying the promise of answers that might be worse than continued uncertainty. Colonel Torres ended the call 20 minutes later, after providing contact information for casualty assistance officers and promising updates that might never come. In the silence that followed, Chen stared at intelligence reports that documented the impossible and tried to build theories from evidence that shouldn't exist. Outside her office windows, the German countryside stretched toward horizons that had been battlefields 70 years earlier, when technology was simpler and the boundaries between possible and impossible were clearly defined. Now, in an age of satellite surveillance and global communications, 2 American soldiers had vanished as completely as if the Earth had swallowed them whole. And somewhere in the classified files that Chen wasn't cleared to access, government analysts were beginning to consider possibilities that violated everything they thought they knew about the relationship between time, space, and the laws of physics that govern both. The Ultimatum, 1944. Obersturmbannführer Joachim Peiper studied the intelligence report with the methodical precision of a predator analyzing prey. The document, typed on Wehrmacht letterhead and classified Geheim, contained information that should have been impossible, but aligned too perfectly with recent battlefield observations to dismiss. The command post occupied a stone farmhouse that had sheltered German forces for 3 days, long enough for the walls to absorb the smell of diesel fuel, cigarette smoke, and the particular tension that came with conducting operations behind enemy lines. Maps covered every surface, marked with the red arrows and blue squares that told the story of Kampfgruppe Pipers, advanced toward the Meuse River. "A flying tank," Piper said quietly, his voice carrying the flat intonation of someone processing information that challenged his understanding of warfare. "That shoots lightning." Hauptmann Kurt Vogel looked up from his own intelligence briefing, a collection of after-action reports that painted an increasingly disturbing picture of American tactical capabilities. "The prisoner was quite specific, Herr Obersturmbannführer. 30 meters of rotor span, moves without sound, destroys panzers from distances exceeding 2 kilometers. Piper set down the report and walked to the frosted window that overlooked a landscape transformed by war. Tank tracks had churned the frozen earth into patterns that resembled abstract art, if abstract art could be rendered in mud, metal, and the detritus of mechanized combat. In the distance, smoke columns marked the funeral pyres of vehicles that had been state-of-the-art 12 hours earlier. "Kurt, in 3 years of war, I've seen Tiger tanks destroyed by weapons that shouldn't exist. I've watched Sturmgeschütz crews report enemy shells that home in like hunting falcons. Now you're telling me the Americans have built an aircraft that violates the laws of aerodynamics?" Vogel consulted his notes, compiled from interrogations of prisoners taken during the previous day's fighting. "The descriptions are consistent across multiple sources, sir. An aircraft that hovers like a dragonfly, but strikes like a falcon. The prisoners call it the Winter Ghost." Through the farmhouse walls came the sound of diesel engines and track links, the mechanical symphony of armored forces repositioning for operations that would be decided by whoever adapted fastest to changing tactical realities. Piper listened to the sounds with the automatic assessment of a commander who'd learned to read the battlefield through vibrations in the ground. "Show me the tactical situation," he said, moving to the largest map table. Vogel spread a series of photographs across the surface, aerial reconnaissance images that showed American defensive positions with the clarity that came from flying too low and too slow. Black ink marked enemy strongpoints, supply routes, and the general area where multiple witnesses had reported the mysterious aircraft. "Grid square 4792, Vogel said, his finger tracing the coordinates on the map. 8 kilometers northeast of Bastogne, in the sector held by American airborne forces. The aircraft operates from a concealed position somewhere in this forest area." Piper studied the terrain with the eye of someone who'd spent 3 years turning geography into tactical advantage. The forest provided cover from aerial observation, but limited mobility for ground vehicles. Road networks were minimal, supply lines vulnerable. Any force operating from that position would be dependent on external support. "Resources?" Piper asked. 2 Panther platoons from 1st Battalion, plus my Jagdpanzer company." Vogel's voice carried the reluctant tone of someone questioning orders he wasn't authorized to question. "Sir, that's significant combat power to commit against a single aircraft." Piper's laugh had no humor in it. "Kurt, if this Winter Ghost is half as effective as our prisoners claim, it represents the center of gravity for American defensive operations. Eliminate it, and their entire line becomes vulnerable." The tactical logic was sound, but Vogel's expression suggested reservations that went beyond simple resource allocation. "Sir, what if it's some kind of deception operation? American propaganda designed to make us overcommit forces against a phantom threat?" "Then we'll discover that when we find an empty forest clearing," Piper replied. "But if it's real?" He traced supply routes on the map, calculating distances and timing with the automatic precision of someone who'd learned that tactical mistakes meant death certificates. "If it's real, then the Americans have deployed a weapon system that changes everything we think we know about ground combat." Outside, the sound of approaching vehicles announced the arrival of the combat units that would carry out Piper's orders. Panthers and Jagdpanzers, the most advanced armored vehicles in the German arsenal, moving with a mechanical precision that had made the Wehrmacht legendary. Their crews were veterans of campaigns from France to Russia, men who'd learned to adapt to enemies who kept producing weapons that shouldn't exist. Vogel folded the reconnaissance photographs, his movements carrying the resigned efficiency of someone who'd stopped arguing with tactical decisions that seemed to defy common sense. "Sir, what are our rules of engagement regarding this aircraft?" Piper walked back to the window, watching German armor deploy through countryside that had been peaceful farmland 6 months earlier. The Panthers moved like steel predators, their long guns tracking potential threats with automatic efficiency. Behind them, support vehicles carried ammunition, fuel, and spare parts for operations that might last days. "Destroy it," Piper said quietly. "Destroy it, capture the crew for interrogation, and secure any technical intelligence that might explain how the Americans built something that violates physical laws." The orders were simple, but their implications rippled through tactical possibilities like stones thrown into still water. Somewhere in the Ardennes forest, American forces were deploying technology that shouldn't exist, operated by pilots who'd appeared from nowhere and were changing the fundamental calculus of armored warfare. And in 36 hours, two of the most advanced military forces in human history would collide in a forest clearing, fighting for control of weapons and knowledge that could reshape the remainder of the war. As Vogel departed to brief his unit commanders, Piper remained at the window, studying terrain that would soon become a battlefield, where past and future intersected in ways that neither side could fully understand. The intelligence reports were precise about coordinates, but vague about possibilities. Grid Square 4792 contained something that violated everything German tactical doctrine considered possible. Whether it was experimental technology, Allied deception, or something else entirely, Kampfgruppe Piper would find out. And somewhere in the American command structure, bureaucratic arguments about experimental aircraft were about to become irrelevant. When German radio intercepts provided exact targeting data for the most advanced weapon system that 1944 had ever seen. The hunt for the Winter Ghost was about to begin. Chapter 9. The Razor's Edge. The radio crackled to life at 0530 hours, December 22nd, 1944. Evans jerked awake in the cargo compartment of Holloway's half-track, his flight suit still damp with yesterday's sweat and diesel fumes. The voice cutting through the static carried the clipped urgency of men who knew they were running out of time. Any station, this is Bastogne Control. We are taking heavy fire from all quadrants. Request immediate close air support. German armor massing for final assault. We can hold maybe 6 hours. Maybe. Miller sat up from his makeshift bedroll, rubbing his eyes. That's the 101st Airborne, he said, recognizing the call signs. They've been surrounded for 3 days. Evans grabbed the radio handset. Bastogne Control, this is Winter Ghost. We copy your traffic. What's your tactical situation? The response came immediately, tinged with desperate relief. Winter Ghost, thank Christ you're still flying. We've got at least 2 Panzer battalions forming up south of our perimeter. Heavy fog lifted about an hour ago. Visibility, maybe 2 clicks. They're coming, whether we're ready or not. Through the half-track's canvas covering, pale dawn light filtered through the Ardennes forest. Somewhere to the northeast, American paratroopers were counting ammunition and saying prayers in foxholes carved from frozen Belgian soil. Miller, Evans said, already reaching for his flight helmet. Pre-flight in 10 minutes. We're going to war. The Apache squatted in the forest clearing like a predator interrupted during feeding. Frost covered the rotor blades, and diesel fumes still clung to the airframe from yesterday's field refueling. During his walk-around inspection, Evans ran his hands along the fuselage, checking for stress fractures or battle damage. Chief, we've got company, Miller called from the cockpit, nodding toward the tree line. Colonel Vance emerged from the woods, accompanied by a junior officer Evans didn't recognize. The colonel's wool greatcoat was immaculate, despite 3 days in the field, and his eyes held the calculating look of a man who'd spent the night receiving orders from Corps Command. "Evans," Vance called out. "Change of mission. 8th Corps wants your birds supporting the relief operation. Patton's 3rd Army is punching north, but they need those German tanks off the high ground south of Bastogne." Evans continued his inspection, running his fingers along the main rotor hub. "Colonel, with respect, we're running on fumes and prayers. Maybe 3 hours flight time before we're walking home." 3 hours might be all the difference. The 101st is down to their last ammunition. If those
Panzers break through, Bastogne falls. If Bastogne falls, the German offensive succeeds. Miller's voice carried from the front seat where he was running diagnostics. "Chief, the TADS is throwing error codes. All that diesel contamination is playing hell with the optics." Evans climbed into the back seat. Through the canopy, he could see Russo's men preparing defensive positions, their movements efficient despite exhaustion. These soldiers had been fighting for their lives while he worried about maintenance schedules and fuel consumption. "Miller, strip her down," Evans ordered. "Pull the radar warning receiver, the extra armor plating, anything we can live without. We need every minute of flight time we can squeeze out." "That's going to leave us pretty naked if we take ground fire." "We're already naked. At least this way we stay airborne long enough to make a difference." As Miller began removing non-essential equipment, Evans studied the tactical situation through the aircraft systems. The thermal imaging painted a ghostly picture. Cold blue forest punctuated by warm yellow signatures of men and machines preparing for combat. The radio crackled again. "Winter Ghost, Bastogne Control. German radio intercepts indicate attack imminent. Can you provide overwatch for Relief Column Able 7? Evans keyed the microphone. "Bastogne Control, Winter Ghost is airborne in 15 minutes. We'll find your panzers." The Apache lifted off at 0645 hours, climbing through morning mist that clung to the forest canopy like smoke from a dying campfire. The aircraft responded to his inputs, but there was a sluggishness in the controls that spoke of contaminated fuel and improvised maintenance. "TADS is stabilized," Miller reported. "I've got about 60% functionality on the thermal imaging. The laser designator is solid, but the automatic target tracking is offline." "We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Mark one eyeball and steady. Hands." The landscape below told the story of a continent at war. Shell craters dotted the frozen fields, and the remains of burned vehicles marked the advance and retreat of armies. Smoke rose from a dozen different points, each column representing some small tragedy in the larger catastrophe. "Winter Ghost, Bastogne Control," the radio crackled. "Relief Column Able 7 is advancing along Route Yellow. They're taking heavy fire from prepared positions on Hill 273. Can you provide immediate support?" Evans banked the Apache south, following the road that would lead them to the German assembly area. Through the canopy, he could see American tanks advancing in formation, their progress marked by muzzle flashes and the distinctive smoke signatures of high-velocity tank rounds. "There," Miller said, his voice tight with concentration. "Grid 4792. Jesus Christ, Chief, look at that." The thermal imaging revealed what no Allied reconnaissance had managed to capture: the largest concentration of German armor they'd seen since arriving in 1944. Dozens of tanks sat in perfect formation across an open field, their engines warm and ready for movement. Panthers and Tigers arranged with parade ground precision. "Bastogne Control, Winter Ghost. I have eyes on approximately 40 German tanks in assembly area south of your position. They're formed up for a coordinated assault." "Winter Ghost, that confirms our intelligence. Relief Column Able 7 needs those tanks eliminated before they can advance on our perimeter." The weight of history settled around them. Below lay the armored spearhead of Germany's last great offensive in the West. With 8 Hellfire missiles and a 30mm cannon,
they possessed enough firepower to blunt an attack that could change the course of the war. Miller, weapon status. 8 Hellfires remaining, 300 rounds of 30 Mike. Chief, if we're going to do this, we need to make every shot count. Evans brought the Apache into a hover at 1,500 feet, high enough to avoid small arms fire, but low enough for accurate targeting. The aircraft vibrated around them, rotor wash and engine noise creating a familiar symphony. Bastogne control. Winter Ghost is engaging German armor. Danger close. Mark your positions with smoke. The first Hellfire missile streaked away from the Apache's wing pylon, its exhaust trail painting a white line across the gray morning sky. Through the targeting display, Evans watched the missile strike the lead Tiger tank, penetrating the turret armor and detonating the ammunition storage. The explosion lifted the 68-ton vehicle clear off the ground, turret separating from hull in a burst of orange flame and black smoke. The blast wave reached them seconds later, a thunderous crack that resonated through the Apache's airframe. German radio chatter erupted across the frequencies they monitored, voices speaking in rapid, panicked German. Second target, Miller called. Panther at grid 4793, engaging. Another missile flew, another tank died. The concussion from the second explosion rattled Evans's teeth. The German formation began to scatter, drivers reversing their vehicles or attempting to find cover that didn't exist in the open field. Continue engagement, he ordered, gripping the cyclic as turbulence from the explosions buffeted the aircraft. Target the command vehicles first, then anything that looks like it's trying to organize a counterattack. The third Hellfire struck a Panzer Mark IV, the explosion ripping through the thinner side armor and cooking off the main gun ammunition. The fourth missile eliminated a Tiger that was attempting to rally the survivors, its commander's hatch open as the crew leader tried to coordinate their response. Heat from the burning tanks created thermal columns that tossed the Apache like a leaf in a windstorm. Evans fought the controls, sweat stinging his eyes despite the December cold seeping through the canopy seals. German voices on the radio became increasingly frantic. He caught fragments of transmission. Der eiserne Drache ist zurück. The Iron Dragon has returned. Winter Ghost, Bastogne control. We're observing secondary explosions in the target area. Confirmed German armor neutralized. The field had been transformed from an assembly area into a graveyard. Burning tanks dotted the landscape like funeral pyres, black smoke rising into the morning sky. The survivors were withdrawing in disorder, abandoning positions they'd held for 3 days. Bastogne control, Winter Ghost. German armor threat neutralized. Relief column Able 7 should have a clear approach to your perimeter. The radio. Response crackled with excitement and relief. Winter Ghost, we've got American tanks approaching from the south. The siege is broken. Repeat, Bastogne perimeter is secure. Through the thermal imaging, Evans watched Sherman tanks rolling through the gap they'd created, linking up with the paratroopers who'd held the town against impossible odds. Miller, fuel status. 40 minutes remaining, maybe less if we push the engines. As they approached their forward operating base, Evans noticed something that made his stomach tighten. Too many vehicles were parked among the trees, including a Jeep he didn't recognize. More concerning was the figure standing beside Colonel Vance, a man in an olive-drab uniform with a camera bag slung across his shoulder and a press correspondent's armband. "Chief," Miller said, "we've got a problem." The Apache settled into the clearing with mechanical precision, but instead of satisfaction from their successful mission, Evans found himself calculating contingencies. Sergeant Tommy Morrison looked exactly like what he was, a small-town newspaper reporter who'd traded his civilian clothes for an army uniform. He stood beside Colonel Vance with the eager intensity of someone covering the biggest story of his career, but his expression suggested he'd noticed things that didn't quite add up. As Evans and Miller climbed down from the cockpit, Morrison approached with practiced professionalism, his camera ready but not immediately raised. "Sergeant Morrison, Stars and Stripes," the reporter said, extending his hand. "Colonel Vance tells me you boys have been doing outstanding work with your helicopter." The slight pause suggested he'd been asking questions during their absence. Colonel Vance stepped forward. "Sergeant, I've already explained that this operation is classified. No interviews, no photographs." Morrison's smile was polite but persistent. "Colonel, I understand operational security, but I've got press credentials
From Theater Command to cover American technological developments. My readers want to know about our advantages." In the front seat of the Apache, the multifunction displays were still active, their digital readouts clearly visible through the canopy. Evans casually stepped between Morrison and the aircraft. "What kind of story are you working on, Sergeant?" Evans asked. Morrison flipped open his notepad. "Human interest piece. American ingenuity winning the war, that sort of thing. But I have to say, Chief, this machine of yours is unusual. I've covered aviation stories for 2 years, and I've never seen anything quite like her." The reporter's eyes moved over the Apache's configuration with professional curiosity. But Evans could see something deeper, the instinctive recognition that details weren't matching his expectations. "She's experimental," Miller offered. "Still working out the kinks." "Experimental how?" Morrison asked, his pencil poised. "The engine sound, for instance, much quieter than the helicopters I've seen. And the materials," he gestured toward the composite rotor blades, "different from standard aircraft construction." Each question was reasonable, but Evans could see where they would lead. Morrison was doing his job, looking for the human story behind the technology. But every detail would be impossible to explain. "Advanced alloys," Evans said carefully, "still classified as to composition." Morrison nodded, writing that down. His demeanor remained friendly, but his questions were becoming more focused. "Mind if I take a look inside? Just to get a sense of what our boys are working with?" Before anyone could stop him, Morrison moved toward the Apache's cockpit, his trained eye immediately cataloging the digital displays, the unfamiliar switch configurations, the LCD screens showing data readouts. He stopped walking. His notepad lowered slowly. "Chief?" Morrison said quietly, his voice carrying a new undertone of confusion. "Those instruments, they're not like anything I've seen before. Matter of fact," he looked up, meeting Evans' eyes, "they don't look like 1944 technology at all." The forest clearing suddenly felt very quiet. Morrison's professional demeanor hadn't changed, but his questions had shifted from routine reporting to something more investigative. "What exactly are you suggesting, Sergeant?" Evans asked. Morrison studied him for a long moment, his reporter's instincts clearly engaged. When he spoke again, his voice was measured, careful. "I'm suggesting that either our military has made some extraordinary advances they're not telling anyone about, or—" He paused, looking again at the Apache's cockpit displays. "Or there's a story here bigger than anyone realizes." He raised his camera, not in an aggressive manner, but with the deliberate intent of someone documenting evidence. The click of the shutter seemed unnaturally loud in the morning air. "Sergeant Morrison," Colonel Vance said sharply, "you will turn over that film immediately." Morrison lowered the camera, but didn't surrender it. "Colonel, with respect, press materials are protected, but I'm willing to discuss reasonable security arrangements." He looked directly at Evans. "Assuming someone wants to explain what I just photographed." The confrontation hung in the air like smoke from the distant burning tanks. Morrison wasn't being hostile or aggressive. He was being thorough, professional, and increasingly suspicious, which made him far more dangerous than an enemy they could simply outfight. "Sergeant," Evans said carefully, "what would it take to keep this story from reaching your editors until the war's over?" Morrison's expression shifted to something approaching understanding. Not comprehension of the truth, that remained impossible, but recognition that he'd stumbled onto something significant enough that senior officers were willing to negotiate. "Chief," Morrison said quietly,
I think you and I need to have a very long conversation.
Chapter 10. The Duel. The morning fog clung to the Schnee-Eifel ridgelines like smoke from a dying cigarette, thin and gray in the pre-dawn light. Hauptmann Kurt Vogel adjusted his commander's periscope and studied the terrain below through the Tiger II's armored vision blocks. 67 tons of Krupp steel sat motionless in the shadow of an overhanging cliff, the massive Maybach engine ticking as it cooled. "Movement to the northwest," reported his gunner, Feldwebel Klaus Weber. "Range, 800 meters." Vogel's weathered hands found the periscope controls, tracking the distant figures. American infantry, a patrol returning from the night's work. They moved with the careful precision of men who'd survived too many ambushes, weapons ready, eyes scanning. But they weren't his prey. "Let them pass," Vogel whispered into his throat microphone. 3 days of study had taught him the helicopter's patterns. It flew dawn patrols along the ridgelines, hunting his armor in the weak morning light. More importantly, it always returned to the same general area to refuel, a natural clearing protected by converging ravines. The pilot was methodical, predictable, a creature of habit. That would kill him. The radio crackled with static. "Tiger 4 to all units. American Air Patrol approaching from Grid Square 77. Vogel smiled grimly. His other tanks were spread across the valley, hull down behind rocky outcroppings, invisible to aerial observation. They wouldn't engage. This was his hunt, his quarrel with the flying machine that had turned his Panthers into burning coffins and his men into corpses. The throb of rotor blades carried across the morning air, distant but growing stronger. "Fuel state's getting ugly," Miller announced from the front seat, his eyes locked on the engine displays. "We're running on fumes and good intentions." Evans pulled pitch, slightly, bleeding airspeed, as they descended toward their improvised refueling point. The Apache's engines coughed, the diesel-fouled turbines protesting every revolution. They'd been airborne for 90 minutes, hunting German armor through the maze of valleys that carved up the Schnee-Eifel like scars on dead flesh. "Contact Holloway. Tell him we need diesel in 10 minutes or we're walking home." Evans' voice carried the exhaustion of 3 days without real sleep. His hands moved automatically on the controls, muscle memory guiding them through the descent, while his eyes swept the terrain below. The clearing appeared ahead, a rough circle of churned snow and frozen mud between two converging ridgelines. Holloway's engineers had chosen it well. Protected approaches, good concealment, defensible if the Germans found it. Evans lowered the collective, feeling the Apache settle toward the earth like a tired bird. "Ghost 1 to ground team," Miller transmitted. "Inbound for fuel. 5 minutes out." "Copy, Ghost 1. Diesel's ready. We've got security posted on the ridgelines." Holloway's voice crackled through the headsets, steady and professional, despite the fatigue that lined every word. Evans began his approach, the Apache descending through wisps of morning fog. The altimeter unwound. 200 feet. 150. 100. The landing zone materialized through the mist, black fuel barrels arranged in a rough semicircle. Holloway's engineers crouched behind whatever cover they could find. The Tiger's gun spoke with the voice of God. 88 millimeters of hardened steel screamed past the Apache's nose, missing by less than 10 feet. The muzzle blast struck like a physical blow, rocking the helicopter sideways and filling the cockpit with the acrid stench of cordite and superheated air. "Contact left!" Miller's shout cut through the sudden chaos as Evans yanked the cyclic hard over, diving toward the valley floor. The Apache's engines screamed in protest, turbines spinning beyond their red lines as they clawed for speed and distance. "Where is he?" Evans demanded, pulling the helicopter into a knife-edge turn that pressed them both deep into their armored seats. Gravity pulled at his vision, tunneling it down to the essential: terrain, threats, survival. Miller's hands flew over his weapons controls, thermal sight painting the landscape in false color heat signatures. Scanning. There! The crosshairs locked onto a dark shape nestled between two boulders, almost invisible except for the heat bloom from its exhaust. Tiger 2, bearing 270, range 600 meters. The German tank was already traversing its turret, the massive gun swinging toward them with mechanical precision. Evans dove toward a narrow ravine carved into the valley floor, using the terrain to break visual contact. Rock walls flashed past on either side, close enough to touch. "He was waiting for us," Evans said, the realization cold in his gut. Son of a bitch was waiting.
Another thunderclap echoed off the valley walls as the Tiger fired again. This time, the round struck granite 20 feet to their left, showering the Apache with stone fragments that rattled like hail against the armored fuselage. Evans pulled harder into the ravine, following its twisting course deeper into the Schnee Eiffel's broken heart. "This is his ground," Miller said, studying the tactical display. "He knows every rock, every turn. We're flying blind." The radio crackled. "Ghost 1, this is ground team. We saw the gun flashes. What's your status?" "We're alive," Evans transmitted tersely. "One Tiger, dug in and ready for us. Keep your heads down." The ravine twisted like a broken spine through the German mountains, carved by centuries of snowmelt and erosion. Evans followed its course at 80 knots, the Apache's rotor disc clearing the canyon walls by inches. Behind them, the Tiger's engine growled as it maneuvered for another shot. "He's moving," Miller reported, watching the thermal bloom shift between the rocks above. "Following the ridgeline, staying in cover. Smart bastard." Vogel was playing this perfectly. The confined terrain negated every advantage the Apache possessed. They couldn't climb without exposing themselves to the Tiger's main gun. They couldn't gain speed without losing maneuverability. And every second they spent in these stone corridors burned precious fuel they couldn't spare. The ravine forked ahead. Evans chose the left branch without hesitation, diving deeper into the mountain's embrace. The walls closed in, forcing him to slow, to pick his way through the narrows like threading a needle at 100 miles per hour. "Contact!" Miller's warning came with the sudden whine of the gun turret rotating. The Tiger had appeared on their right, hull down behind a boulder field, only the turret and gun tube visible above the rocks. Evans snap-rolled left as the 88mm roared again. The round passed so close that the Apache's airframe rang like a bell, stress alarms screaming in their headsets. He pulled into a climbing turn, using a granite spire to mask their position. "I've got tone," Miller announced. 30 Mike, high explosive, 500 rounds remaining. "Take 'em." The Apache's chin gun came alive, spitting fire at 600 rounds per minute. 30mm shells traced toward the German tank in streams of molten light, striking sparks from the Tiger's frontal armor. The explosive rounds detonated against Krupp steel in rapid-fire bursts that lit up the morning like a deadly fireworks display. But the Tiger's armor held. The massive tank absorbed the punishment and kept fighting, its gun tracking them with mechanical precision. "No penetration," Miller reported, frustration sharp in his voice. "Front slope's too thick. I need side aspect." Evans pulled the Apache into another diving turn, trying to flank the Tiger's position. But Vogel had anticipated the move. The German tank reversed into deeper cover, keeping its thickest armor toward the threat while the turret continued to track their movement. They were burning ammunition they couldn't replace, fuel they couldn't spare, fighting an enemy who knew the ground better than they did. It was a losing game, and they all knew it. "Ghost 1, be advised," Holloway's voice cut through their concentration. "We're seeing movement to the south, multiple vehicles. Looks like he's got friends coming to the party." Evans cursed under his breath. Vogel wasn't just hunting them, he was herding them, driving them toward a larger trap. The German commander was using the terrain like a weapon, channeling their movements, forcing them to fight on his terms. "New plan," Evans said, pulling the Apache into a steep climb that cleared the ravine walls. "We end this now." The Tiger emerged from cover like a steel predator, main gun elevated and ready.
Vogel had positioned himself perfectly in the shadow of an overhanging cliff, the natural formation providing protection from aerial attack while his gunner acquired the target. "Fire!" Vogel commanded. The 88mm spoke again, the massive gun recoiling against its mounting as another armor-piercing round shrieked toward the helicopter. This time, Evans was ready. He pulled the Apache into a violent slip, trading altitude for position as the German shell passed beneath them. Miller's thermal sight painted the Tiger in bright, false colors, every heat source outlined in digital precision. The tank's exhaust glowed white-hot, its gun tube still warm from repeated firing. But it was the cliff face above the Tiger that caught his attention. Fractured granite, stress lines visible in the thermal spectrum where freeze-thaw cycles had weakened the rock. "Dave, look at this," Miller said, highlighting the cliff face on Evans' display. "That overhang's barely holding together. Those stress fractures run deep." Evans studied the tactical picture, his mind racing through possibilities. They had 3 Hydra rockets remaining, 70mm unguided projectiles designed for area targets. Not enough to penetrate the Tiger's armor, but perhaps enough for something else entirely. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Evans asked. "Bring the mountain down on his head," Miller confirmed. "It's crazy enough to work." The Tiger fired again, the round passing close enough to rattle their teeth. Vogel was getting their range, each shot walking closer to a killing hit. They had seconds before the German gunner put a shell through their cockpit. Evans pulled the Apache into a climbing turn, gaining altitude while Miller programmed the rocket's targeting system. The Hydras weren't precision weapons, but they didn't need to be. They just needed to hit the right spots along the cliff face, exploit the fractures that nature had already carved into the stone. "Set for airburst," Miller announced, his fingers dancing over the weapon's controls. "Sequence detonation, 3-second intervals, impact points marked." The Apache crested the ridgeline, exposing them to the Tiger's gun for a critical moment. Evans held the hover, fighting every instinct that screamed at him to move, to dive, to get out of the killing zone. Below them, Vogel's turret tracked upward, the massive gun tube swinging toward their position. "Fox 3!" Miller called, triggering the first rocket. The Hydra streaked downward, trailing white smoke, its warhead programmed to detonate 3 feet above the cliff face. The explosion carved a crater in the granite, sending tons of fractured stone tumbling toward the valley floor. The Tiger's gun elevated, trying to track them, but the angle was too steep. Vogel's tank was trapped beneath the overhang that had been his protection, unable to bring his main gun to bear on the helicopter above. "Fox 3!" The second rocket impacted further along the fracture line, the explosion propagating through the weakened stone like lightning through storm clouds. More rock fell, a growing avalanche that thundered down the mountainside. The Tiger tried to reverse, to back away from the collapsing cliff, but 67 tons of steel couldn't move fast enough. The massive tank's tracks churned against stone and frozen earth, desperately seeking purchase as the mountain came down around it. "Fox 3!" Miller fired the final rocket, targeting the keystone section where all the fracture lines converged. The explosion lit up the dawn like a miniature sun. The warhead's high explosive charge transmitted through granite that had stood for millennia. The cliff face shuddered, groaned, and gave way all at once. Thousands of tons of rock and frozen earth cascaded down in a roaring avalanche that swallowed sound, light, and everything in its path. The Tiger disappeared beneath the rushing tide of stone, its steel hull crushed like an empty can beneath the weight of the mountain itself. Dust rose in choking, clouds obscuring the valley floor. The avalanche's roar echoed off distant ridgelines, fading slowly into silence. Where Hauptmann Kurt Vogel's Tiger II had once hunted among the rocks, now there was only a pile of broken stone and silence. Evans circled the burial site, studying the devastation through the clearing dust. Nothing moved among the rubble. No heat signatures, no radio transmissions, No sign that anything had ever lived beneath that pile of shattered granite. "Ghost 1 to ground team," Evans transmitted. "Target destroyed. Vogel's finished." "Copy, Ghost 1. Impressive fireworks from our position. You two okay up there?" Miller checked their status displays, noting the fuel gauges that hovered near empty, the ammunition counters that told a story of diminishing options. "We're alive. That's about all I can say for certain." Evans began his descent toward the landing zone, the Apache's engines coughing as they struggled with the diesel-contaminated fuel. The duel was over, their most dangerous opponent buried beneath tons of rock and earth. But the victory felt hollow somehow, temporary. They'd used their last long-range weapons, burned precious ammunition, pushed their aircraft to its limits. The radio crackled as they approached the refueling point. Not Holloway's voice this time, but the sharp, urgent tone of Captain Russo calling from the main defensive line. "Ghost 1, this is Bull 6. Priority message from Corps Command. German radio intercepts indicate Piper's massing everything he's got left for one final push toward the Meuse. Hire's gotten word of our secret weapon, and they want it deployed for the big show. This could be the battle that breaks the whole damn offensive, Chief. They're asking for everything you've got." Evans felt the weight of those words settle over him like a shroud. Everything they'd fought for, every German they'd killed, every risk they'd taken, it all came down to one final battle. The kind of fight that would either end the Bulge offensive forever or see them all buried in Belgian snow. He looked at Miller, saw his own exhaustion reflected in the younger man's eyes. They were running on empty, flying a damaged aircraft with diminished weapons, pushed beyond every limit they'd thought possible. But they were still alive, still fighting, still the only thing standing between Piper's armor and the bridges across the Meuse River. "Copy, Bull 6, Evans transmitted. "Ghost 1 inbound. We'll give them everything we've got left." As the Apache settled toward the landing zone, Evans caught one last glimpse of Vogel's grave through the clearing dust. The German tank commander had been a worthy opponent, a professional who'd nearly killed them with cunning and skill. In another time, another war, they might have been allies. But this was the Ardennes in winter, and there were no allies among the dead, only survivors, and the ghosts they carried with them into whatever battle waited ahead. Chapter 11, The Hero's Burden, December 24th, 1944, Bastogne, Belgium. The makeshift command post reeked of diesel fuel and wet wool, a converted garage where Colonel Vance had established his temporary headquarters after the German withdrawal. Evans stepped through the doorway, his flight suit still bearing the scorch marks and oil stains from yesterday's battle. The concrete floor was littered with crushed cigarette butts and muddy boot prints, while field telephones rang constantly in the background. "There's our ghost pilots," Vance called out, raising a dented metal cup filled with something that smelled like industrial solvent mixed with antifreeze. "Come drink to victory, boys! We've got genuine Belgian beer, liberated from a Kraut supply dump." Miller followed Evans inside, wincing as his injured shoulder protested the movement. The younger man's eyes were still hollow, haunted by the images of what 30-millimeter rounds did to human bodies. He'd barely spoken since they'd landed. The garage buzzed with exhausted celebration. Captain Russo stood near a field map, his right arm in a dirty sling, regaling a group of combat engineers with an animated retelling of the Apache's gun runs. Lieutenant Holloway sat on an ammunition crate, methodically cleaning his carbine while listening with a slight smile. "Gentlemen," a new voice interrupted from the doorway. Evans turned to see a civilian in a rumpled overcoat, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. The man was perhaps 40, with sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles and ink stains on his fingers. "Eddie Morrison, Chicago Tribune. I understand you boys have quite a story to tell." The celebration fell silent. Russo's hand drifted toward his sidearm.
Morrison stepped further into the garage, pulling a battered camera from his coat. Front page stuff, I'd say. America's secret weapon in the Ardennes. The ghost of Bastogne. Hell of a headline, don't you think? The camera's flashbulb exploded in brilliant white light before anyone could react. Evans felt his stomach drop as the photographer advanced, already reaching for another bulb. "That's enough," Vance barked. But Morrison was already adjusting his camera settings. "Just a few more shots, Colonel. The American people deserve to know about—" Miller moved faster than Evans had ever seen him. The younger pilot's good hand clamped down on the camera while his injured shoulder screamed in protest. "No pictures." "Easy there, flyboy," Morrison said, trying to maintain his grip on the equipment. "I'm just doing my job. The War Department cleared me for this story." "Not this story," Evans said quietly. He stepped closer, and Morrison caught something dangerous in the pilot's eyes. "Give me the film." "Like hell." Morrison jerked the camera away from Miller. "This is news, pal. You can't censor." Two military police corporals appeared in the doorway as if summoned by magic. Vance nodded toward the reporter. "Mr. Morrison needs to be placed in protective custody. For his own safety, of course." "On whose authority?" Morrison demanded as the MPs approached. "I have press credentials signed by—" "On mine," Vance said simply. "Until higher command determines the classification status of recent operations, all personnel involved are subject to security restrictions." One of the MPs, a thick-set sergeant with a Chicago accent, extended his hand. "Camera, sir, and any film you might have." Morrison's face flushed red. "This is censorship, pure and simple. When my editor hears about this—" "Your editor will hear exactly what the War Department wants him to hear," Vance replied. "Take him to the detention facility. Make sure he's comfortable." As the MPs escorted Morrison away, the reporter called back over his shoulder. "You can't hide this forever, Colonel. People are going to ask questions. Why does a helicopter warrant this level of secrecy? What makes two airmen so goddamn special?" The garage door slammed shut, leaving an uncomfortable silence. "Well," Rousseau said finally, taking a long pull from his cup, "Merry Christmas to us." December 24th, 2024, Washington, D.C. The Hart Senate Office Building's hearing room buzzed with anticipation as television cameras focused on the raised dais where Congresswoman Sarah Chen adjusted her microphone. Behind her, a large display screen showed the official Pentagon photograph of AH-64E Apache, serial number 14-03098, with "Missing in Action" stamped across it in red letters. "This subcommittee hearing will come to order," Chen announced, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd built her political career on military oversight. At 52, the former prosecutor had earned a reputation for methodical destruction of unprepared witnesses. "We're here today to examine the inexplicable disappearance of a $35 million attack helicopter from NATO forces in Romania." Defense Secretary Patricia Hawkins sat at the witness table, her hands folded calmly despite the storm brewing around her. A retired Air Force general with silver hair and steel eyes, she'd survived 3 previous administrations by never showing weakness under congressional fire. "Madam Secretary," Chen continued, "can you explain to the American taxpayers how we managed to lose one of our most advanced attack helicopters along with its crew?" "Congresswoman, as I've stated in my written testimony, this matter involves ongoing search and rescue operations that I cannot discuss in detail without potentially compromising—" "Compromising what, exactly?" Chen interrupted. "Your department's competence? Because from where I sit, it looks like gross negligence at best and criminal incompetence at worst." Representative Mike Torres leaned into his microphone. The Texas Republican's voice carried the measured drawl of someone who'd served 2 tours in Iraq before entering politics. "If the gentle lady from California would allow the secretary to finish her responses, we might actually learn something useful." "The gentleman from Texas is out of order," Chen snapped.
We've been asking for answers about this incident for weeks, and all we get are classified briefings and bureaucratic double talk. Hawkins straightened in her chair. Congresswoman, I understand your frustration, but military operations sometimes involve situations that cannot be fully explained through traditional channels. Our people are trained to adapt to unexpected circumstances. Unexpected circumstances? Chin's voice rose. Madam Secretary, a helicopter doesn't just vanish into thin air. Either your people are incompetent, or they've defected with classified technology too.
Hostile forces. Which is it? The gallery murmured with tension. Torres struck his microphone sharply. Madam Chairwoman, I object to these inflammatory accusations. We have no evidence of defection or misconduct. Then where is the aircraft, Mr. Torres? Where are Chief Warrant Officers Evans and Miller? Chen pulled up another slide showing personnel files. 2 decorated aviators with spotless records don't simply disappear without explanation. Unless, Torres replied slowly, they were operating in circumstances that none of us can fully understand. Perhaps we should consider that our military personnel performed exactly as trained when faced with unprecedented challenges. Chen leaned forward. What kind of challenges, Mr. Torres? What aren't you telling us? The Defense Secretary cleared her throat. If I may, Congresswoman, the search area includes terrain that has been contested for decades. Weather conditions have been extreme. Our personnel may have encountered situations that required them to operate outside normal parameters. Normal parameters, Chen repeated. Madam Secretary, we cannot afford to lose advanced military assets to incompetence, or worse. The American people are tired of endless military commitments that drain our resources while providing no clear benefit to national security. She stood, her voice growing stronger. I'm calling for immediate withdrawal of all U.S. forces from Eastern Europe until this matter is resolved. We cannot continue to hemorrhage resources and personnel in conflicts that serve only to enrich defense contractors. Torres slammed his hand on the desk. Congresswoman, you're talking about abandoning allies who have stood with us for 80 years. From the Battle of the Bulge to today, we've maintained commitments that preserve freedom across... The Battle of the Bulge? Chen's laugh was bitter. Mr. Torres, that was 80 years ago. How long do we honor commitments to people who are mostly dead? Our obligation is to living Americans, not to the ghosts of World War II. Some ghosts, Torres said quietly, are worth honoring. December 24th, 1944. Bastogne, Belgium. Evans found Miller sitting on an empty artillery shell crate behind the Apache, staring at his hands in the pale morning light. The helicopter squatted like a wounded insect, its hull pocked with bullet holes and blast damage from yesterday's engagement. You okay? Evans asked, settling onto another crate. Miller didn't look up. Keep seeing their faces. The Germans? Yeah. Miller's voice was barely audible. When the 30 Mike hit that infantry squad, they were just kids, Evans. Younger than me, probably. Evans studied his co-pilot's profile. The cocky young gunner who treated combat like a video game was gone, replaced by someone who understood the weight of pulling triggers in anger. It never gets easier, Evans said. It's not supposed to. How do you deal with it? Before Evans could answer, Lieutenant Halloway approached with 3 of his combat engineers in tow. The young officer carried something wrapped in dirty canvas. Mr. Evans, Mr. Miller, Halloway said formally, my men wanted to present you with something. The engineer lieutenant unwrapped the canvas, revealing a piece of rotor blade about the size of a dinner plate. The metal had been carefully polished and engraved with precise lettering. Winter Ghost, Ardennes, 1944. From the men you saved. Sergeant Kowalski here was a jeweler back in Detroit, Halloway explained. Took him all night to get the lettering right with just a knife tip and some patience.
Kowalski stepped forward, his hands black with grease and frostbite. "Figure you boys earned something more than words, sir. What you did yesterday," he shook his head, "never seen anything like it." Evans felt his throat tighten as he accepted the makeshift award. The metal was cold against his palms, but the weight of it seemed enormous. These men, who'd watched friends die, who'd fought with nothing but courage and obsolete weapons against the Wehrmacht's finest, were treating them like heroes. "We just did our job," Miller said quietly. "No, sir," another engineer spoke up, a corporal with a Tennessee drawl and a bandaged head. "Your job was back in 2025 or wherever y'all come from. You didn't have to stay and fight for us." "But you did," Holloway added, "and that makes all the difference." Captain Russo's voice carried across the small clearing. "Evans, Miller, front and center." The pilots looked up to see Russo approaching with an unfamiliar major wearing the crisp uniform and shiny boots of rear echelon staff. The major's aide carried a leather briefcase and the kind of perpetually worried expression that came with delivering unwelcome news. "Gentlemen," the major began without preamble, "I'm Major Peterson, General Bradley's staff. I have orders regarding your aircraft." Evans felt ice form in his stomach. "What kind of orders, sir?" Peterson consulted a clipboard. "As of 0800 hours, your helicopter is to be transported to Paris for technical evaluation by Army Air Corps Intelligence. General Arnold himself wants to examine this unusual aircraft." "With respect, sir," Evans said carefully, "the Apache isn't exactly transport-friendly. She's got battle damage that needs immediate attention." "Which is why the evaluation is necessary," Peterson replied. "We need to understand the full capabilities and limitations of this experimental system, how it operates, what fuel it requires, what maintenance protocols." "She's not experimental," Miller interrupted. "She's standard issue, where we come from." Peterson's aide made a note. "Yes, about that. General Bradley has some questions regarding your origin story. The timeline discrepancies in your service records, the technologies that don't match any known developmental programs." Russo stepped closer to the major. "Sir, with respect, these men have been through hell. They've proven themselves in combat. Maybe the interrogation can wait until after Christmas?" "I'm afraid not, Captain. There are strategic implications here that go far beyond one helicopter crew." Peterson glanced around the clearing, taking in the bullet-scarred trees and scorched earth. "This aircraft represents a potential paradigm shift in military aviation. Every Allied commander wants to know how to replicate its capabilities." Evans looked past the major toward the horizon, where purple-black clouds were beginning to build. The same unnatural color he'd seen before the displacement. The same electric feeling in the air that made his skin crawl. "Sir," Evans said slowly, "I need to run some maintenance checks on the Apache. With your permission, of course." Peterson waved dismissively. "Do what you need to do. Transport arrives at 1400 hours. Be ready." As the major walked away, Russo grabbed Evans's arm. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking," Evans said quietly, watching the approaching storm system, "that we might not make it to Paris after all." December 25th, 1944. Dawn. Evans and Miller worked in the pre-dawn darkness, their breaths forming clouds as they conducted what appeared to be routine maintenance on the Apache. To any casual observer, they were simply two dedicated pilots ensuring their aircraft's readiness. In reality, they were preparing for the most desperate gamble of their lives. "Extra fuel bladders secured," Miller reported quietly, his voice barely audible over the helicopter's auxiliary power unit. "Survival gear? Loaded. Food, water, first aid, cold weather gear, everything we can carry without affecting flight characteristics." Evans checked his watch. 05:47 hours. The storm system on the horizon had grown throughout the night, its purple-black clouds now covering nearly a quarter of the sky. Lightning flickered within the formation, but not the normal blue-white discharge of natural weather. This lightning had a greenish tint that hurt to look at directly. "Evans!" Captain Russo's voice carried across the clearing. The company commander approached alone, his breath steaming in the frigid air. "Thought I'd find you out here." "Just doing some maintenance, Bull. Want to make sure she's ready for the trip to Paris." Russo stopped beside the helicopter, running his good hand along the damaged fuselage. "Funny thing about that storm coming in. Looks exactly like the one that brought you to us." The two pilots exchanged glances. Russo caught it. "Thought so," the captain continued. "You're planning to run." Don't bullshit me, Evans. I've been watching that weather system all night. Same color, same electrical activity. If that storm can bring you here, maybe it can take you back. Evans set down his wrench. "We can't abandon you, not after everything." "You're not abandoning us," Russo said firmly. "You're going home, where you belong." "But the orders from Paris!" "Fuck Paris." Russo's voice carried the authority of someone who'd commanded men in combat. "You think I want to see the Apache turned into some laboratory experiment? You think I want you boys stuck in 1944, answering questions for the rest of your lives about technologies that won't be invented for decades?" Miller spoke up. "The men who died saving us would want you to live," Russo interrupted. "That's what soldiers do, son. We die, so others can go home." The sound of boots on gravel made them all turn. Lieutenant Holloway approached at a run, his face flushed with excitement and fear. "Bull, we've got a problem," he panted. "That reporter, Morrison, he escaped MP custody about an hour ago. Word is he's heading for the radio station in town. Plans to broadcast a story about the secret aircraft and its mysterious crew." Russo cursed creatively. "How long before he reaches the transmitter?" 20 minutes, maybe 30 if the roads are as bad as they look." Evans looked at the approaching storm, then at his watch. The timing would be impossibly close. They needed to be airborne before Morrison could alert higher command, but the storm system wouldn't be overhead for at least another hour. "There might be another way," Evans said slowly. "Miller, how much fuel do we have?" "About 60%. Why?" "Because we might have to chase that storm front instead of waiting for it to come to us." Russo grabbed Evans's arm. "That's suicide. You don't know if it'll work anywhere except right here." "We don't know if it'll work at all," Evans replied. "But it's the only chance we've got." The three men stood in silence for a moment, listening to the wind picking up as the unnatural weather system approached. In the distance, they could hear the rumble of engines as the transport convoy prepared to move the Apache to Paris. "If you're going to go," Russo said finally, "you better go now, before I have to arrest you for disobeying orders." Evans extended his hand. "Bull, it's been an honor." "Likewise, Ghost." Russo's grip was firm, calloused from months of combat. "Take care of yourselves out there. Whatever out there means for you boys." Miller shook Holloway's hand. "Keep your head down, Lieutenant. The war's almost over." "How do you know?" Holloway asked. "Because," Miller said with a sad smile, "we read about it in history books." As the Apache's engines began their startup sequence, Evans caught sight of a figure running toward them across the clearing. Eddie Morrison, the war correspondent, his camera clutched in his hands and his overcoat flapping behind him like wings. "Stop!" Morrison shouted. "You can't leave! I need to document this! The American people have a right to know!" The reporter was 50 yards away and closing fast when the Apache lifted off, its rotor wash kicking up a blizzard of snow and debris. Through the cockpit glass, Evans saw Morrison fall to his knees, frantically adjusting his camera settings for one last shot. The flashbulb exploded just as the helicopter cleared the tree line, heading directly toward the approaching storm system and whatever impossible journey waited within its electric embrace. Behind them, in the rapidly shrinking clearing, Captain Russo and Lieutenant Holloway stood watching until the Apache disappeared into the purple-black clouds. They remained there even after the sound of rotors faded. Two
Soldiers paying silent tribute to the ghost who'd fought beside them and then vanished back into whatever strange dimension had sent them. In the distance, Eddie Morrison's voice carried on the wind as he ran toward the radio station. Ghost helicopter! Experimental aircraft! Crew refusing identification! But his words were already being swallowed by the growing storm, lost in the thunder that sounded like artillery and the lightning that flickered with impossible colors. The winter ghost was going home. Chapter 12. The Return. The storm announced itself like an old enemy returning to finish unfinished business. Evans spotted it first, a wall of purple-black clouds rolling in from the northeast, backlit by lightning that flickered with colors that had no names. The same impossible meteorological nightmare that had swallowed them 3 weeks ago, now advancing across the German countryside like a malevolent god reaching down from heaven. Miller, you seeing this? Evans keyed his intercom, watching the atmospheric display paint readings that shouldn't exist. Temperature inversion at 3,000 feet, electromagnetic interference spiking across all frequencies, and that same otherworldly static beginning to creep into their headsets like whispered secrets from another dimension. Copy that. Same signature as before. Miller's voice carried a tremor he was trying to suppress. Chief, it's identical. Every damn parameter. The Apache hovered at 2,000 feet above the bombed-out village, diesel engines coughing and wheezing like an old man with emphysema. The fuel they'd been burning, crude diesel sludge that Lieutenant Holloway's engineers had procured from a knocked-out German supply truck, was slowly strangling their turbines. Black smoke trailed from both exhausts, and the transmission whined with the sound of metal grinding against metal. But she was still flying, still fighting. Miller ran diagnostics on the crippled bird, his fingers dancing across controls that glowed like amber jewels in the darkened cockpit. Engines running at 60% efficiency, transmission temperature in the red. 30 Mike is Winchester, completely dry. Missile rails empty. He paused, then added with grim satisfaction. But flight critical systems are still operational. Hydraulics holding, rotors balanced. She'll get us airborne. Question is, where? Evans studied the approaching storm through his night vision, watching the way it seemed to bend reality around its edges. That thing's moving fast, maybe 20 minutes before it's on top of us. Below them, the village lay in ruins, smoke still rising from buildings that German artillery had pulverized hours earlier. The church where Captain Russo had established his command post was a skeleton of stone and shattered timber, its bell tower reduced to rubble. But the Americans were still there, still fighting, still holding the line against an enemy that outnumbered them 5-1. His brothers. His responsibility. The radio crackled with Russo's voice. Ghost Rider, you need to get down here. Now. Captain James Bull Russo was waiting for them in what remained of the church, his face illuminated by the flickering light of a Coleman lantern. Something in his expression told Evans that their secret was out. We need to talk, Russo said without preamble, as Evans and Miller ducked through the shattered doorway. Outside, the storm's advance created a low, thrumming vibration that seemed to resonate in the stone walls. Lieutenant Holloway was there too, along with Sergeant Mackenzie and 3 other GIs whose names Evans had learned during the endless hours of combat. Good men. Soldiers who'd earned the right to know the truth. But first, Russo had questions. I've been thinking about some things, Russo began, his voice carefully neutral. Little things that didn't add up. He gestured toward Evans' flight suit. That material for instance. It's not canvas, not leather, something synthetic that doesn't exist in any quartermaster catalog I've ever seen. Evans felt his stomach tighten. Captain, let me finish. Russo held up a hand. Your ammunition casings. 30mm rounds made from some kind of metal alloy Lieutenant Holloway can't identify. The explosive residue isn't TNT,
It's something else entirely. His eyes narrowed. And then there's the way you fight. Like you already know what the Germans are going to do before they do it. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant rumble of thunder that might have been artillery. Evans could feel Miller's tension through the intercom. Been monitoring German radio chatter, Rousseau continued, producing a captured radio set. They're calling you the Zeitgeist, the ghost of time. Their intelligence boys have been asking the same questions I am. Hard questions about technology that's too advanced. Tactics that are too precise.
Holloway spoke up from the shadows.
Sir, with respect, what are you suggesting? Rousseau was quiet for a long moment, studying Evans' face in the lantern light. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. I think you're going to tell me I'm crazy. But I've been in this war long enough to know impossible when I see it. He paused. You're not from here, are you? Not from now. The words hung in the air like smoke from a funeral pyre. Evans felt the weight of 3 weeks' worth of deception pressing down on him. These men had fought beside them, bled with them, trusted them with their lives. They deserved better than lies. How long have you known? Evans asked quietly. Suspected from day one. Knew for certain about a week ago. Rousseau leaned forward, his weathered face carved with shadows. The question is, when are you from? Evans looked at Miller, saw his own conflict reflected in the younger pilot's face. Then he looked at the GIs gathered around them, Mackenzie with his 1,000-yard stare, Collins barely old enough to shave, Davis clutching a photograph of his girl back home. Men who'd become his brothers. December 23rd, 2025, he said simply. 0300 hours, local time. We were on a training flight over Grafen War when that storm hit us. He gestured toward the approaching maelstrom. Next thing we knew, we were here. December 1944. The reaction wasn't what he'd expected. Collins let out a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Mackenzie just nodded, as if this explained everything. That's why you knew about the Tiger tanks, about Piper's route. It's history to you. Ancient history, Miller confirmed quietly. Davis looked up from his photograph. So, we win, right? I mean, you wouldn't be here if we lost. You win, Evans said. But the cost. He couldn't finish the sentence. The silence that followed was different now. Not shock, but understanding. These men had seen too much, fought too hard, lost too many friends to be surprised by anything anymore. Time travel was just one more impossibility in a war full of them. How long until that storm hits us? Rousseau asked, all business again. 15 minutes, maybe less. And you think it'll take you home? It's our only chance. Rousseau stood up, beginning to pace in the confined space. Evans could see him working through the implications, the tactical situation, the moral equation. A good commander thinking about his men. Sir, Holloway said carefully, if they leave... We hold the line, Rousseau cut him off. Same as we've been doing. Same as we'll keep doing until this war is over. He looked at Evans. But they've got their own war to get back to. Their own people depending on them. The moral dilemma crystallized in that moment, sharp and unforgiving as a blade between the ribs. Evans could see the need in their faces. Not desperate pleading, but quiet acceptance. These men understood duty. They understood that sometimes you had to leave your brothers behind. That didn't make it any easier. Lieutenant Holloway's engineers worked in the pre-dawn darkness, their hands moving with practiced efficiency despite the impossible situation. They were helping to prepare the Apache for what might be its final flight, and they all knew it. The helicopter sat in the bombed-out courtyard behind the church, rotors folded, engines cooling. The enlisted men moved around it like pilgrims approaching a shrine, some reaching out to touch the armor plating with reverent fingers. Take this with you, Private Collins said, pressing a St. Christopher medal into Miller's hand. The silver was worn smooth from countless fingers. My grandmother gave it to me before I shipped out. Said it would keep me safe. Miller turned the medal over in his palm, studying the worn features of the patron saint of travelers. Collins, I can't. You can, and you will, Collins interrupted. Figure you need it more than I do right now. Besides, he grinned, maybe it'll help you remember us. Corporal Davis approached next, carrying a small photograph, black and white image of a young woman in a flowered dress, smiling at the camera with the innocent optimism of a world that hadn't yet learned the full cost of war. That's my Betty, he said, wedging the picture into the instrument panel. If you ever get the chance, if you're ever in Iowa after the war, tell her I made it home safe. Tell her I kept my promise. Davis, promise me. The young corporal's voice was fierce. Promise me you'll remember her name. Betty Morrison, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Evans nodded, his throat tight. I promise. Sergeant Mackenzie was next, contributing a small wooden cross he carved from a piece of debris, its surface polished to a warm golden sheen. Whittled this during the siege, he said gruffly. Keeps my hands busy. Keeps me sane. He pressed it into Evans' palm. For luck. The scene captured something raw and primitive. The human need to leave a mark, to be remembered, to send a piece of themselves forward into an uncertain future. These men were saying goodbye to their guardian angel, knowing they might not survive without it. Captain Russo approached as the storm drew closer, its electromagnetic interference beginning to play havoc with their remaining radio equipment. He carried something in his hands, an old brass compass, its surface green with patina. This belonged to my grandfather, he said, pressing it into Evans' palm. Carried it through the Spanish-American War in Cuba. My father took it to France in 18. Now, I'm giving it to you. The brass was warm from his body heat, worn smooth by generations of hands. Evans stared down at it, watching the needle point steadily north despite the electromagnetic chaos building around them. Captain, I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Just promise me something. Rousseau's voice was rough with emotion he was trying to hide. When you get home, when you write the history books, remember that we were here. Remember that we held the line. I will. And Evans? Rousseau clasped him on the shoulder. Don't you dare apologize for leaving. You've got your own war to get back to. The thunder was growing louder now, no longer the distant rumble of artillery, but the approaching roar of something far more powerful. The storm was less than 5 minutes away, its leading edge crackling with electricity that made their skin crawl and their teeth ache. Time to go, Miller called from the cockpit, his voice tight with controlled emotion. If we're doing this, we need to do it now. The takeoff was chaos incarnate. German artillery had resumed its bombardment just as the storm reached the village's outskirts. 88mm shells walking across the ruins in a systematic pattern of destruction. Captain Vogel's remaining panzers were probing the perimeter again, their commanders finally brave enough to test the Americans' defenses now that the zeitgeist appeared to be grounded. The Apache's diesel-contaminated engines stuttered and wheezed as Evans pulled collective, the turbines screaming in protest as they tried to develop takeoff power. Black smoke poured from both exhausts, and the transmission temperature climbed steadily into the red zone. Come on, sweetheart, Miller muttered, coaxing power from systems that had no right to still be working. One more time. Below them, the GIs of the 28th Infantry Division stood in the ruins of their positions, watching their guardian angel disappear into the supernatural maelstrom above. Captain Russo saluted from the church steps. Lieutenant Holloway raised his rifle in farewell. Collins waved with both hands, grinning despite the tears on his cheeks. Evans committed the image to memory. Good men standing tall in the face of impossible odds, refusing to break, refusing to yield. Heroes who would never make it into the history books, but who deserved to be remembered just the same. Jesus, Miller breathed as they climbed toward the storm's base. Look at this. The HUD was painting readings that violated every law of physics. Altitude readings that jumped between negative 3,000 feet and positive infinity. Airspeed indicators that showed them simultaneously hovering and traveling at Mach 3. Navigation displays that couldn't decide which century they were in. But it was the storm itself that defied description. Inside the churning mass of clouds, reality seemed to fracture and reassemble itself moment by moment. Lightning didn't just flash. It pulsed with impossible colors, creating stroboscopic effects that made Evans' eyes water and his brain hurt. And through it all, they caught glimpses of other eras bleeding through the dimensional barriers. Medieval knights charging across a battlefield that existed in the same physical space but a different time. Roman legions marching in formation through clouds that shouldn't exist. Future wars fought with weapons that made their Apache look primitive. "Chief, you seeing this?" Miller whispered, pointing at something that might have been a formation of aircraft that looked like nothing either of them had ever seen. Sleek, organic shapes that moved through the air like living things. "I see it." Evans fought the controls as temporal winds buffeted them from directions that didn't exist in three-dimensional space. "Don't think about it, just fly." The storm reached out for them with tentacles of electricity and impossible physics, wrapping around the Apache like the embrace of an alien god. Evans felt something fundamental tear inside his skull, a sensation like hot metal being poured directly into his brain. Blood began to flow from his nose, hot and metallic. His vision blurred, and for a moment he experienced complete disorientation in three-dimensional space, with no up, no down, no forward or back. Miller was convulsing in his seat, his eyes rolled back as his mind was flooded with flash images of events he'd never lived through. Dogfights over the Pacific, helicopter missions in Vietnam, drone strikes in wars that hadn't happened yet. The temporal energy was rewriting his neurons, installing foreign experiences like malware in his brain. But they pushed through. The storm spat them out into the crisp, clean winter air of 2025. Below them, the German countryside spread out in neat, orderly squares. Modern highways cutting geometric patterns through managed forests, wind farms spinning lazily in the distance, the orange glow of city lights painting the horizon. They were home. But something was catastrophically wrong. The engines, already damaged by weeks of diesel contamination, chose that moment to die completely. Both turbines seized simultaneously, their internal components welding themselves together from the accumulated damage of burning fuel they were never designed to process. "Auto-rotation!" Evans called, his voice steady despite the blood flowing from his nose. "We're going down!" Below them, the German Autobahn stretched like a ribbon of salvation through the darkness. Evans aimed for a straight section between overpasses, praying that early morning traffic would be light. The Apache fell through the pre-dawn sky like a wounded bird, its rotors spinning freely in the cold air. Evans fought the controls, every muscle straining against flight surfaces that no longer wanted to obey. At the last moment, he flared the aircraft, trading forward velocity for a softer touchdown. The Apache hit the asphalt hard, bounced once, then skidded sideways in a shower of sparks before coming to rest across both lanes of the highway. Steam rose. From the seized engines, warning lights strobed in the cockpit, but they were alive and they were home. Miller keyed his mic with shaking fingers. "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday! Any station, this is Army 77 Delta. We are down on Autobahn A6, approximately 15 kilometers west of Kaiserslautern. 2 souls on board, no injuries, aircraft is secure." The response was immediate. "Army 77 Delta, this is Ramstein Approach Control. We copy your mayday. Be advised, you have been missing for 3 weeks. Confirm your position and status." 3 weeks. In 1944, They'd fought through what felt like months of winter warfare, but here, in their own time, only 3 weeks had passed. Evans looked down at Captain Russo's compass, still clasped in his blood-stained fingers. Its brass surface was warm despite the cold, and its needle pointed steadily north, toward home, toward the life they'd left behind. But now they faced an impossible task, explaining where they'd been. Why?
Their aircraft was completely out of ammunition, and how their engines had been destroyed by fuel contamination from a war that had ended 80 years ago. Outside, German police sirens were approaching. Soon, there would be questions, investigations, reports that no one would believe. Evans closed his eyes and thought about Captain Rousseau and Lieutenant Halloway, about Mackenzie and Collins and Davis, about all the good men they'd left behind in a frozen hell 8 decades in the past. Men who were depending on them to remember, to bear witness, to ensure their sacrifice wasn't forgotten. The winter ghost had made it home, but the real war was just beginning. Chapter 13. The Jump. The storm wall rose from the western horizon like a black curtain drawn across the Ardennes sky. Evans felt his stomach clench as he recognized the impossible purple-black swirl of clouds, the same electromagnetic nightmare that had swallowed them 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks that had lasted 81 years. Jesus Christ, Miller breathed through the intercom. That's it, isn't it? That's our ticket home. Evans adjusted his grip on the cyclic, feeling the Apache's engines cough through another rough idle. The diesel contamination was killing them slowly, one cylinder at a time. Black smoke leaked from their exhaust ports, and the transmission temperature gauge had been kissing the red line for 2 days. They wouldn't survive another week of combat operations, not with this fuel. Same electromagnetic signature, Evans confirmed, watching his instruments flicker as the storm's leading edge approached. Same impossible cloud formation. Same purple lightning. Below them, the shattered remnants of the German counteroffensive littered the frozen landscape. Burned-out Panthers and Tiger tanks dotted the snow like dead beetles. American GIs moved through the wreckage in small groups, collecting intelligence and searching for survivors. The Battle of the Bulge was winding down, thanks in large part to their impossible intervention. "Evans, you can't be serious," Miller said, his voice tight. "What if we jump to 1865? What if we end up in the Stone Age? What if we stay here and our engines seize up completely?" Evans cut him off. "What if the Army Air Corps decides they want to study our aircraft? What if someone starts asking the right questions about our equipment, our materials, our knowledge of future events?" The radio crackled with static as they approached the storm's periphery. Below, a jeep raced across the snow-covered field, heading for their position. Evans recognized the vehicle. Major James Russo, recently promoted after the successful defense of the 28th Infantry's positions. The man who'd become their anchor to the 1944 reality. "Ghost 26, this is Bulldog Actual," Russo's voice cut through the atmospheric interference. "You boys planning something stupid up there?" Evans keyed his radio. "Bulldog Actual, Ghost 26. We've received immediate orders for redeployment to Pacific Theater. Need to extract ASAP." It was a lie, but a necessary one. The truth, that they were about to attempt to jump through time, would destroy Russo's worldview and probably get them all shot as enemy agents or madmen. "Copy that, Ghost. Hell of a time for new orders." Russo's tone carried the weight of a man who'd grown to depend on his airborne guardian angel. "You boys saved a lot of lives out here. More than you'll ever know." Evans felt the familiar tightness in his chest, the weight of leaving good men behind. "Just doing our job, Major. Your boys did the real fighting." "Roger that. Stand by for final supply run." Evans brought the Apache into a hover over a cleared patch of snow, careful to avoid the debris field of a knocked-out Panzer. The rotor wash kicked up ice crystals and ash from burned vehicles, creating a miniature blizzard.
Russo's jeep approached cautiously, the Major shielding his eyes from the downwash. The supply transfer was quick and methodical. Russo's men passed up 5 cans of diesel fuel, the last of their precious 1944 reserve. In exchange, Evans handed down their remaining 2025 medical kit and a case of MREs. "Experimental supplies!" Evans shouted over the rotor noise. "Field test items from the research boys. Your medics might find them useful." Russo nodded, not questioning the anachronistic packaging or the mysteriously advanced trauma dressings. He was a pragmatist who'd learned not to look gift horses in the mouth. The items would find their way into the Army medical system, maybe accelerating post-war development of field medicine by a few crucial years. "Watch yourselves out there," Russo called up. "Charlie still got teeth, even with his back broken." Evans raised a gloved hand in farewell. "Take care of your boys, Major. The war's almost over." "How do you know that?" Evans smiled grimly. "Trust me on this one." As the Apache climbed away from the landing zone, Miller worked frantically to sanitize their cockpit. He stripped away identifying labels, stuffed personal items into his flight suit pockets, and used a field knife to scrape off any markings that might prove their true origin. The job was impossible. Their aircraft was a technological artifact decades ahead of anything 1944 could produce. But they had to try. "Evans," Miller said, his voice unsteady, "what if this doesn't work? What if we just fly into a thunderstorm and crash?" "Then we crash," Evans replied. "But we crash trying to get home, instead of slowly dying in a war that ended before we were born." The storm wall loomed ahead, its purple-black interior crackling with impossible electricity. Lightning arced between cloud layers in patterns that violated basic atmospheric physics. Horizontal bolts, spiral formations, energy discharges that seemed to bend space itself. The air smelled of ozone, and something else. Something metallic and alien. Evans pushed the Apache's contaminated engines to maximum power. The turbines screamed in protest, their damaged compressor blades throwing out a shower of sparks. Black smoke poured from their exhaust as diesel residue burned through the fuel system. The transmission temperature shot into the red zone, warning lights cascading across his instrument panel. "Engines are coming apart," Miller reported. "We've got maybe 2 minutes before catastrophic failure." "Then we better make this quick." The Apache punched through the storm's outer edge, and reality went sideways. Purple lightning enveloped the cockpit, turning their night vision goggles into useless whiteout screens. The GPS display scrambled, showing impossible coordinates that shifted faster than the human eye could track. Radio chatter from 1944 ground units dissolved into electronic screaming, then silence. Evans felt the familiar sensation of falling upward, his inner ear reporting gravitational fields that couldn't exist. The cyclic stick fought in his hands as aerodynamic forces bent around the aircraft in impossible ways. Beside him, Miller retched into his oxygen mask, overwhelmed by spatial disorientation that transcended normal motion sickness. The Apache's instruments went haywire. Airspeed indicator spinning freely, altimeter climbing and diving through readings that made no physical sense. The artificial horizon gyroscope tumbled, its display showing them simultaneously upright, inverted, and somehow sideways to the world itself. Then, as suddenly as it began, the chaos stopped. Clear winter sky stretched ahead, no longer the gray overcast of the Ardennes, but the clean blue of a German afternoon. Below them, the landscape had transformed. Neat farmland and villages, pristine forests unmarred by artillery craters, and cutting through it all like a concrete river, the A9 Autobahn. "Holy shit," Miller gasped. "We're home." The engines chose that moment to die. Both turbines seized simultaneously, diesel contamination finally claiming its victims. The Apache's rotor began its inevitable auto-rotational descent, trading altitude for airspeed, in the oldest dance of helicopter flight. Without power, they were a falling brick with rotors. "Mayday! Mayday!" Evans transmitted on emergency frequency, his hands flying through the auto-rotation checklist. "This is U.S. Army helicopter requesting immediate emergency landing on Autobahn. Aircraft in distress." The German air traffic control response was immediate and efficient. "American helicopter, this is Munich Control. Confirm your position and nature of emergency." "Munich Control, dual engine failure, attempting auto-rotation to highway. GPS shows..." "Christ, Miller, what's our position?" Miller wrestled with their navigation system as it slowly came back online. "A9 Autobahn, approximately 15 kilometers northeast of Nuremberg. We're coming down fast." Below them, German traffic moved at typical Autobahn speeds. Mercedes sedans, BMW coupes, and Porsche sports cars maintaining their discipline. Formation at velocities that would have been impossible in 1944. Evans spotted their landing zone, a straight stretch of highway with relatively light traffic. The Apache descended through 500 feet, its unpowered rotors maintaining just enough lift to prevent a freefall. Evans bled off airspeed, trading velocity for a survivable touchdown rate. At 200 feet, he spotted the problem. A silver Mercedes E63 AMG was approaching their intended landing zone at approximately 250 kilometers per hour. "Jesus fucking Christ," Miller breathed. The Mercedes driver, later identified as Herr Klaus Zimmermann, an insurance adjuster from Frankfurt who would never again question the comprehensive coverage policies he sold, looked up from his phone call to see a military helicopter materializing in his windshield. His reaction was pure German engineering in human form. No panic, no screaming, just the immediate application of every safety system Mercedes-Benz had spent decades perfecting. Carbon ceramic brakes bit down with 2,000 pounds of clamping force. Anti-lock braking systems prevented wheel lockup. Electronic stability programming kept the sedan tracking straight as physics tried to tear it apart. The airmatic suspension compressed to its maximum travel, keeping all four Michelin Pilot Supersports in contact with the asphalt. The E63 AMG carved a smoking black line across the Autobahn as it shed velocity, its 6.2-liter V8 engine braking adding to the deceleration forces. Steam rose from the brake rotors as kinetic energy converted to heat. The car's occupant, Herr Zimmermann, experienced G-forces that his morning coffee hadn't prepared him for. Meanwhile, German traffic discipline asserted itself with clockwork precision. Cars in the right lane moved right. Cars in the left lane moved left. Within seconds, a perfect Rettungsgasse, emergency corridor, opened down the center of the highway, exactly as every German driver had been trained since childhood. Evans brought the Apache down into that corridor with the controlled desperation of a pilot who'd run out of altitude, airspeed, and luck simultaneously. The main rotor kissed an Audi A4's radio antenna, sending carbon fiber fragments spinning across the asphalt. The landing gear touched concrete traveling at 90 kilometers per hour. The Apache skidded down the Autobahn in a shower of sparks, its skids carving grooves in the perfect German asphalt. Behind them, Herr Zimmermann's Mercedes came to a complete stop just as the helicopter's tail rotor cleared his hood ornament by approximately 6 centimeters. Evans pulled the rotor brake, bringing the main rotor to a stop as emergency vehicles converged from both directions. German Polizei, Feuerwehr, and Rettungsdienst responded with the efficiency of a society that took emergency preparedness seriously. Blue and red lights painted the winter afternoon as the Autobahn was systematically shut down. "Well," Miller said, his hands shaking as he began the shutdown checklist. "That's one way to make an entrance." Polizei officers approached the Apache with the cautious professionalism of men who'd seen unusual things, but never quite this unusual. The lead officer, Hauptkommissar Weber, had dealt with American military exercises before, but typically those exercises didn't involve helicopters materializing on major highways. "Good afternoon," Weber said in accented but precise English. "I am Hauptkommissar Weber, Federal Police. Can you explain the nature of your emergency?" Evans climbed out of the cockpit, his legs unsteady after the adrenaline crash. Dual engine failure during routine training flight from Grafenvor. Lost all power. This was the only suitable landing surface available. It was the cover story they'd constructed during the 30-second window between leaving the storm and hitting the Autobahn. Simple, believable, and impossible to disprove without a detailed investigation they hoped to avoid. Weber's eyes took in the Apache's empty weapon pylons, the scorched exhaust ports, and the various dings and scratches that 3 weeks of combat had inflicted. Training flight, you say? Your aircraft appears to have been engaged in combat operations. Classified, live-fire exercise, Miller interjected, joining the conversation. We can't discuss operational parameters. The radio crackled to life, their communication systems miraculously restored now that they were back in 2025. Ghost 2-6, this is Grafenvor base operations. We have you on radar. Confirm your status. Evans keyed his radio. Base Ops Ghost 2-6, emergency landing on Autobahn due to dual engine failure. Both crew members uninjured, aircraft damaged but recoverable. Roger, Ghost 2-6, recovery team en route. Be advised, you have congressional investigators waiting to debrief you upon return. Full operational security protocols in effect. Evans felt his blood turn to ice. Congressional investigators. That meant someone had noticed their disappearance, had asked uncomfortable questions. The cover-up was already unraveling. As the German authorities began the complex process of clearing the Autobahn and arranging for aircraft recovery, Evans noticed Miller discreetly pocketing something, a small piece of metal that had been embedded in their armor plating. German shrapnel from 1944, evidence of a war that had ended 80 years ago but had left its mark on their aircraft just hours earlier from their perspective. Evidence that could either prove their impossible story or end both their careers. The recovery trailer arrived within an hour, along with a full complement of U.S. Army personnel who began the delicate dance of international incident management. Forms were filled out, statements were taken, and diplomatic channels were activated to smooth over the minor matter of a U.S. military aircraft landing unannounced on German sovereign soil. As the Apache was loaded onto the trailer, Hauptkommissar Weber approached Evans one final time. Chief Warrant Officer, I must ask. Your aircraft shows signs of significant combat damage. Small arms impacts, shrapnel scars, exhaust system contamination. Are you certain this was merely a training exercise? Evans met the German's eyes steadily. Sir, I can only tell you that we were conducting classified operations within approved parameters. The nature of those operations is beyond my authorization to discuss. Weber nodded slowly, but his expression suggested he remained unconvinced. Very well. However, I must inform you that this incident will require a full report to both German and American authorities. Such unusual circumstances tend to generate significant interest. As their convoy pulled away from the Autobahn, Evans stared back at the skid marks their Apache had carved into the perfect German asphalt. Evidence of their impossible journey, testimony to events that, officially, had never happened. Miller was quietly examining the piece of 1944 shrapnel, turning it over in his fingers like a talisman. Think anyone will believe us? Evans thought about Captain Russo and Lieutenant Halloway, about Mackenzie and Collins and Davis, about all the good men they'd left behind in the frozen hell of the Ardennes. Men who were depending on them to remember, to bear witness, to ensure their sacrifice wasn't forgotten. They better, he said quietly, because the real war is just beginning. The radio crackled again as they approached Grafenvor. Ghost 2-6, base operations. Be advised, Congressional Investigation Team is standing by for immediate debriefing. Recommend you review operational security protocols en route. Evans keyed the radio one final time. Copy, Base Ops. Ghost 2-6 inbound. But as they rolled through the German countryside toward whatever bureaucratic nightmare awaited them, Evans couldn't shake the feeling that their
journey through time had been the easy part. Now they had to convince a room full of politicians and investigators that they'd spent 3 weeks fighting Nazis in 1944, without sounding completely insane.
The Winter Ghost had made it home, but the real battle for their credibility, their careers, and their sanity was just beginning. Chapter 14. The Reckoning. The maintenance hangar at Grafenvor felt like a morgue. Harsh fluorescent lights cast angular shadows across the Apache's battle-scarred fuselage, turning every dent and scorch mark into an accusation. Chief Warrant Officer Martinez moved around the aircraft with the methodical precision of a crime scene investigator, his clipboard clutched in hands that had seen 30 years of post-flight inspections. Evans watched from the hangar entrance, his flight suit still reeking of cordite and diesel. The familiar ritual of maintenance checks felt surreal after 3 weeks of combat operations that technically never happened.
Martinez's routine was the same: external walk-around, engine inspection, weapons systems inventory. But every discovery was another nail in their collective coffin.
"Jesus Christ on a pogo stick," Martinez muttered, running his finger along the empty Hellfire rails. The launch tubes were scorched black from repeated firings, their ceramic coating cracked and peeling. 16 missiles. 16 goddamn Hellfires. He scribbled furiously on his clipboard. That's more ordnance than most crews expend in a year of combat deployments. Miller stood beside Evans, his young face pale under the fluorescent glare. "Chief's not happy," he whispered. "Chief's about to have a coronary," Evans replied. His bureaucrat's mind was already calculating the paperwork nightmare. Each Hellfire cost $175,000. The rocket pods, fully expended, added another $50,000. The 30mm ammunition alone was worth more than most people's annual salary. Martinez disappeared beneath the aircraft, inspecting
landing gear. His voice echoed from the undercarriage.
"Struts are compressed weird, like you landed hard, multiple times, on something that ain't a runway." He emerged, oil streaking his coveralls, and headed for the engines. "And what the hell is this?" The engine intakes were clogged with a thick, black residue that looked nothing like standard JP-8 fuel residue. Martinez scraped a sample with his knife, holding it to his nose. His expression shifted from confusion to outright alarm. "This is diesel contamination," he said, his voice rising an octave. "Heavy diesel. The kind of crud you'd get from burning automotive fuel through turbine engines." He looked up at Evans with the expression of a man who'd discovered his own mother robbing banks. "Sir, what the hell did you two do to my aircraft?" Before Evans could formulate an answer, the hangar's side door banged open. Lieutenant Colonel Patricia Ice Hendricks strode across the concrete floor like an avenging angel in digital camouflage. Her pale blue eyes, the source of her call sign, swept over the Apache's condition with the intensity of a laser rangefinder. "Chief Martinez," she said, her voice carrying the kind of calm that preceded volcanic eruptions. "What's the assessment?" Martinez straightened to attention. "Ma'am, this aircraft has been in combat. Extensive combat. 16 Hellfire missiles expended, all rocket pods empty, 30mm ammunition completely exhausted. The engines show severe diesel contamination, and there's impact damage consistent with incoming fire." Hendricks walked slowly around the Apache, her boots clicking against the concrete. She paused at a cluster of small holes in the tail boom, bullet impacts from German Mauser rifles. "Incoming fire, Chief?" "Yes, ma'am. Small arms primarily. But look at this." Martinez pointed to a long gouge along the fuselage. "This looks like shrapnel damage. From artillery, maybe. And these scorch marks on the belly. That's blast residue. From their own weapon systems. Close-range engagements." "I see." Hendricks turned to Evans and Miller, her expression unreadable. "Gentlemen, I need you in Conference Room Alpha in 30 minutes. Full dress uniform.
and bring your logbooks." The conference room was a sterile cube of government-issue furniture and motivational posters about mission readiness. Evans and Miller sat on one side of the polished table, facing a panel that looked like a military tribunal. Lieutenant Colonel Hendricks occupied the center chair, flanked by Chief Martinez and a woman Evans didn't recognize, a major with JAG insignia and the predatory alertness of a prosecutor. "Major Rebecca Torres, Judge Advocate General," the woman introduced herself, opening a thick folder. "I'll be conducting this investigation into the unauthorized expenditure of ordnance and the disappearance of aircraft 264 for 96 hours. 4 days, Evans corrected automatically. "We were missing for 4 days, not 96 hours. Torres's pen stopped moving. "Actually, Chief Warrant Officer Evans, according to your flight plan, you departed at 1400 hours on November 15th for a 6-hour navigation exercise. You were reported overdue at 2100 that same day. Your aircraft was located by search and rescue at approximately 0600 on November 20th. That's exactly 96 hours. Evans felt the ground shifting beneath him. In 1944, they'd experienced 3 weeks of combat. But in 2025, only 4 days had passed. The temporal mechanics made his head spin. Torres consulted her notes. "Let's begin with your mission brief. You were authorized for a low-level navigation exercise over the Bavarian training areas. No live fire authorization was granted, yet your aircraft expended its entire combat load. Explain." Evans had rehearsed this moment during the flight back to base, crafting a narrative that might survive scrutiny. "Ma'am, we encountered severe weather conditions and were forced to make an emergency landing in a classified training area. Due to the sensitive nature of the location, we were unable to maintain radio contact." "A classified training area," Torres repeated, her voice flat. "Which training area?" "I'm not authorized to discuss the specifics without proper clearance," Evans replied, hoping bureaucratic protocol might buy them breathing room. Torres smiled like a shark. "Chief Warrant Officer, I have top-secret clearance with multiple compartments. There are no classified training areas in Bavaria that would restrict radio communication for 4 days. Try again." Miller shifted uncomfortably in his chair. The kid was sweating through his dress uniform, his hands clenched in his lap. Evans could practically see the confession building behind his eyes. "The weather forced us down in rough terrain," Evans continued. "We had to improvise repairs using available materials. The diesel contamination occurred when we attempted to fuel the aircraft from local sources." "Local sources," Torres said. "You're claiming you fueled a $30 million attack helicopter with diesel from a German gas station?" "Emergency circumstances required." "And the ordnance expenditure?" Torres interrupted. 16 Hellfire missiles, Chief Warrant Officer. Each one requires specific target designation and launch authorization. What were you shooting at in this classified training area during your weather emergency?" Evans's mind raced. The truth was impossible. They'd been hunting German armor through the Ardennes forest in 1944. But every lie was digging them deeper. "We encountered what appeared to be hostile contacts," he said carefully. "Unknown armor signatures in a restricted zone. Following standard rules of engagement, we neutralized the threat." The room went dead silent. Chief Martinez stared at them with the expression of a man watching his career implode. Lieutenant Colonel Hendricks leaned back in her chair, her ice-blue eyes narrowing. "Hostile contacts," Torres said slowly. "You're claiming you engaged enemy armor during a peacetime training exercise in Germany, our NATO ally." Miller's control finally snapped. "They weren't German," he blurted out. "I mean, they were German, but they were—" "Miller," Evans said sharply. "Operational security." But the damage was done. Torres leaned forward like a predator sensing wounded prey. "Warrant Officer Miller, Are you claiming you engaged actual enemy forces? Miller's hands were shaking now. He stared at the table, his voice barely a whisper. The Tiger tank. It came out of the trees like something from hell. Krupp steel, sloped armor, that long 88mm gun. I put a Hellfire right through the turret face, and when it cooked off, he looked up, his eyes haunted. There were people inside. Real people. They screamed when they burned. The silence stretched like a taut wire. Torres's pen had stopped moving.
Entirely. Chief Martinez looked like he was having a stroke. Even Lieutenant Colonel Hendricks seemed momentarily stunned.
Warrant Officer Miller, Torres said carefully, are you telling me you engaged a World War II German Tiger tank?
Miller nodded miserably. Kruger was good. Really good. He knew how to use terrain, how to minimize our advantages. But in the end, modern technology beats period armor. The Hellfire's tandem warhead punched through his frontal plate like it was tissue paper. Evans felt the situation spiraling beyond control. Miller, that's enough. But Miller was lost in the memory, his voice gaining strength. The 88s were the real problem. Those shells moved fast enough to track visually, but the proximity fusing was inconsistent. Probably moisture in the charges. And the small arms fire? Mauser, K-98s mostly. You could hear the difference in the reports. Sharper crack than modern ammunition. Torres stared at him with the fascination of a psychiatrist,
studying a particularly interesting delusion.
Warrant Officer, are you claiming you fought German forces from 1944? Not claiming, Miller said, stating for the record. We spent 3 weeks in the Ardennes forest during the Battle of the Bulge, December 1944. We flew close air support for Captain Rousseau's company, 28th Infantry Division. Held the line against Piper's advance until... That's enough, Lieutenant Colonel Hendricks' voice cut through the room like a blade. She stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. Major Torres, this debriefing is now classified under operational security protocols. You're dismissed. Torres looked up in surprise. Ma'am, I need to complete my investigation. You need to leave this room, now. That's an order.
Torres gathered her files with obvious reluctance, her prosecutor's instincts screaming that she was being cheated of a conviction. At the door, she turned back. Colonel, this investigation is far from over. Congressional oversight is involved. They'll want answers. Let me worry about Congress, Hendricks replied coldly. The door closed with a decisive click, leaving them in sudden silence. Hendricks remained standing, her hands braced on the table, studying Evans and Miller like specimens under a microscope. 30 years, she said finally. 30 years I've been flying Army aircraft, and I've never heard a story quite like that one. Time travel. Nazi tanks. The Battle of the Bulge. She sat down slowly. The question is whether you two have suffered some kind of shared psychotic break, or whether I'm about to become complicit in the biggest military cover-up since Roswell. Evans found his voice. Ma'am, I know how it sounds. Do you? Hendricks interrupted. Because it sounds like my 2 senior warrant officers have just confessed to engaging in unauthorized combat operations that supposedly took place 80 years in the past. It sounds like I'm about to lose my command, my pension, and possibly my freedom. She opened her own folder, revealing fuel consumption charts and GPS tracking data. But here's what's interesting, gentlemen. Your story, insane as it is, explains things that the official investigation cannot. The diesel contamination matches samples from 1940s German military fuel. The combat damage is consistent with period weapons. And the psychological profiles. She consulted another sheet. Dr. Kellerman's assessment indicates you're both suffering from severe PTSD, consistent with extended combat exposure. Not 4 days of weather delay. Weeks or months of sustained combat stress. Miller looked up hopefully. You believe us? I believe something happened to you that defies conventional explanation, Hendricks replied. And I believe that congressional investigation team is going to bury all of us if they get the full story. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. Here's what's going to happen. You're both going to accept administrative punishment for gross negligence in aircraft operation and unauthorized fuel experimentation. You'll take early retirement with full benefits and never speak of this incident to anyone outside this room. In exchange, I make the criminal charges disappear and ensure your medical records reflect service-connected disabilities that qualify for full VA benefits. Evans felt the weight of bureaucratic inevitability settling over him. And if we refuse? Court-martial for destruction of government property valued at $52 million, Hendricks replied without hesitation. Possible treason charges for conducting unauthorized military operations. Prison time that makes this conversation look like a pleasant memory. The silence stretched between them. Finally, Miller spoke up. What about the men we served with? Captain Russo's company, Lieutenant Halloway's engineers. They died believing we'd remember them, tell their story. Hendricks' expression softened slightly. Son, if your story is true, those men died 80 years ago. Their sacrifices are already recorded in history. What matters now is keeping you two out of federal prison and preventing this incident from destroying careers that don't deserve to be collateral damage. Evans nodded slowly. The bureaucrat in him understood the mathematics of institutional survival. We accept your terms, ma'am. Smart choice. Hendricks slid 2 sets of documents across the table. Retirement papers. Sign them, and this nightmare ends. As Evans signed his name, he felt the weight of 3 weeks in 1944 being compressed into an official fiction. The roar of the Apache's rotors over the Ardennes, the desperate radio calls from ground units, the satisfaction of watching a Tiger tank disintegrate under Hellfire impact, all of it reduced to administrative action for negligence. They walked out of the conference room in silence, their military careers officially over. In the hallway, Evans noticed Major Torres standing by a window, pretending to study her phone while obviously watching them leave. We need to visit Luxembourg, Evans whispered to Miller as they passed her. There's something I have to know. Torres's reflection in the window showed a woman far from satisfied with official explanations. Her investigator's instincts were clearly screaming that the truth was bigger and more dangerous than anyone was admitting. But for now, the Winter Ghost's secret was safe, buried under layers of bureaucratic misdirection and official denial. The real question was how long it would stay that way. Epilogue. The Ghost's Echo. 3 months later, Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia. The conference room on the E-Ring smelled like stale coffee and bureaucratic finality. 2-star General Patricia Walsh closed the manila folder with practiced authority, the sound echoing off sterile walls lined with portraits of men who died keeping secrets far more dangerous than the one being buried today. Gentlemen, this concludes the classified after-action review for Operation Winter Ghost. Her voice carried the weight of 30 years wearing stars, each word precisely measured. The official record will reflect a training accident during severe weather conditions. Aircraft total loss due to mechanical failure. Crew survival attributed to exceptional emergency procedures. Evans sat rigid in his dress blues, the fabric feeling foreign after months of civilian clothes. The rows of ribbons on his chest seemed heavier today. Bronze Star, Air Medal, Combat Action Badge. Awards that officially had nothing to do with what happened in the Ardennes fog. Miller shifted beside him, the leather chair creaking. At 26, he looked older. Now, the easy confidence replaced by something harder. The nightmares had carved lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before. Chief Warrant Officers Evans and Miller, General Walsh continued, sliding identical documents across the polished mahogany. Your signatures are required on these non-disclosure agreements. Standard TS-SCI compartmentalization protocols apply in perpetuity. The black ink seemed to absorb light as Evans signed his name. Each letter felt like sealing away a piece of his soul. Beside him, Miller's pen scratched across paper with mechanical precision. The congressional inquiry has been suspended, the general added, her tone suggesting this wasn't a suggestion. Operational security concerns, combined with your exemplary service records, have satisfied all political oversight requirements. The Venezuela crisis and Greenland tensions have, shall we say, redirected legislative attention to more pressing matters. Evans met her gaze. And the evidence?
Ma'am? What evidence, Chief Warrant Officer? Her smile was razor thin.
2 experienced aviators survived a mechanical emergency in challenging weather conditions. Everything else is classified speculation at best. The silence stretched until Walsh's aide, a major with intelligence branch insignia, cleared his throat. Gentlemen, your transition packets include full medical and psychological support resources. The Army takes care of its own, even in retirement. Retirement. The word tasted like ash. Evans was 38 years old, with 12 years of flying Apache helicopters, and he was being put out to pasture because he'd saved American lives in 1944. The irony would have been funny if it didn't hurt so much. Any questions? General Walsh's tone made it clear there better not be. No, ma'am, Evans said. No, ma'am, Miller echoed. Then you're dismissed. They stood, saluted with mechanical precision, and walked out of the room that contained everything and nothing.
About their last mission. In the hallway, Evans noticed Major Torres, the JAG investigator who'd pushed hardest for answers, standing by a window, pretending to study her phone. Her reflection in the glass showed a woman far from satisfied with official explanations. Her investigator's instincts were clearly screaming that the truth was bigger and more dangerous than anyone was admitting. But she was a major, and generals had spoken. Evans and Miller walked past her in silence, their polished shoes clicking against marble that had witnessed 1,000 other secrets being buried. 6 months later, Bozeman Municipal Airport, Montana. The Cessna 172 touched down with a gentle bump, and Evans felt his student's grip relax on the yoke. Teaching civilians to fly was like teaching children to walk. Endless patience required, small victories celebrated. Nice work, Sarah. That crosswind landing would have given me trouble 6 months ago. Sarah Chen, a young software engineer saving up to buy her own plane, beamed with pride. Really? You're not just saying that because I'm paying you? Trust me, I'm too honest to be a good business owner. Evans shut down the engine, listening to the propeller tick as it cooled. The sound reminded him of rotor blades winding down, and for a moment, he was back in the Ardennes, diesel fumes and cordite thick in his nostrils. After Sarah headed inside to schedule her next lesson, Evans sat alone in the cockpit, staring across the Montana landscape. Snow-capped peaks stretched to the horizon, clean and empty, and nothing like the dark forests where he'd learned what war really meant. On his desk in the flight school office sat a scale model AH-64 Apache. Generic manufacturer's model, nothing special about it except what it represented. Students sometimes asked about his military service, but the answers came easier now. Generic war stories, the kind every veteran told. The real story stayed locked away behind signatures and clearances and the weight of knowing what they'd changed. His phone buzzed. Miller, texting from Colorado State University, where he was studying mechanical engineering on the GI Bill. Still having the dreams? Evans typed back. Less often. You? Same. Physics exam next week. Ballistics problems seem too easy now. Evans smiled grimly. There was knowing something in theory
And then there was watching a Hellfire missile disintegrate 60 tons of Krupp steel in real time. Miller had gotten an education that no textbook could provide. "Want to take a trip next month?" Evans typed. "European vacation with Karen. Think I need to see something." "Belgium?" "Luxembourg." The pause stretched long enough that Evans thought the connection had dropped. "I'll ask about spring break. Might be time." American Military Cemetery, Luxembourg. 1 month later. The white marble crosses stretched in perfect rows across manicured grass, each one marking a
young man who'd never made it home from the Ardennes.
Evans walked slowly between them, his wife Karen trailing behind with the patient confusion of someone humoring her husband's sudden interest in World War II history. "David, we've been walking for an hour," she said, adjusting her coat against the Belgian chill. "What exactly are you looking for?" "Just paying respects," he said, eyes scanning names and dates. Most had died between December 1944 and January 1945. The Battle of the Bulge had filled this place with teenagers who'd never see their 19th birthday. But some of the dates were wrong. Staff Sergeant Michael O'Brien, 28th Infantry Division, born 1925, died 1947, 2 years after the war ended. Below the standard inscription, carved in smaller letters, "Wounded Ardennes, December 1944, saved by the Winter Ghost." Evans's heart hammered against his ribs. He moved faster now, Karen hurrying to keep up. Private First Class Tony Martinez, born 1924, died 1993. 69 years old. Another small inscription. Ardennes survivor, forever grateful. Lieutenant Harold Harry Peterson, born 1922, died 1984. The inscription read, "Company B, 28th Infantry. The ghost watched over us." Evans found himself almost running between the graves, Karen calling after him with growing concern. His hand shook as he searched, methodically working through the rows until... There. Captain James Bull Russo, born 1916, died 1985, 69 years old. He'd lived almost 40 years beyond that frozen morning when Evans had last seen him, directing artillery fire with casual competence while discussing coffee and survival. Below the standard military inscription, carved in the marble with the same precision as the others, was a small silhouette of a helicopter. Unmistakably an Apache, rotor disc and fuselage proportions perfect. Underneath in simple block letters, "For the Winter Ghost, Ardennes, December 1944. Evans sank to his knees in the wet grass, not caring about his jeans or the cold seeping through fabric. The weight of 18 months of carrying this secret, of being dismissed and discredited and forced to sign papers that made him legally insane, crashed down all at once. "David?" Karen's voice was frightened now. "David, what's wrong?" He couldn't answer. Couldn't explain that he was looking at proof that they'd changed everything. That the men who'd died in 1944 in the original timeline had lived, had gone home, had raised families and built lives and died peacefully in their beds decades later. With shaking fingers, he pulled out his phone and called Miller. "Evans, what's wrong? You sound..." "I found him. I found Russo." Static crackled across the international connection, Miller's breathing audible on the other end. "What do you mean you found him?" "Luxembourg American Cemetery. He's here, but the dates are wrong. Born 1916, died 1985. Ryan, he lived to be 69 years old." Silence stretched between them, broken only by the wind across the cemetery and Karen's worried questions in the background. "Jesus," Miller whispered. "You're sure it's him?" "There's a helicopter carved into his headstone, an Apache silhouette, and an inscription, 'For the Winter Ghost.'" "I'll be right there." "Ryan, you're in Colorado." "I'll be right there. Don't move." The line went dead. Evans looked up at Karen, who was standing with her arms crossed, and the expression she wore when his post-service adjustment had been at its worst. "David, you need to tell me what's happening right now." He stood slowly, legs unsteady. "There's something I need to check." "Online. Can we find Wi-Fi?" Luxembourg City, Internet Cafe, 2 hours later. The search results painted a picture that shouldn't have existed. Captain James Russo, 28th Infantry Division, had been wounded during the Battle of the Bulge, but survived. Distinguished Service Cross for actions during the German counteroffensive. Promoted to Major in 1945, then Colonel in 1951. Served in Korea. 3 children, James Jr., Patricia, and Michael. Retired in 1971, worked as a construction supervisor in Cleveland until 1980. Died peacefully of heart failure in 1985, survived by his wife of 42 years, Margaret. Lieutenant Frank Halloway had lived until 1998. The obituary described him as a decorated combat engineer who later founded Halloway Construction Company of Detroit. 2 sons, 4 grandchildren. The company website included a memorial page with his photo, an older version of the exhausted young officer who'd shared diesel fuel and tactical reality checks. Staff Sergeant. O'Brien had made it to 1947 before succumbing to complications from war wounds. But he'd lived long enough to marry his sweetheart and father a daughter. Each name Evans remembered from that impossible week in December 1944 told the same story. Men who should have died in the snow had lived. Not all of them. War had still claimed its price, but enough to matter. Enough to change families and bloodlines and the entire downstream flow of history. "Find what you were looking for?" Karen asked, setting down 2 cups of coffee and studying his face with the intensity of someone who'd learned to read her husband's moods. "Yeah," he said, closing the laptop. "I think I did." His phone buzzed with a text from Miller. "Flight lands at 1900 hours, Luxembourg Airport. We need to talk." Luxembourg American Cemetery, that evening. Miller looked like hell. He'd caught a red-eye from Denver to Frankfurt, then a connection to Luxembourg, all on a student's budget and adrenaline. His clothes were wrinkled and his eyes were wild, but his hands were steady as he knelt beside Russo's grave. "It's real," he said, tracing the Apache silhouette with one finger. "It's actually carved into the stone." "Karen's at the hotel," Evans said. "Thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown." "Are you?" "Maybe. But if I am, so are you." Miller stood, brushing grass off his knees. Around them, the cemetery was quiet except for the wind through bare trees and the distant sound of traffic from the city. Snow had begun to fall in lazy flakes that caught the light from the memorial's eternal flame. "We changed it," Miller said. "We actually changed it." Russo lived 40 more years, had kids, grandkids. Halloway built half of Detroit after the war. Evans pulled a small American flag from his jacket, the kind sold in airport gift shops for tourists. "Makes you wonder what else is different." "Maybe nothing. Maybe everything." Miller watched the snow accumulate on marble crosses. "Think anyone else knows?" "The people who buried the story know something happened. But the truth? Just us." Evans knelt again, planting the flag beside Russo's headstone. The red, white, and blue fabric snapped in the wind, bright against the white stone. "Mission complete, Captain," he whispered. Footsteps crunched on gravel behind them. They turned to see an elderly man in groundskeeper's coveralls, probably 70 years old, with the weathered hands of someone who'd spent his life working outdoors. He carried pruning shears and moved with the careful precision of old age. "Americans?" he asked in accented English. "Yes, sir," Evans said. "I am Henri Dubois. I maintain this place 30 years now." He gestured toward the rows of crosses. "My grandfather, he lived in the village near Bastogne during the war. He told me stories." Miller and Evans exchanged glances. "What kind of stories?" Miller asked. "Oh, probably just old war stories," Dubois said with a knowing smile
that suggested he didn't believe his own dismissal.
"But grandfather, he swore he heard something during the fighting. Not planes. He knew planes. Something else. A sound like, how do you say, humming in the fog. Hunting the Germans." The snow fell harder now, and Evans could hear something in the wind that might have been memory or imagination. The distant thrum of rotor blades carrying across time. "He called it the ghost helicopter," Dubois continued. "Said it saved his village when the SS came. Probably just stories from an old man, but..." He shrugged with Gallic fatalism. "Some stories, they stay alive because they need to, yes?" "Yes," Evans said. "Some do." Dubois nodded toward Rousseau's grave. "This one, he was... special? You come very far to see him." "He was our captain," Miller said, and it wasn't entirely a lie. "Long time ago." "Ah, then you understand." The old man touched his cap respectfully. "I leave you with your friend." He walked away between the crosses,
his footsteps fading into the sound of wind and falling snow. Evans and Miller stood in silence, watching the flag flutter beside the stone that proved their impossible story.
"We can never tell anyone," Evans said finally. "Who would believe us?" "The people who matter already know. The ones who lived because of what we did." Evans turned away from the grave, pulling his collar up against the cold. That has to be enough. They walked toward the cemetery gates, their footprints joining thousands of others in the snow-covered paths between the crosses. Behind them, the eternal flame flickered against the darkness, keeping watch over the boys who'd died far from home and the men who'd lived because two pilots from the future had refused to let them fall. As they reached the parking lot, Evans paused, listening. In the wind through the bare trees, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of helicopter rotors, that distinctive Apache thrum that every pilot recognized like a heartbeat. Miller heard it too. "That's not..." "No," Evans said, "it's not." But the sound was there, carried on the wind like an echo across time. The winter ghost, still patrolling the Ardennes in memory, still watching over the boys who'd bled and died and lived in the snow, still hunting in the fog for enemies that existed now only in the space between what was and what might have been. Evans pulled out his phone and called a taxi. Tomorrow they'd fly home, Miller to his engineering studies, Evans to his flight school and the simple pleasure of teaching civilians to navigate 3 dimensions without dying. They'd carry their secret and their satisfaction, and maybe that would be enough. The sound of rotors faded as they drove toward Luxembourg City, but it never quite disappeared. Some ghosts, Evans thought, choose when to rest. And the winter ghost had work left to do. Not in the past, but in the quiet pride of knowing that 40 years of lives had been saved, that children had been born who wouldn't have existed, that a small piece of history had bent toward justice. The taxi's headlights cut through falling snow, and in the back seat, 2 veterans sat in comfortable silence, finally understanding that some victories could only be measured in the lives that continued after the shooting stopped. Some ghosts choose when to rest, but first, they make sure the living are safe. This concludes The Winter Ghost by Alex Cross. Copyright 2026, The Outpost Paradox. Thank you for listening. We would really appreciate if you could subscribe to our channel. It's free, but means a lot to us and enables us to produce more audiobooks. If you want, you can also click the bell button so you can get notified when we publish next novels. Please comment if you enjoyed this novel and made it to the end of this audiobook. This would help us expand our reach and get better equipment to make an even better production for future novels. Thank you.